On the eve of 2076, a game descended into reality as countless perilous dungeons and hordes of monsters invaded humanity, driving people to the brink of extinction. Alongside this destruction came divine talents, and humans awakened as hunters who eventually saved the world. A new order then emerged where the strong were revered and survival of the fittest became law, forcing hunters to continuously grow stronger to secure their positions. In pursuit of power and wealth, they ventured into dungeons, challenged bosses, collected treasures, and leveled up, marking the start of the global hunter's era. At the Hunter's Square, a boy took a deep breath, thinking he had hoped for a rare profession but ended up awakening as an ordinary warrior. His name was Su Yang, profession, warrior, strength 12, speed 10, spirit 10. He reflected that warriors faced early hardships in close combat, and, even after much cultivation, could not match other professions, making them the most common and mediocre of all. As he walked forward, a man called out, mocking that awakening as a worthless warrior suited him well. Recognizing the voice, Yan thought it was him again. The man placed a hand on his shoulder, saying a freshly awakened warrior was just an ordinary person with slightly more strength, and as an orphan without money or guidance, he would not even be accepted into a guild, better off working as a laborer. Before he could finish, Yang slapped his hands away, remarking that it was only Wang Fei, his classmate, and sarcastically congratulated him on awakening as a rare ice mage, then suggested they test the mage's weak physique. Wang grew angry, cursing him for being arrogant despite being a garbage warrior, but their exchange was cut short when someone shouted for their boss to look. As Feng turned, he saw armored figures approaching, and the crowd shouted in shock that it was the riding team from the Spirit Hunt Guild. Yang thought that Spirit Hunt was one of the strongest tier 8 guilds in East Spirit City, and among the approaching men was a level 95 4th Transcendence archer, leaving the crowd amazed. The archer ordered everyone to clear the way, for he was in a hurry. This person was Zhao Ming, vice president of the Spirit Hunt Guild, whom Yan had only ever seen in promotional material. Wang quickly approached, asking if they were here for recruitment, saying he had long admired the guild and wished to join. Before he could finish, a woman behind Zhao cut him off, telling him that recruitment was handled elsewhere and that they were the rider team, so he should step aside. Zhao, however, asked Wang for his profession, and when Wang replied he was an ice mage specialized in control, Zhao approved and instructed that he be given a card. Overjoyed, Wang thanked him repeatedly, and the woman told him to hand the card to the recruitment branch later. Yang, watching, wondered if things could go as smoothly for him, but the crowd soon burst with others asking to join, an archer, a thief, and more. The woman briskly replied that archers should check with the branch, while thieves were not needed, dismissing them. When Yang asked about warriors, she paused but then turned away without answering, leaving him ignored. He thought bitterly if this was the reality of the world, where only the strong were valued and a chosen profession determined one's future potential. From the moment he awakened as a warrior, his fate was sealed, since even lower-tier guilds hesitated to accept warriors, let alone an elite guild like Spirit Hunt. Around him, people envied those recruited, longing to join a guild and rise in power, while others whispered about the archer's strength and Zhao's presence. Someone revealed Spirit Hunt was preparing to raid the Black Dragon Lair and might be using the teleportation gate here to enter. Hearing this, Yang was shocked, recognizing it as the largest estuary dungeon in City C, filled with countless monsters, elite creatures, and the terrifying boss Aethys, the level 99 black dragon with black flame wings. He recalled stories that even the strongest S-rank guilds had fallen before it, though Spirit Hunt, with their many high-level hunters and 4th Transcendence members, had never failed a raid. Perhaps they could succeed. To hunt a black dragon was proof this world belonged only to the strong, and Yan wondered if he was destined to remain a loser, forever trampled beneath such powerful beings. Just then, a screen appeared announcing Perfect Soul Host Detector, stating that the 8055 part-time system would soon be bound. A glow burst from Yang's chest, and he shouted in shock as power swirled around him. Reading the message, he realized it was a system, wondering what a part-time boss meant. The notification continued, confirming the boss part-time system had been bound and was now loaded. It explained the host must act as a dungeon boss resisting players, and upon killing them, would share in their experience and loot drops. Asked if he wished to activate the role, Yang thought it through. Players raiding bosses usually ranged from small parties of 4 to massive groups of up to 100, and defeating them would yield abundant rewards, letting him jump from level 1 to Transcendence instantly. Even a worthless warrior could grow strong this way. But he also questioned the risk, What if he was defeated? The system warned that if unresponsive, it would unbind, starting a countdown. Startled, Yang realized even such advantages came with dangers. As the timer ticked, he decided he would rather risk being a boss than stay trampled forever. Choosing yes, he declared he would start part-time work. The system confirmed activation and initiated teleportation. Blue light enveloped his body from the ground up as he wished for a powerful boss role. In an instant, he was taken to a place drenched in a red atmosphere, filled with towering, fierce monsters. Staring wide-eyed, Yang wondered where he was and if the part-time job had worked. Around him were countless dragon monsters, all level 80 and above, yet he noted in confusion that despite their strength, they appeared smaller than the dragons he had imagined. A man stepped forward and announced, "My noble king, have you awoken from your long dream?" At once, everyone knelt before Yang. Stunned, he wondered if they meant him, the Dragon King, and realized his part-time boss role might truly be that. Looking down, he saw he was no longer human but had transformed into a level 99 dragon boss, the Black Flame Winger. A screen appeared congratulating him, declaring his current role as the Black Dragon Lair's level 99 boss, Black Flame Winger. Yang wondered in disbelief if he had truly become the Wings of Black Flame. A screen appeared before him, displaying his status as level 99 boss, Wings of Flame, Black Dragon Athos, Young Stage, along with his stats, talents, and skills. He realized the abilities were overwhelming, far beyond anything he had imagined. Even a 4th Transcendence level 99 player might manage to break through a single attribute, but the Wings of Black Flame surpassed all attributes, with strength exceeding 3,000 points. What stood out even more was the talent, an 80% dual resistance to both physical and magical damage, paired with a permanent aura that reduced enemy attributes by 20%. Together, these effects made him nearly invincible, and the exclusion skills left no room for players to be his opponents. Power surged through his body, a sensation that felt unbelievably refreshing. He thought that as long as he could defeat players and share their experience points, even his original weak warrior form could quickly rise in level. Suddenly, his massive eyes widened as he noticed nearby monsters collapsing, unable to even stand. A man pleaded for him to calm his anger, and Yang realized he had unconsciously unleashed the Dragon Roar skill. Trying to fit the role, he ordered the monsters to rise, thinking it was the proper tone of a boss. The man confirmed his identity, declaring that even in youth his power was immense, and upon reaching maturity, crushing humans would be inevitable. Yang recalled the screen also noted his youth stage, and wondered if this meant the Wings of Black Flame could continue leveling, unlike ordinary instance bosses. Beside him, a cage held a woman who shouted at the dragon, calling him evil and warning that if he didn't release her, the elves would make him pay. Surprised, Yang noted she was from the elf race, realizing that after the game descended many fantasy races had appeared, but this was his first time seeing a real elf. Swinging a massive claw, he shook the cage, and as his draconic gaze met hers, a strange spatial disturbance stirred. The woman, thinking a player had finally arrived to save her, declared the dragon's doom, but when she noticed Yang staring intently, her words faltered. She thought it unusual, since the dragon normally ignored insults, yet today it reacted, leaving her unsettled. Yang thought he had not expected the Spirit Hunt Guild to arrive so quickly. Known for never recording a failure, their strategists surely prepared thoroughly to face the Black Dragon, making him wonder if they could truly defeat him. Deciding to be cautious, he resolved to use skills to investigate first. As the team advanced, their shouts rang out, urging everyone to stay alert, and warning that today's strategy must not fail. Watching closely, Yang identified them as the main assault team of the Spirit Hunt Guild. Their voices carried determination as they declared they would penetrate the Black Dragon's lair, defeat the dragon, and push toward the 5th transformation. Yang noted their confidence. A call came from the front that 8 level 80 flying magic wolves with wind attributes were detected ahead, and soon the creatures rushed the team. Yang decided to test the guild's strength with these small monsters. The guild's warriors responded quickly, dismissing the threat as low-level trash and ordering tanks to block the way. With discipline, the formation held as they pushed through and continued advancing. Observing them, Yang admitted their firepower and organization were exceptional, and lesser monsters could not display their true might. As the monsters bent down before him, he understood the guild's professionalism and listened to their conversation. Reports stated progress was 1/10, supplies were stable, and no casualties had occurred. The leader praised their efforts and urged them forward, but Yang decided to increase the challenge. Suddenly, A huge monster burst forth, crashing down on the assault team. Shocked voices shouted to the guild master, asking what was happening, when a screen appeared before Yang, displaying the message, "Intruder detected." The screen announced the appearance of a level 95 elite dragon warrior, prompting the team leader to shout for defense. The monster lunged, roaring for them to meet their end, and swung its fist, but a tanker stepped forward, blocking with his shield as the system displayed Divine Light Shield Barrier, immune to all damage for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 300 seconds. Zhao quickly commanded the formation, ordering ranged fighters to fall back, melee to engage, buffs aligned, and focus fire on the target. Drawing his bow, he activated Storm Arrow, unleashing multiple high wind attribute strikes, his glowing shot piercing the monster's neck and forcing it to roar in pain. Watching, Yang admitted the guild had power, and that a single dragon warrior was no true threat to them. From the cage, the elf scoffed, saying she thought he had sent them to their deaths, calling him useless. With his claws, Yang seized more monsters, deciding one was insufficient, and hurled 6 elite dragon warriors toward the assault team. Alarmed, the guild members cried out as the monsters advanced, realizing all 6 were elites. Zhao voiced uncertainty, saying they had never faced such a situation, but the guild master responded firmly, declaring that their guild specialized in elites and would not falter. He ordered the formation restructured, tanks to maintain aggro and turn enemies away from the group, healers to be protected and focused on sustaining the tanks. The team executed the commands with discipline, refusing to back down. Observing them, Yang thought they were tenacious. He had expected the sudden wave of elites to drive them away, yet they chose to stand and fight. The elf sneered that his tricks would not succeed and told him to wait for his demise. Yang, however, wondered if this much strength alone could truly defeat him as a boss or if they still had an unseen card waiting. Yang wondered why the assault team was not approaching him but moving in another direction. Following their path with his gaze, he saw the Dragon Slayer tomb, where a skeleton held a shining object labeled Dragon Slayer Heart, a quest item that allowed the wearer to ignore a dragon's talents. His eyes widened at the sight, realizing this was just like strategies in online games where invincible bosses could be weakened through mechanisms or items. If the guild obtained it, they would truly have a chance to defeat him. From the cage, the elf scoffed that they had not even triggered the mechanism, insisting it was impossible. Unwilling to risk it, Yang spread his wings and rose into the sky. The monsters cheered loudly, proclaiming that their king, Lord Athos, was taking action and would surely triumph. Yang, however, thought grimly that the guild already knew of the item and resolved not to let them obtain it. Inside the cave, the guild master pushed forward, cursing the unexpected challenges they faced upon entering, though none had appeared on the strategy path they were promised. Zhao reported that supplies and equipment durability were draining far faster than expected and questioned whether the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had deceived them. The master dismissed the thought, saying the pavilion was a reputable strategy group, and he had exchanged the information with a universe ring as payment, so it could not be false. Another voiced concern that unexpected encounters might alert the boss, but the master assured them the Black Dragon was only an instance boss and would never leave its lair unless provoked. He claimed the dragon was nothing more than a stepping stone for their guild and swore to reclaim all it had cost them. One of his men then asked for permission regarding the elf maiden, saying her Easter egg quest would grant a pass to the 11th kingdom, and her obedience, implying darker intentions. The master laughed, agreeing that once they secured the Dragon Slayer Heart, victory would be theirs and the man could do as he wished. Their plotting was interrupted by a screech, and someone warned that scattered monsters were approaching. Noting their wings, he thought them to be flying dragons, but Zhao realized their massive size was no ordinary guard. Looking up, the team was stunned to see the enormous form of the black flame wing itself. The guild master, shaken, could barely breathe as he whispered disbelief at the boss appearing outside its lair. Zhao cursed the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, accusing them of deception, and the team panicked, debating whether to fight or retreat, knowing they stood no chance without the Dragon's Slayer Heart. Yang, observing their fear, thought how the supposedly invincible Spirit Hunt Guild was just like any other when deprived of their tool. Deciding this was the moment, he vowed to eliminate them and level up in one sweep. Lifting his head high, he unleashed a powerful gale, while Zhao shouted in alarm that the dragon was about to use its skill. The guild master struck Yang on the forehead with electrical energy, ordering him not to leave and to return to his place, declaring there was nothing they could not fight. He rallied his men, saying his guild was not weak and today he would try to slay the Black Dragon, promising money, equipment, and women as rewards. Fired up, The guild shouted in resolve to kill the dragon, seize the loot, and claim the elves, with the rest divided among themselves as they took their positions and prepared to attack. Yang cursed, realizing how easily they were driven by promises, then challenged them to come at him, calling out the Spirit Hunt Guild. The assault team shouted orders as the guild master commanded Li and Dan to activate the strongest defense barrier and draw hatred, while the healers used mana regeneration to support them. Qin and Yan maintained the holy light, and all single-target buffs were applied to him and Zhao to minimize output. With that, the assault team engaged. Zhao remarked they were close to the Dragon Slayer tomb according to the guide, but before he could finish, Yang's tail swept toward them. Someone shouted for everyone to get down as a blast shook the area. Yan thought they should focus on defense against big moves, but the guild master yelled for the attack to continue. They charged, unleashing Annihilation Pillar, Thunder, Infinite Fist Fire, and Thunderous Bolt, but Yang blocked everything with his wings, resulting in another huge blast. The master ordered preparation for the second wave, hoping to chip 5% of Yang's health, but his eyes widened when the health bar remained unchanged. Yan had 4.99 million HP, and all their strongest attacks dealt only 10,000 damage. Yan noted their lack of equipment meant they could not even break his defense. Zhao pointed out the dragon's damage reduction was too overwhelming, but the master insisted they continue while David held the front. Zhao argued it would not release more skills until its health dropped to 3/4, so they should keep draining it. Yan, however, thought their attacks felt like mosquitoes biting him, with blasts across his body like small fireworks. He acknowledged their persistence but decided to end it, rolling into the sky and unleashing a dragon roll that burned everyone to ashes. Declaring it over, he said even an A-level guild was no match. As the flames faded, survivors lay scattered while the guild master struggled up, confused why Yang had used the skill now, thinking the dragon should be paralyzed. He urged his men to attack, unaware Yang's fangs were behind him. Cursing the fact the dragon did not weaken, the guild master was engulfed in Yang's fiery breath, flames erupting like a volcano as he burned, shouting he was not done yet. A notification declared the intruders eliminated, and host experience conversion began. Yang thanked the flowing experience, wondering if it was over, but more notifications followed. Each dead player added points, and Yang realized the leveling seemed endless, the bar nearly bursting. It confirmed he had gained 9,900 levels, advancing from level 1 to 20 instantly, though the overflow caused 40% of the experience to be lost, leaving 430,000 reserves awaiting transfer. Yang opened his personal panel and saw his stats updated, realizing there was still overflowing experience, meaning his level could continue to rise after the transfer change, possibly even reaching level 40's second transformation within the day. He noted the terrifying speed and efficiency just as shining objects began to descend from the sky. Expecting valuable loot from a high-level guild like Ling Hunting, he anticipated rare gold items, but to his shock, what dropped were 3 diamond-tier weapons and several platinum-tier ones. Among them was a bow belonging to the Vice President Zhao Ming, a loss that would surely hurt Ling Hunting. Though a warrior could not use it, Yan knew it could fetch billions at auction. Alongside the weapons were agility potions, intermediate strength potions, and skill scrolls like Flame Baptism and Rock Barrier, making the haul almost unbelievable. His eyes then caught on a broken Boundless Gem, a special item that could eliminate level restrictions, allowing even a level 1 player to wield platinum-tier equipment. A notification appeared revealing the platinum-tier weapon Flame Greatsword, once wielded by the Flame Giant, its lava-hot blade capable of devastating any enemy. Yan declared it the most suitable weapon for his warrior class, and with the Boundless Gem, he could wield it despite being level 20, confident it would let him slay anything. The sword's traits included Flame Enchantment, which consumed mana to add 40% of strength as flame damage, and Remnants of the Flame Giant, which summoned a Flame Giant for 10 minutes with a 24-hour cooldown. More notifications followed until the system warned the dual tasking time was ending, offering him the option to return immediately. Yang confirmed without hesitation, and blue energy engulfed the area as he teleported back, surprised to find himself home instead of the job change plaza. Opening his stat window, he was pleased to see his level at 20 and allocated 100 points to strength and 50 to spirit, noting that although warriors rarely invested in spirit, it was necessary to meet scroll requirements. His body surged with energy as his aura flared, realizing this might have been caused by allocating 20 levels worth of points at once, and resolved not to overdo it in the future. Seeing it was already late, he decided to rest and planned to visit the temple the next day to undertake the transfer quest, cracking his knuckles as he prepared for the coming job change. At dawn in Spirit Hunter Hall, the guild master returned, drawing a startled cry from a girl who asked how he was back so soon, whether the instance had ended, and why his level had dropped, wondering if the whole party had been wiped out despite following TNG Pavilion's supposed strategy. Lai Shan, battered and bruised even at level 90, cursed them bitterly, furious that he had traded the Universal Ring for what turned out to be a worthless plan. Vice President Zhao Ming, level 89, looked no better, his diamond tier weapon destroyed, his body broken until he finally collapsed unconscious. The other warriors cried out over their lost diamond tier boots and even treasures from the Elf Palace. Lai Shan's face twisted in rage as he swore TNG Pavilion, an S-rank guild, had tricked them with false tactics, vowing to confront them and demand retribution. He roared that he would not rest until they paid for this disaster, and for their failure to clear the Black Dragon instance. At Enchan Orphanage, a child called for his grandfather to see the mountain of boxes delivered at their door. The old man, puzzled, asked the courier if he had the wrong place, but the man confirmed the address, noting the client was a young master named Su Yang. Surprised, the grandfather muttered about where Yang could have gotten so much money as the children ran around excitedly. One girl nearly toppled under the stacked boxes until Yang appeared, steadying them with ease and greeting her. She cried out in joy, calling him Big Brother, and soon all the children rushed over, cheering his return. Yang smiled, saying their energy put him at ease, while the grandfather marveled at how powerful he had become and asked if he had chosen a profession. Yang smirked, replying that he had just changed professions yesterday and had earned money through good fortune, though in truth he had sold spirit hunt loot and now held an account balance of 60 million. The old man cautioned him about dungeon raids, warning that monsters inside were fierce, but Yang brushed it off, amused since he was one himself, and assured him the creatures were obedient and posed no danger. He added he would be heading to the temple to change professions again, ignoring his grandfather's startled questions as he walked away. At the profession-changing hall, recruits were abuzz with gossip about the spirit hunting guild's failed attempt against the Black Dragon and their dispute with TNG Pavilion. Some doubted that the well-known raid group could act so deceitfully, but Yang listened in silence, realizing the news of the failure had spread widely. He thought that spirit hunting guild only dared the raid because of TNG Pavilion's strategy, and since they were a top-tier group with many fifth-tier experts, they would surely step in to confirm the truth. He concluded that TNG Pavilion would become his next opponent, and that while they held valuable treasures, the key would be defeating them smoothly. From behind, Wang arrived with his companions and shouted at Su Yang, demanding why he kept returning to the temple to change professions. Yang replied that was his line, but Wang mocked him, saying no guild wanted him, so he came early each day to try his luck, adding that he spared him yesterday because of guild matters but today he would settle things. Before he could finish, Yang punched him in the face, sending him flying with only 5% HP left. His companions panicked, trying to wake him, but Yang said he had only killed a fly on his face, adding that more still remained. Terrified, they grabbed Wang and fled. A nurse-clad woman appeared clapping, impressed by Yang's strength, and asked if he needed help. She explained she was from the Temple Profession Transition Guild, and Yang requested a transition. She guided him, noting he seemed like a newly transitioned student yet displayed strength of a level 20 professional, suspecting he might be from a powerful family. As they walked, Yang radiated a red aura visible to her. She introduced the transition board statue, which automatically detects profession and level to assign a task. The tall white statue adorned with gold dwarfed humans like ants. She explained tasks are divided into 4 levels, recommending a 3-star task. Yang questioned why not 4-star, and she explained warriors are relatively weaker and tasks must be completed alone. Failure meant losing the chance to transition for life. As he touched the book below the statue, a screen activated, confirming he met the warrior level 20 requirement and displayed task options: 1-star to kill 10 sharp-toothed boars, 2-star to kill 20 furious apes, 3-star to kill 30 goblins, 4-star to kill 50 stray wild dogs, and an unexpected 5-star to kill 100 grave wolves. Surprised, Yang asked why a 5-star appeared when she mentioned only 4 existed. She admitted 5-star tasks were real but nearly impossible, with no one attempting them for years, and that their privileges were known only by the high priest. She explained the temple concealed this to avoid wasted potential, as both temple and country sought to raise more high-level professionals. Yang considered the difficulty, hunting alone without external help and risking being stuck at first transition for life, but saw the reward of 100 spirit attribute points and the demon warrior class transition as crucial, along with the temple privilege. She urged him to choose 3-star, but Yang, after thanking her advice, selected the 5-star task with a 72-hour limit. Shocked, she shouted in disbelief as the area glowed yellow, but Yang calmly said the task suited him better and that he wanted to learn about the temple privilege. With that, he exited while she trembled in surprise, ordering someone to report immediately to the high priest that a 5-star task had been accepted. At the Eastern Spirit City Teleportation Center, a maintenance announcement explained that due to energy fluctuations, the teleportation gate opening would be delayed by a few minutes. Yan, unfazed, noted the malfunction was unexpected but decided to first figure out how to navigate the cold moon jungle. A woman, a B-grade guild reign member named Su Yan, warned small towns often have delays and told Gu Xian to stay close. Gu Xian, just behind her, agreed, then widened her eyes upon seeing Yang and whispered he was her classmate, having changed jobs the same day. Su Yan noted it was strange since the teleportation gate led to a monster-filled area, recommended for levels 20 to 30, and Gu feared Yang had entered recklessly. The announcement then confirmed normal operation, and Yang stepped into the cold moon jungle, remarking it was quiet and monsters were dispersed. As he began to move, a level 20 zoo wolf lunged at him, claws slashing, but he dodged. Yang commented that relying solely on oneself without trade or equipment made these monsters tricky. Summoning a huge sword, the platinum flame giant sword with a broken boundless gem, he slashed the wolf, noting that thanks to the gem dropped by spirit hunts, he could wield this high-level weapon even at his current level. He thought back on accidentally shattering a bunch of high-level gems during drilling and selling some unnecessary loot for a staggering billion, leaving just over 10 million. But selling this bow would more than make up for it. Maybe Zhao Ming would even buy it himself later, making him the top sucker. Taking a deep breath, he mused that low-level monsters were too unintelligent to give up after repeated losses. A shield materialized around him like an invisible dome, and as the wolves charged, they slammed into it. A screen popped up, silver rank disposable scroll, barrier effect, generates a charged barrier capable of withstanding 50,000 damage points. Yang extended his sword, sweeping and burning the wolves trapped against the dome, earning a crystal drop. The screen updated, task progress, kill level 20 normal Azure Wolf, 15/100. Frustrated, he shouted and tossed a monster-attracting stone dropped from a low-level boss, which drew ordinary and elite monsters from a wide radius. 5 minutes later, countless wolves surrounded him. He readied a potion and a disposable skill scroll, special Great Flame Baptism, AoE flame damage, intermediate mental potion, plus 150 spirit for 2 hours. As he unleashed the scroll, the area erupted in a wildfire-like inferno, yet the wolves kept coming. Yang muttered, realizing there must be over 100 now, wondering if he had accidentally attracted all the monsters in the forest, preparing to respond. Inside the dungeon, a group of 3 wandered, confused by the lack of monsters despite covering 2 kilometers. One finally saw a monster, but it ignored him and ran off, leaving him dumbfounded. Another noted how unusual it was for aggressive monsters to flee, demanding an explanation. Suddenly, one realized someone must have used a monster-attracting stone, pulling all the creatures to their side, and cursed the audacity of hogging the loot. They agreed to teach the culprit a lesson and started moving toward the source, but before they could reach it, a massive burst of magical fire shot into the sky. They shouted in alarm, recognizing that only a level 3 mage could produce such a fluctuation, and quickly decided to retreat, pretending not to be scared. Meanwhile, Yang stood amid the smoke, noting that the grunt work was done and only the boss remained. The screen confirmed, task progress, kill level 20 normal Azure Wolf 100/100, elite rampaging wolf 20/20, boss Alpha Wolf King 0/1. Smiling, he remarked how simple the 5-star class transfer mission had been, even if he had bent the rules a bit. Approaching the cold moon cave, 3 men peered inside: Zhang, level 22 mage, Li San, level 21 defense warrior, and Zhao Wu, level 21 jungle archer. Zhang outlined their plan to loot the Alpha Wolf King's crystal core, with Li San tanking and the others dealing damage. Zhao Wu noticed someone approaching and pointed out Yang, but Zhang dismissed the concern, seeing the boy as a convenient first wave for them to farm rewards. Just then, the cave trembled, and the screen warned that the Alpha Wolf King, enraged by the mass deaths in the cold moon jungle, had boosted all attributes by 30%. The colossal wolf emerged, roaring. The three hesitated, but Zhang urged courage, planning to seize the boss if Yang fell. Yet Yang swept his sword through the beast, flames engulfing it, and the screen updated. Alpha Wolf King defeated. Experience plus 30,000. 5-star class transfer task complete. Return to the shrine to finalize the transfer. Yang smirked, thinking it had been far too easy. The three onlookers gawked as loot rained down from the fallen Alpha Wolf King. Zhang muttered that most were minor scraps only fit for shop sales, while the screen highlighted that the Azure Wolf King's crystal core contained magical beast energy, usable to enhance silver-grade weapons. Yang casually held the items, tossing one stone aside, remarking on how easy it had been and signaling it was time to return. From behind, Zhang called out, asking if he could have the crystal core. Yang turned, a sly grin spreading across his face, and accused him of intending to use him as bait. Zhang panicked, denying it, but Yang crushed the crystal in his hand, telling him to earn it himself if he wanted it. Zhang collapsed to the ground, admitting he had been scared and relieved he hadn't acted sooner. Yang left without another word. Zhao muttered in disbelief, while Li shook his head, stunned at how Yang had one-shot the boss, questioning who he truly was. They arrived at the temple, where a nun exclaimed at his return and asked if he had further questions. Yang replied that he had completed the mission and was ready for his class advancement. The nun froze, realizing he had finished a 5-star class advancement mission in mere hours, a feat she had thought impossible. She checked the screen herself, confirming he had completed it alone and unharmed, her astonishment evident as she studied him closely. Yang waved, asking to begin the advancement, and she quickly regained composure, escorting him forward while internally noting his extraordinary talent and handsomeness, with a blush. She instructed him to step before a statue, which would automatically verify the mission. Yang complied, and the screen displayed, Class Advancement Mission Check in Progress. Defeat Normal Azure Wolf 100 out of 100, Elite Rampaging Wolf 10 out of 10, Boss Azure Wolf King 1/1. Mission check complete. Class Advancement Task passed. Colorful bolts of light pierced his chest, and Yang felt a powerful energy coursing into his body, swirling along his arms as he extended his hand, the new power flowing and wrapping around him. The screen displayed a detailed explanation of the class advancement aura system, noting that the color and attribute bonus of the aura varied by mission level. White for 1-star with a 2% bonus, green for 2-star with 4%, blue for 3-star with 6%, purple for 4-star with 10%, and only the top-tier orange aura for 5-star class advancements, granting a base attribute bonus of 25%. Yan had just completed a 5-star class advancement, becoming a magic warrior and activating the orange aura with its full 25% bonus. The screen described the magic warrior as a special warrior class, excelling in close combat physical skills and warrior spells, with formidable strength. A notification popped up, level up. First class complete, level cap raised to 40, experience overflow 44,600 points, level jump to 34, and 210 attribute points ready for allocation. Energy exploded around Yang, his aura swelling dramatically. Strength and spirit surged by 90 each, speed by 30, instantly boosting him to level 34. Combined with the orange aura and bonuses from his flame greatsword, his power far exceeded what should be expected at this stage. He checked his status window, grinning at the rewards: an epic level magic warrior skill book, a condensed and powerful magic blade that channeled full magic damage, scaling with his strength and spirit. He marveled at its versatility, controllable by will alone, usable in both close combat and casting spells like Cold Arrow, with its form freely transformable and its power guaranteed to grow over time, a cost-effective weapon comparable to a family heirloom that would never become obsolete. Extending his hand, he manifested a swirling purple aura, filling the room with its energy and wind, the intensity confirming the immense new power now at his command. He smirked and clenched his fists, thinking the 5-star class advancement mission was truly deserving, its rewards unmatched, and resolved to continue completing such missions in the future. The woman standing behind him congratulated him, explaining that his name would be engraved on the temple monument, and that he could become a VIP guest of the class advancement temple. Curious about the VIP privileges, he asked, and before she could answer, another woman entered, introducing herself as Bai Ling, a senior priest at the East Spirit City Class Advancement Temple, saying such an important guest should be personally received by her. Yang noted that a senior priest status was nearly equivalent to the temple's leader, surprised that someone of her level would personally attend to him. Bai Ling, though secretly concerned she hadn't obtained his contact information, extended her hand and offered to take him to the VIP room for a detailed discussion. As they held hands, a spell from the temple roof teleported them into the meeting room, and Yang realized the spiritual transformation skills she used indicated the strength of the temple. Bai Ling humbly explained she borrowed the power of the temple statue, then expressed surprise at Yang's achievement, noting that East Spirit City had never seen a 5-star advancer and that even Heaven Spirit City, superior and more developed, had only one in the past 10 years, underscoring the immense value of the class advancement. She then outlined the VIP benefits: a monthly allowance of 10 million in national currency and an 80% discount on shopping and transactions with a Black Gold X Union identity certificate. Yang calculated that the allowance was minimal compared to the massive privileges granted, realizing the temple's treatment was exceptionally generous and impressive. She explained that the alliance and the Black Gold identity certificate had already been automatically linked to his identity ID by the class advancement statue, so no personal operation was needed, and that he could also choose to join any A-level guild in the city. Yang asked if it was mandatory, and she said not exactly, but joining a guild offered experience, buffs, enchantments, and team protection, which was usually the better choice. He thought solo players were easy targets, especially someone leveling as fast as him. While his normal strength could dominate peers, higher-level players posed real danger, and his broader goal was to expand beyond East Spirit City and eventually become a regional king. Smiling at the thought, he asked which guilds were available. She said there were 2 A-level guilds, suggesting Spirit Hunter Guild as the most suitable, which surprised him. He asked if there was another option, and she said the other was Phantom Cloud Guild, competitive but more low-key. He decided on Phantom Cloud, and she, without objection, agreed to handle his membership, warning him first that the guild was composed entirely of women, leaving him stunned. At Tianling City, in the Phantom Cloud Guild Hall, Lin Youyu, level 85 and leader of the B-Rank Guild, sat reading a book, complaining about how boring it was. Another woman, level 99, sipping tea, scolded her for freeloading in the guild without even being a regular member, remarking that guild matters were troublesome. The door burst open and Zhu walked in, reminding Lin Youyu that she couldn't skip guild duties without notice and needed to greet new members. Behind Zhu, Gu appeared and introduced herself, and then Zhu introduced himself as an IC elementalist. Lin Youyu, assessing him, commented he was cute and approved his entry, prompting Gu to question her reaction. A screen appeared showing a sudden guild joiner, shocking everyone as a male had entered the all-female guild. Lin Youyu wondered if it was a subordinate's mistake, but the woman clarified he was assigned by the Transcendence Temple, having completed a 5-star Transcendence mission and recognized as a VIP, granting him the right to join any A-rank guild. Gu expressed awe at someone completing a 5-star mission, while Zhu questioned why he didn't join Spirit Hunter. The woman decided to deal with Su Yang personally if needed, and Gu's eyes widened recognizing the name, recalling a friend from Dongling City who had just transcended yesterday and should be level 1 like her. The girl thought it was probably just the same name, but then another woman burst in shouting that she had received confirmation that the Spirit Hunter Guild had been wiped out in the Black Dragon dungeon, causing everyone to react in shock. The woman, Mu Rong, level 95 of Phantom Cloud, explained that while she wasn't sure what the Spirit Hunters had been doing, their wipeout was undeniable. Lin Youyu noted the guild's loss and suggested more caution for the upcoming Giant Forest raid. Mu Rong added that Zhao Ming's weapon had exploded, pointing out a storm cell already listed in the auction house with only one bidder in Tianling City, likely from Spirit Hunter, and she admitted pushing the bid, raising the price past 12 billion and causing a huge loss for them. Lin praised her for it. Later, at Spirit Guild, Zhao Ming was seen crying, declaring the Black Dragon Ice Witch his sworn enemy, while the guild master lamented that the sailor couldn't be reached privately and noted the 14 billion loss to the guild fund. Another man remarked that the weapon explosion news must have spread, making the malicious bidding clearly premeditated. The guild master kicked Zhao Ming, telling him to get up, and Zhao Ming begged not to be kicked. The guild master then turned back, saying the equipment had been recovered and it was time to return to business. We were brought into a meeting room with a long table where all the guild heads were seated. At the head chair, Zhao Tai, level 110, 5-star bloodthirsty warrior and leader of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion strategy group, scoffed, questioning if their strategy had really failed, claiming they had cleared the Black Dragon Fortress secret dungeon 5 times and verified every step. The Hunter Spirit Guild Master insisted they had followed the strategy exactly, but the Black Dragon boss behaved completely differently, swearing their words were true, or else their guild would have been wiped out. Lu Ci, level 103, 5-star Shadow Slayer, twisted a dagger on his fingertip, mocking them for failing against a 99-level trash boss, and accusing them of trying to leech off the exploration team, while the Hunter Spirit Guild Master warned him to watch his words. Zhao Tai intervened, asserting Heavenly Mechanism valued integrity and would have their exploration team retrace the dungeon steps. If this strategy had errors, their losses would be compensated, but if correct, any mistakes were their guild leader Lei's responsibility. Zhang Kixin, level 108, 5-star Holy Healer, and Zhuangjin, level 104, Mountain Barrier Master, agreed, and even Lu Ci had no objection. Suddenly, someone entered with an aura of green witchcraft, shifting the room's atmosphere. Everyone stood ready, shouting, demanding to know who had arrived. Zhao Tai raised his hand to calm everyone, telling them not to panic and introducing the newcomer as Mr. Chenlun from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion headquarters. The guild master confirmed this was a big shot, and the old man, level 115 Necromancer, scolded Zhao Tai for not informing him before heading to the Black Dragon Fortress. Zhao Tai apologized, explaining it was just their exploration team following protocol, but Chen waved it off, saying he would join them tomorrow. Zhao Tai acknowledged, while Chen licked his lips, murmuring about harvesting the Black Dragon's soul, each attempt making his treasure stronger, promising even thousands of kills wouldn't be enough. Zhao Tai grimaced, thinking he couldn't stand the old pervert, while the guild master considered the situation. A 5-star professional plus a Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion expert with a full team could flatten a 5th-rank dungeon with ease. If they succeeded, great, but if they got wiped, it was deserved. Genuine strategy or not, the heavy losses would fall squarely on the self-righteous strategy group. Yang lay on the floor of his house, scrolling through notifications and thinking how truly chaotic an all-female guild could be. The chat channel buzzed nonstop, most of it about him, but he had blocked it in time to avoid being annoyed to death. A notification popped up about a new bid for his Storm Cell Diamond Tire weapon at the auction house. Curious, he checked the amount and froze, over a dozen pages of bids totaling 14 billion, exceeding the average highest price by 40%. He confirmed the sale, grateful to unknown bidders for pushing the price up. The system declared the transaction successful, noting that as a distinguished member of the X-Alliance Black Gold, he was exempt from fees and received a 5% feedback bonus, bringing his account to 15.515 billion. He grinned at the extra billion earned effortlessly, thinking this was the ultimate luxury for a distinguished member, far better than grinding monsters. Satisfied, he went to sleep. At 7 a.m., a notification popped up, part-time cooldown complete. Yang rose as the screen detected a transcender challenging the dungeon, 5 members from an exploration team, and 1 A-rank guild member wanting to connect. Recognizing them as the Dungeon Killers, a renowned team of 5-star professionals who had conquered many dungeons, he realized this sudden visit tied to the Spirit Hunter wipeout. Confident in his own strength, he confirmed the connection. Blue energy enveloped him as his soul transferred into the Black Dragon, and he prepared to begin his second part-time challenge. Yang now manifested as the Black Dragon, noting that the elite monster that had died earlier had also resurrected. He wasn't surprised. After all, the Black Dragon Fortress was only a diamond-level secret realm, capable of rapid refresh like a game-only secret realm. Only star-level or higher realms could become non-replicable. Inside a cage, an elf girl glared at him, asking what he was up to. From the dragon's perspective, she looked like a beautiful pet, though he wondered how she had been abducted without his connection. Dragons should only act according to set rules. Peeking at the exploration team, he confirmed 5 level 5 professionals along with Lai Shan from Spirit Hunter, clearly here to clean up after the previous disaster. Their combat power was far stronger than before, but as long as they didn't reach the Dragon Slayer's heart, they posed little threat. Still, caution was necessary. He needed to probe their strategies and weaknesses. Summoning his smaller monsters, he instructed them to escort another soldier and confront the intruders outside. They nodded in agreement, ready to obey. The scene shifted to the exploration team clashing with swarms of monsters. One of them remarked that no anomalies had appeared along the way and the strategy seemed accurate, wondering if the Spirit Hunter had not deceived them after all. T'other scoffed, saying they probably blundered themselves and stirred up trouble. The healer cautioned everyone not to relax, urging them to maintain the barrier and take down the boss steadily. Lu Ci asked about the situation ahead, but before anyone could answer, a cloud of dust exploded, killing intent pouring out as countless monsters charged from within. Cursing, the team shouted at the overwhelming numbers while the monsters bellowed in their own tongue to leave no intruders alive. Shan yelled that it was the same as last time but with even more enemies now. Zhao Tai, unfazed, agreed it was unexpected but declared it still wouldn't hinder the exploration team. He commanded them to form up, drawing the elite monsters aggro himself while ordering the others to sweep away the small fry before focusing down their main target. They responded in unison, Lu Ci leaping high while the others unleashed techniques like holy light blessings. After a minute of fierce combat, Zhao Tai clicked his tongue at the wasted time and told them to press forward. Watching, Yang thought these were indeed worthy rank 5 experts, their might almost like immortals descending, and the mysterious mage had yet to even act. Zhao Tai muttered that things weren't so simple, deciding he would take action personally. Yang then inhaled deeply, his massive wings unfurling as he rose into the sky. Seeing him take flight, the monsters cried that Lord Athos was moving again, then hesitated, questioning why they said again, when he had never taken the initiative before. The elf girl inside the cage stared in disbelief, wondering how the dragon could act ahead of schedule, unlike when she had first been captured. Shan told Zhao Tai that the Sky Pavilion's strategy team was truly formidable, though he noted this situation wasn't covered in the strategy guide. Zhao Tai admitted they would review it after the instance. The necromancer Chen sneered that if they couldn't even deal with small fry, they hardly deserved to be called the Never-Failed Guild, and mocked them as future dragon corpses for his collection. Shan, displeased, said that while their guild's strength might be nothing in his eyes, a Sky Pavilion leader should judge fairly. Chen's eyes glimmered inwardly at the old pervert's reckless threats, knowing that if he killed clients so easily, future contracts would be impossible. At Spirit Hunter's battlefield, Shan narrows his eyes, thinking the glow won't last long and the laughter will stop soon. The sky turns pitch black, forcing him to look up, and he nearly collapses in shock, shouting that the black dragon has arrived. Zhao Tai blurts out in disbelief that the boss has acted ahead of schedule, calling it impossible and suspecting a bug, yet insists Spirit Hunter did not lie. He barks orders, Zhuang to hold the mountain barrier, Lu Ci to stand by for transformation, healers to focus on recovery, and his own health to be kept at 30%. The group responds with firm acknowledgement, and Zhao Tai activates Frenzied Blood Song, flames wrapping his body as his berserker talent greatly boosts his stats when injured while reducing damage taken. Yang sneers inwardly, deciding to personally test this exploration team, as their combined assault rains down upon him without leaving a scratch. Confused, the warriors exclaim the damage is off, and Yang smirks, confirming even 5 professionals cannot bypass the damage reduction. Zhao Tai shouts that the dragon has damage buffs and tells them to keep striking, while another insists he predicted the opening attack. Yang muses whether they can guess his next move, his gaze fixing on a backliner. The man curses as Yang switches targets, launching Dragon's Charge to erase him, but Zhao Tai intercepts, blocking the strike with a sharp warning. Yang curses the wasted chance of crushing such an easy target, but behind him Lu Ci spreads his wings, transformed into a shadow former, and lunges at Yang's back, calling out his vulnerability. A system screen declares that attack speed, crit rate, and dark attribute damage have surged, boosting all skills, and Lu unleashes furious strikes. Yet Yang feels nothing, prompting Lu to cry out that even his most lethal execution skill, Shadow Step, enough to kill small bosses with millions of HP, barely scratches this diamond-tier beast. Yang sweeps his wings, sending Lu crashing down with his health reduced to a sliver. Yang hovers over him, thinking it's time to reveal his weakness and consign him to death, remarking on Lu's lucky survival by a bloody shred and wondering how long that luck can last. Another warrior rushes in, shouting relief that Lu survived by a thread thanks to a shield, calling the healer to move fast. As the healer rushes over, Yang's mouth glows ominously, flames gathering, and the healer gasps in horror, recognizing it as inhalation breath. Zhao Tai argues it should only trigger when the dragon's health is below 70%, questioning why it's used at the start. Yang unleashes a searing inferno that engulfs everything, yet to his annoyance, they remain standing. He realizes their survival comes from the ultimate defense skill of the barrier master, and predicts the next breath will shatter them. The warriors panic, noting the boss isn't following fixed patterns and is even exploiting their weaknesses, while one refuses to believe, arguing a stone-tier boss cannot suddenly gain intelligence. A screen then flashes, revealing the ultimate of the Mountain Barrier Master, cutting allied damage by 90% and restoring health for 10 seconds with a long cooldown. Floating above, Necromancer Chen scorns his allies as useless trash and declares he will act. Raising his staff, he chants to the abyss, commanding ancient souls to awaken, obey, and bring destruction. Green tornadoes swirl across the sky, then condense into a massive skeletal dragon. As Malthus, the bone dragon, emerges with an earth-shaking roar, Yang's eyes widen, stunned that this man is actually a necromancer. Yang narrows his eyes, thinking necromancers are a rare profession, and the strongest among them are rumored to summon undead on par with dungeon bosses. He wonders if this bone dragon's strength can truly rival his own. At Chen's command, Malthus roars and charges, colliding with the black dragon head-on. Yang feels the pressure, surprised that this seemingly fragile creature can withstand his might. He unleashes a blast that should crush any foe, yet the bone dragon remains firm. Malthus responds by unleashing Cloud Corpse Inferno, while Yang counters with his Breath of Destruction, the two ultimate attacks colliding in a blinding explosion that shakes the battlefield. Shan stares in disbelief, muttering that he has never seen a boss's ultimate move challenged directly. Zhao Tai, though irritated by Chen's arrogance, admits silently that his strength is undeniable. Yang, however, only smirks, noting that the bone dragon's breath is fierce but he has yet to show his true power. He roars and spews an immense torrent of flames, engulfing Malthus completely. When the smoke clears, the dragon's bones scatter across the ground, and Yang scoffs, thinking that was all it had to offer. But as he looks down, a skeletal claw suddenly seizes his leg, and he jolts in surprise, demanding to know what trick this is. The shattered bones of Malthus begin pulling together, reforming into the dragon's massive frame, and Yang realizes with a chill that the creature can resurrect endlessly. The necromancer lets out a sharp laugh, chanting that as long as there are fresh corpses, his servant shall rise again, commanding the bone dragon Malthus to continue fighting. Yang braces as the dragon slams into him. This time the impact tire ing away at his strength enough to make him uneasy. Malthus keeps pressing, its jaws spitting blasts without pause, and Yang watches his HP bar dip sharply until only 81% remains. He growls in thought that the damage rivals a class changer's power, and at this rate defeat isn't impossible. Beating his wings, he soars upward to buy time, noting with relief that Malthus cannot fly. Below, the necromancer grits his teeth, calling for ranged attacks, and the bone dragon obeys, firing bolts of energy that Yang easily dodges, scoffing that such clumsy shots cannot touch him. Eyeing the field, he smirks, realizing that at this height the summoner himself is vulnerable. The necromancer quickly orders Malthus to fall back and protect him, but Yang dives down faster, thinking the fool has taken the bait. As the bone dragon turns away, he crashes forward with dragon charge, slamming Malthus aside and striking directly at Chen. The force devastates him, dropping his HP to a dangerous 20%, though Yang grumbles that he expected the fragile mage to be finished in one blow. Before he can press further, the team's tanker rushes forward, slamming a shield into the ground and conjuring a barrier around the group while shouting for them to heal and retreat to safety. A screen flickers, sharing the pain activated, diverting half of the damage from teammates, and granting a powerful damage reduction. The necromancer cursed and thought that it was Zhao again. Without his constant, well-timed support the team would already have suffered casualties, and muttered the same aloud. When Lu had yet to return, Zhao calmly assured his master to be patient, saying he had calculated the time and their captain could arrive any moment. Yang frowned to himself, recalling the assassin and realizing he had slipped away after being healed, perhaps chasing after the heart of the dragon. Dust soon swirled across the battlefield, and the healer cried out in relief that Captain Lu had come back. Cheers rose, but Yang sneered inwardly that their joy was premature. From the haze stepped not the assassin but a monstrous figure, one he had secretly dispatched earlier. Bowing, it announced that Lord Athos had returned with the heart of the dragon and that the mission had not failed. Yang commended it, but Zhao shouted in shock, unable to accept the twist. Yang mocked him, calling him a despicable fool and boasting that with his careful planning and the heart now in his claws, victory was assured. Yet the moment his talons touched the gem-like stone, a violent surge erupted, the heart burst apart, unleashing a wave of uncontrollable energy that struck him head-on. A screen flared into existence, detecting irregularity, Diamond Tire Secret Realm. Black Dragon Fortress, level changing. At the temple, chaos spread as the ground rumbled, people crying out in fear and confusion, wondering if it was an earthquake. One disciple reported to the high priestess that a strange surge of spiritual energy had erupted. She closed her eyes, sensing a presence, and replying that a powerful aura from another realm was spilling into the real world, something she never imagined possible, and warned that a great disaster was looming. Far away in the town, beams of light burst into the sky for all to see. Inside the dungeon, the party stood frozen, eyes wide as someone gasped that the realm had upgraded to star level, something unheard of. Adis, the winged black flame, began to mutate, his body strengthening and evolving. Yang felt his body surge with new power, shocked to realize he had leveled up. His attributes skyrocketed, and among the new abilities appeared a Starshine skill with Resurrection Prohibition, an absolute counter in a world where death normally meant rebirth as long as one's level was intact. A system warning explained that this skill could annihilate a professional soul, permanently preventing revival. Stunned, Yang demanded an explanation, and the system clarified. The host had acquired the Dragon Slayer's heart, triggering advancement. He pieced it together. The Black Dragon was originally meant to have Starshine level strength, but the presence of the Dragon Slayer's heart suppressed its traits, downgrading the Hidden Realm's intensity to Diamond tier. Now that suppression was gone, the difficulty had risen, the Black Dragon's body blazing with a yellow-orange aura. Just then Lu appeared, shouting that he had searched the tomb but found no Dragon Slayer's heart. His relief turned to shock when he noticed the glowing gem gripped in Yang's claws, demanding how it had ended up with the boss. Unable to understand, he burned with frustration and lunged at Yang from behind. Zhao Tai shouted frantically for him to retreat, realizing the fool hadn't even noticed the system notification, but Lu brushed it off and charged ahead. In an instant, a screen declared his death. Shan trembled and asked Zhao what they should do. Gritting his teeth, Zhao thought bitterly that a Starshine tier Hidden Realm boss normally required a full party of 10 to 25th turn players, while their small group had no chance at all. He barked out the only order left. They could not win, so they had to run. The group bolted, and the necromancer cried out in disbelief, asking if Zhao Tai truly intended to abandon the fight at such a crucial moment. Zhao, already running, shouted back that even if he was fleeing, it was the only smart choice. Fighting here was nothing but suicide. The others clenched their teeth, while Yang thought it was indeed wise but smirked that he had no intention of letting them escape. Just as Zhao spotted a portal ahead and urged everyone to rush toward it, Yang suddenly blocked their path, forcing Zhao to yell for everyone to stack all defense buffs and charge with whatever strength they had left, even if only a few survived. Yang opened his jaws and unleashed a terrifying inhalation breath that sent the team crashing to the ground, leaving only Zhao barely holding up. One of them groaned that star-level damage was overwhelming, shattering even their strongest defense barrier in a single blow. Zhao admitted his mana was nearly depleted, warning that another attack would finish them all, so he told everyone to store their valuables in the infinite ring to prevent complete loss. Declaring there was no hope left, the necromancer suddenly rose into the air, refusing to accept defeat, shouting he had killed Yang countless times and knew his skills like the back of his hand, insisting he could still take him down even at Starshine level. Extending his staff, he invoked the undead soul sleeping in the Song River of Time, summoning the dead to rise again and appear in the world. The sky turned green as Malthus appeared once more, and the screen displayed the skill's description: summon all dead creatures on the battlefield infinitely at the cost of draining the caster's mana and health. Countless undead charged forward as the necromancer commanded them to tear the enemy apart. Yang sneered, calling them trash, as Malthus opened its mouth and spewed purple energy, but Yang dismissed the attack as harmless, brushing it aside. In the next instant, he slammed his hand against Malthus, shaking the ground, then gripped its skull with ease, leaving the necromancer stunned in disbelief. Furious, the necromancer cursed the beast, vowing that as a transmigrator he was immortal and would return again and again until Yang's soul was his. Too bad, he added, that Starshine-level dungeons allowed no retreat, otherwise he would have enjoyed torturing Yang longer. Yang narrowed his eyes, saying that since things had come this far, he could not possibly allow an easy escape, and now was the perfect time to try out his new skill. Yang hurled Malhose into the air, slammed it down, then folded his wings tight before snapping them open, unleashing a massive blast that engulfed the entire team. Flames swallowed them as they screamed in agony, Shan shrieking that the burning pain was unbearable, and vowing through her cries to make Yang suffer 100 times worse. But the flames left no chance for revenge. One of the warriors shouted in panic that his HP had dropped to 0, yet the transfer had not activated, his body unable to resurrect, and soon all of them burned as if consumed by hellfire. The screen flashed, announcing the kill of level 101 bloodthirsty warriors, their desperate shouts echoing until silence. Immediately after, another notification followed: Necromancer, Healer, Archer, all completely annihilated. Total experience gained, 9.91 million. Level up from 234 to 240, reaching the cap before transformation. A warning appeared, urging the completion of transformation immediately as excess experience overflowed, resulting in a 40% loss, leaving a reserve of 5.99 million experience. The exploration team finally regrouped, Zhao breathing heavily as tension weighed on him, when the healer returned shouting he was back. Zhao quickly asked if there was any word from Master Chen, but the reply stunned everyone. The healer said there was none, and worse, all traces of Chen's information had vanished from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. The disappearance, he explained, meant either intentional erasure or that Chen was truly dead. The team's eyes widened in shock as he continued, pointing out that such forced deletion ignored the level protection mechanism, proving how abnormal this situation was. He questioned aloud what kind of terrifying boss the Black Flame King Athos truly was. Zhao muttered to himself that the issue had already grown beyond their ability to handle, deciding they should compensate Ling Hunting for their losses and leave final judgment to headquarters, though the thought of Qin being the only one killed made him wonder if the boss had intentionally spared the rest. Meanwhile, Yang relaxed at home, sipping soda with a satisfied grin. He muttered how exhausting it had been to deal with players whose strength far exceeded ordinary spirit hunters, but hard work had paid off, worthy indeed of an S-class guild drop. Sorting through his loot, his excitement grew. Among the treasures, one item shone brightest, the Star Force Tire Dagger, Shadow's Blurred Thrust, pinnacle of abyssal assassination arts. The other was no less shocking, a legendary skill scroll with 5 charges of Storm Snow's 4,000 blades, each activation capable of unleashing overwhelming power. Clenching his fist, Yang admitted his luck was extraordinary. After securing a diamond tire weapon before, now he held a starlight tire weapon as well. Unlike Call of the Storm, the dagger could even be equipped directly, while the scroll's unrestricted use and potential to instantly slay a 4-stage transformation made it terrifying beyond measure. Yu Sang, now a first transformation demon warrior at level 40, noted he had reached the threshold for second transformation, though much experience had gone to waste. Yet a troubling question lingered: was undead Mage Chen truly dead, without any chance of resurrection? The system immediately confirmed it. Chen had been fully eradicated. It further explained Yang's decision had been correct, since Chen, an undead mage of formidable level, had an extremely high probability of killing him after obtaining the Dragon Heart. If Yang had fallen to other Transformers while acting as a raid boss, death would have been permanent. Yang cursed under his breath, relieved he had made the right call. If he hadn't, he might already be dead. With this bitter lesson, he thought, the exploration team would likely never dare to challenge him again. The screen explains that Starlight Terror and Boss are 2 spirit creatures with their own will, but any boss matched and acted upon by the system will have its consciousness erased regardless of level. When the host is disconnected, the boss will still behave according to set rules and patterns, and if the host kills the part-time boss, the system will automatically match a stronger one in its place. Holding a heart in his hand, Yang remarks that this is just like being pushed to slay a dragon, and for that he must mention an unexpected piece of equipment that feels perfectly arranged. The screen then reveals unknown tier-layer Dragon Heart introduction, saying it was obtained from the grave and blessed by the goddess who once beheaded a giant dragon, with spilled blood forging the sharpness of the Dragon Slayer's sword, and the removed Dragon Heart turned into the witness of the Dragon Slayer. It notes that until the chaos ended, the unnamed hero slept, the sword was lost to the world, and only this dragon-related witness remained in slumber. After reading, Yang concludes that this blood soul must refer to the Dragon Slayer hero, someone who deserved the title and possessed power far beyond a 5th-level professional. He laughs that with such a strong little brother, there is nothing to fear, deciding that killing the Black Dragon and changing part-time jobs to unlock the summon is the next goal. With that, he gets up, saying it is time to accept the second transformation mission, and walks out of his home. At the temple, a woman stood waiting at the stairs, drawing whispers from the crowd who wondered if she was the priest and admired her beauty, questioning who could be important enough to make a temple priest wait at the door. She then looked ahead and said, "Blessing of the statue. Excuse me, brave man, how can I assist you?" The young man widened his eyes, asking how she knew he was coming, and she explained that the transformation statue had just emitted a golden guiding light, signaling the arrival of the temple's VIP, of which he was the only one in East Spirit City. She added that their manner of address was a temple requirement. Thinking to himself that it felt edgy, he followed her inside and placed his hand on the book beneath the statue. The screen appeared announcing, 5-star transformation task complete. Second transformation? 5-star transformation task, 2 silver tier instance. Within 3 minutes of encountering 8055, complete the kill. He smirked, noting that tasks at this level usually require teams, but since this demanded a solo run, it was clearly an obstacle, though to him it felt almost like no condition at all. The woman remarked that as expected, he had accepted another 5-star mission, proving he was worthy of being called the brave man. He replied it was nothing and asked if she had a map of a silver tier instance near East Spirit City. She answered yes, stepped away, and after a minute returned with a scroll, saying it included the map he requested along with information about refresh locations and times for bronze and gold tier dungeons. He thanked her and turned to leave, but she called out, warning him that a recent accident had increased dungeon difficulty and caused professionals to go missing, and that low-level wilderness areas had become crowded, leading to bloody conflicts over dungeon competition. He thanked her again, saying he would be careful, and thought to himself that with so many low-level dungeons around East Spirit City, finding the 2 silver tier ones should not be a problem. He set out in search of the silver tier dungeon, but at the first location he found a crowd already gathered and wondered why everyone had beaten him there. At the second spot, the dungeon was missing, and at the third, the place looked dull, making him question if the silver tier dungeon was really worth the effort. After rushing through 7 or 8 dungeons in a row, he finally stopped to catch his breath, muttering that every one of them was already taken. Thinking he might be suffering bad luck after being too fortunate with equipment lately, he considered if it was the law of conservation of luck at play. Standing on a cliff, he checked the map and saw that the entrance to the Cave of Suffering Instance should be just ahead. Looking down, however, he saw yet another crowd gathered, and cursed at the sight. His eyes widened when he spotted Gu among them. Gu, facing Wang, said they had arrived first and asked him not to snatch the dungeon, but Wang coolly replied that the place did not have Phantom Cloud's name written on it, and if they wanted it, they would have to rely on strength. Yang thought to himself, Phantom Cloud? Isn't that the sister guild of Phantom Cloud? Quite the coincidence. Since they all knew each other, negotiating during the fight might be easier. With that, he leapt down from the cliff, declaring that he had no intention of letting go of this dungeon either. One of the men stepped forward saying their leader had taken an interest, so she should be smart and leave, while another sneered that she could stay if she was willing to entertain them. They closed in on Gu, but a woman named Hailan, level 61, drew her sword and warned them to watch their mouths or lose their heads. Wang scoffed, saying there was nothing to fear since they also had a third transformation powerhouse, and pointed at Legion. The tall, muscular man smirked, mocking that a woman of Rainy had no place to act presumptuous, his level sitting at 60. Hailan retorted, calling him a brainless monkey who mistook muscle for manners, but he only clenched his fist and declared that strength made the rules, adding that if they fought, his brothers would not spare the weaker newcomers behind her. Hailan hesitated, realizing the girls behind her were indeed low-level and any fight could end in disaster, yet backing down risked even greater humiliation. She wondered if striking first was wiser when Yang suddenly appeared, saying if fists decided the rules, he might have a solution. The group shouted in surprise, demanding who he was, while Gu recognized him from the teleportation center, relieved he was safe yet confused why he always turned up to stir trouble. Wang's face twisted when he spotted him, shouting in disbelief, while Yang fired back that he was the one sick of seeing this annoying pest everywhere. Wang pointed to Li Jin, boasting that Yang was provoking a third transformation powerhouse who could crush him with a finger. Li Jin stepped forward, looking down on him and saying that if the kid was smart, he would kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps then his corpse would be spared from being broken apart. Ignoring Wang, Yang waved to Gu and greeted her, and she returned the wave, saying it had been a while. Wang grew furious at being disregarded, while Hailan asked Gu if she knew him, and Gu explained they had been classmates before. Hailan noted that classmates should have transformed together, then turned to Yang, accusing him of provoking them and warning this was a silver-level instance, questioning if he was lost. Yang replied that the second transformation task required clearing a silver-level instance. Hailan froze, thinking if he really transformed with Gu, then how could he have reached level 40 in only a few days, something that seemed impossible. Wang, angered further, mocked Yang for pretending to be a big shot despite being a mere warrior, challenging him to reveal his personal information if he dared. He said Yang was only fit to kneel before their boss, then opened his own window, showing himself as level 10. Yang laughed, saying if he were below level 2, he would not bother, but at 10 he was worth dealing with. A streak of light spiraled around him, and the screen displayed a warning: death penalty for players below level 10, dropping levels, and below 2, no resurrection. Yang extended his hand and blasted Wang, telling him to return to the city and soak in spring water. Wang coughed blood, his HP dropping to 0, as the screen announced Yang had defeated level 10 Ice Mage 1 FAI, gaining 100 experience points. His companions rushed over shouting in panic, while Li Jun leaped in rage, landing before Yang and declaring that he would not escape alive after killing Wang. Yang replied that depended on his ability, summoning his sword, then told Hai Lan she could join in now to save time later. Hai Lan scoffed, saying he was too arrogant to challenge 2 third transformation fighters at once, and even if he was Gu's friend, she could not let him off easily. She walked up to Li Jun, telling him to put aside their Green Mountain Pavilion dispute for now so they could teach this arrogant kid a lesson, and Li Jun agreed, saying he would settle matters with her later before lunging at Yang with a shout to go to hell. Yet Yang remained calm, dodging every strike with ease, leaving both of them stunned by his speed. Refusing to accept it, Li Jun unleashed Thunder Tiger Fist, his punch carrying fierce energy like a raging beast, but Yang blocked with his sword and swept him aside, sending him crashing into the mountain. From behind, Hai Lan leapt high and swung her blade, declaring she would administer his medicine, but her strike was stopped by a shimmering shield. Yang remarked on her ambush, mocking the lack of morals among third transformation fighters. Li Jun then identified the item, Golden Tear, a one-time scroll producing a crystal barrier capable of absorbing 80,000 damage. Hai Lan realized her sword had barely scratched half its value, concluding it was a top-tier shield scroll, and even suspected his weapon might be gold or platinum grade, far beyond silver. She admitted she underestimated him, thinking back to how swiftly he killed the Ice Mage, barely catching the move at all, now questioning who this Su Yang really was. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Li Jun roared in fury, vowing not to let Yang escape, and attacked with full force. Yang, unfazed, lifted his sword, reminding them he was in a hurry, and with a blazing sweep unleashed fire that engulfed Li Jun. The screen displayed his victory: level 60 martial artist Li Jun defeated, awarding 3,125 experience points. Yang asked if they still wished to fight, to which Hai Lan only smirked, realizing there was no chance. Seeing that, Yang strode forward, saying it was better this way since they were sister guilds and he did not want conflict to escalate. Surprised, she muttered about a sister guild, while he turned back, telling her to apologize to her guild leader on his behalf, as he would clear this dungeon first. Entering the portal, the screen announced, Cavern of Pain dungeon entered, transformation task initiated, please complete promptly. Recommended level 20 to 40, party limit 1 to 8. As Yang entered the dungeon, the screen displayed Cavern of Pain, recommended level 20 to 40, party size 1 to 8. He remarked that aside from Black Dragon Fortress, this was his first official dungeon and found it refreshing, recalling it was supposed to be a goblin lair. Near the entrance, a level 37 evil goblin archer had already aimed at him, but when it fired, Yang easily dodged with his sword, saying it was pathetic for his first dungeon mob. Another goblin leaped from behind, but Yang grabbed it by the neck and hurled it at the archer, knocking both down before slashing a crystal on the roof. The screen announced he had defeated 2 goblins, a butcher and an archer. Moving forward, he noted the sinister nature of the dungeon, thinking if he had been slower he might have been ambushed. He admitted his past battles relied mostly on attributes, but against stronger foes, skill would decide the outcome, so he chose to use the mobs to practice his battle blade skill. A faint purple glow spread from his hand as he entered deeper into the dark cave, where goblins waited on the roof. 2 dropped with swords aimed at him, but a shield appeared behind him, knocking them down and breaking their weapons. Smirking at his demon blade transformation shield, Yang summoned a demon blade of light and struck the ground with a transformation hammer, unleashing a burst of light that revealed countless goblins. They fired arrows, but he countered with a transformation crossbow, eliminating them before their shots reached him, remarking that always being passively countered was frustrating and that he would now pull a train. Hearing monsters approach from behind, spiders, wolves, goblins, he rushed forward, saying they were close to the boss room and would finish in one go. He stopped, turned, and unleashed his 40-meter great sword in a single strike that cut through every monster in his path, commenting that the skill was versatile for both long and short range and that he looked forward to the new skill the 5th Transcendence submission would bring. In front of Yang, a pair of glowing eyes opened, revealing Ice Frost, the giant level 40 dungeon boss tiger. It roared, and Yang was amused that the final boss of a goblin lair turned out to be a tiger, joking that the pet had become the master. The beast growled, calling him a foolish human for daring to enter its territory, and asked if he could match its speed, then began circling him at blinding pace. Yang noted the scripted dialogue, realizing bosses below Starlight level lacked true consciousness, and decided to test a new technique. The tiger leaped with its claws extended, declaring him dead, but before it could strike, Yang used Demon Blade transformation to form crisscross blades that cut it down instantly. Without even glancing back, he felled the monster in a single blow. The screen announced the defeat of the Silver-tier boss Icefrost Giant Tiger, awarding experience and confirming he had cleared the dungeon solo twice, killing the boss in under 3 minutes. Yang casually remarked it was an instant kill, far less than 3 minutes, and decided to move on to the next dungeon. Stepping outside, he called out for Hylan, who was hiding behind a rock with her companions, telling her there was no need to hide since he wouldn't eat them. She told him to go on his way, and he replied with a simple goodbye. Watching him leave, she muttered in disbelief that he had finished the Cavern of Pain in just 5 minutes, wondering what kind of monster he really was, while Gu reflected that not long ago they were still schoolmates, but now it felt like they lived in entirely different worlds. Bieng entered another Silver-tier dungeon and swiftly killed the Blood Boil Orc, the dungeon boss. The screen announced that he had cleared the Silver-tier dungeon solo twice, defeating the boss within 3 minutes, and confirmed the perfect completion of a 5-star Transcendence mission. It then revealed a hidden Transcendence mission, asking for confirmation to proceed. He was surprised at the hidden stage as the screen displayed Phase 1, Lost Rusty Hay, instructing him to head to the marked location where a terrifying beast guarded the dungeon. The rewards listed were a 5% increase to all attributes and a special class Battle Mage Legendary Skill Book, with notes that hidden Transcendence missions only unlocked after 5-star completion were tied to career advancement and progressed through multiple stages. The task had a 48-hour limit and could be abandoned without penalty. Seeing the rewards, he thought the stat boost alone was worth it, not to mention the skill book, and reasoned there must be more phases. With such value, he accepted without hesitation. The mission pointed to the advanced wilderness near Tianling City, where monsters averaged level 40, meaning the beast would likely be below level 50. He thought if the system was fair, hardly anyone could clear it. Deciding it was time to unlock his Starlight Grade weapon, he remembered that Diamond Grade or higher required boundless gems and a Grandmaster Blacksmith, either of which existed in Dongling City. His thoughts turned to the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion in Tianling City, known for selling dungeon strategies and intelligence. He figured it was time to visit those underlings who had failed, amused by the idea of how the pavilion, part of the X-Alliance, would react when he revealed his black gold membership card, which he now held with a smirk. In Tianling City, countless players had gathered to buy dungeon strategies, a scene that showed why the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion was the leading group. Yang chuckled to himself, feeling a little nervous yet amused, thinking how quickly fortunes changed. Someone selling a single item could suddenly be treated as wealthy, almost embarrassingly so. As he stepped inside, attendants tried calming the restless crowd, urging everyone to wait their turn by number. Yang pushed through the busy hall and quickly spotted Lu and Zhao. He thought it surprising to meet them so soon, but before he could move, their argument drew attention. Lu complained bitterly to Zhao about losing his Starshine level weapon, demanding compensation, but Zhao coldly replied that headquarters had already been lenient for not punishing them further, and Lu should stop expecting more. Furious, Lu shouted about wasting another month grinding and, in his rage, hurled a wooden barrier, only for Yang to catch it midair. Yang scolded him for such uncultured behavior, which made Lu bristle. He grabbed Yang by the collar, scoffing that a mere level 40 dared to speak against him, and threatened to send him back to the fountain. Yang only laughed, further enraging Lu, who demanded how he dared mock him. Calmly, Yang warned that if Lu entered the Black Dragon's sanctuary again, he would erase him completely. Zhao quickly stepped between them, urging Lu to keep his image in mind and telling Yang not to take offense. Yang straightened his shirt, remarking dryly that this was poor treatment for a supposed guest of such a prestigious pavilion. Zhao apologized, but reminded him their strategies were meant for higher-level players. Lu dismissed Yang with disdain, vowing to kick him out, but Zhao suddenly revealed Yang's membership card, telling him to look carefully. Lu sneered, calling it a worthless scrap, and even tossed it on the ground. Yang's irritation grew at such ignorance, but before he could respond, a new figure entered. Zhao stiffened, shocked to see Jia, the Grand Steward of Yongfang City, a level 120 powerhouse. Lu quickly ran up, greeting him as his brother-in-law, but Jia's only response was to pick up the golden card and strike Lu hard across the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Stunned, Lu protested, reminding Jia of their family tie, but Jia ignored him and instead approached Yang with respect, returning the card and introducing himself. With a bow, he apologized sincerely for the offense caused by his subordinate. Yang, calm and composed, simply said it was no issue. Yang keeps his composure, though inwardly he's surprised to find someone of Jia's status lowering his stance before him. Jia continues with measured respect, remarking that for one so young to already hold a black-gold membership of the X-Alliance, it could only mean he has completed the rare 5-star class transformation and gained the temple's highest privilege. Yang calmly confirms, and Jia immediately instructs Zhao to handle the guest with utmost care. Zhao bows in acknowledgement, while Lu remains sprawled on the floor, still stunned from the slap. Zhao then turns, saying he will take his leave, dragging Lu along despite his protests. Lu stumbles, whining that he can walk himself, then turns to sneer at Yang, warning him not to get arrogant, promising payback. Jia ignores his noise, and Yang narrows his eyes, noting that mention of the next dungeon hints at Tianji Pavilion's hidden plans. Zhao quickly refocuses, asking what service the pavilion can provide. Yan states he is seeking the whereabouts of a master blacksmith within Tianling City, and also intends to purchase unbound gems, since the treasure pavilion's supply has run dry. Zhao replies that the information is obtainable, and gems are in stock, though at a steep price. Yan waves it off, saying money is no obstacle. At that, Zhao's cautious politeness shifts into eagerness, and Yang smirks, watching the man's demeanor change as he lays down a heavy pouch brimming with coins. Inwardly, he reflects that if even the Grand Steward of Yongfeng City treats him with such deference, then the mysterious temple's backing must be far greater than he imagined. Yan walks through the streets, thinking Old Wolf was right. A master blacksmith would only hide in such an unremarkable spot, and entrusting Tianji Pavilion had proven wise. Just as he locates the place, his attention is caught by two men nearby whispering. One mutters that the exploration team plans to head for the Black Dragon Sanctuary again, while the other scoffs, saying countless died there already, and even for 100 billion he would never set foot in that place. Yan narrows his eyes, realizing Chen's death has crushed their morale, but concludes it is better to subdue the Black Dragon sooner before new trouble arises. He finally reaches his destination and pushes open the door, calling out for Mr. Su Yang. Inside, two familiar figures greet him, Murong and Yu of the Phantom Guild. Smirking, he greets them, asking if they are also here for equipment. Before he can continue, Yu rushes over, eyes sparkling, bombarding him with questions about his age, if he has a girlfriend, and whether he likes older women. He blinks in surprise at her forwardness until Murong yanks her back, scolding sharply. Murong then faces him, saying that at his level, he has no need to seek a master craftsman and should stick to the shops on Commercial Street. But Yang shakes his head, saying he cannot take advantage of an elder, insisting money can be earned again, but a master is irreplaceable, and so he will gladly pay the full billion. The blacksmith smiles broadly, giving a thumbs up, praising his spirit, and promises to look forward to his return. And Yu gazes at Yang with flushed cheeks, charmed that he not only rejected a free offer but still smiled after spending so much, wondering if this composure belongs only to a true tycoon. Murong, too, looks on in quiet amazement, questioning if he could truly be the young master of an Esther guild. At the outskirts of Tianling City, the Wild Spirit Mountain range marked level 40 and above stood silent. Yang perched on a branch overlooking the terrain, noting this mission suited those past the second transformation. He reviewed the shadow-blurred lust attribute requirement of 3300 speed and spirit, deciding to stack points and distribute the rest. With his current strength, he felt capable of rivaling a fourth transformation powerhouse. He recalled meditative elixir that permanently increased spirit by 50 points, swift elixir that did the same, and the elixir of celestial spirit that raised it by 100, all capped by level. With resolve, he leapt into the darkness, muttering to begin. As he descended, two creatures came at him, level 24 wraith bats and a level 44 resentful soldier. The system flashed, shadow form consuming mana for brief invisibility and 60% speed boost. Mid-air, Yang tore into them with his new dagger, using a double slash technique, marveling at the basic warrior skill empowered by the Starshine tier weapon. Landing, he noticed countless monsters watching but dismissed pushing through, instead opening scrolls to unleash blasts that cleared his path in one go. Advancing, he reached a cave, remarking it must house a beast of at least level 50, and wondered how many strikes it would withstand. Inside, darkness stretched until a shine ahead revealed a resting monster atop a pillar, surrounded by black tar. The system identified it as a mutated beast that devoured unknown flesh, level 55, undead traits, health and skills obscured. Uneasy at the lack of details, Yang decided he would need a high-tier clairvoyance skill but pressed on, knowing caution was vital. Activating shadow form, he leapt, striking the monster's neck for damage of 52,281. A wrath mark consumed mana, boosting damage threefold. The monster roared awake, unleashing spikes from its mouth, which Yang narrowly dodged before countering with relentless cuts, circling to suffocate it with blows. His blade landed deep into its lower body, and the system announced the mutated beast's death. The rewards appeared: an aged key, modeled with time yet able to unlock a hidden gate, and a rotten chunk of flesh, once powerful but now reduced to decay, its origin indescribable. At the temple, Yang inspected the strange rotten flesh, noting that its description hinted at a once powerful owner whose remnants still carried enough force to mutate a beast. Deciding to set it aside for later, he turned in the class change mission. The screen announced the challenge complete, marking the 5-star difficulty pass, base attributes increased by 25%, and a new passive skill unlocked: excessive spiritual enhancement for a magic warrior. A rush of notifications followed as his level surged, and a ring of orange energy formed around his hand. He evenly distributed attributes between strength and spirit, the system confirming the allocation. He thought his foundation now crushed the limits of third transformation standards, strong enough to contend with spirit hunters. The thought of a second transformation rivaling a fourth thrilled him, and with mixed damage combined with Wrath Mark, he believed even platinum-tier dungeon bosses would struggle against his strikes. Returning to the temple, the attendant congratulated him on completing the 5-star challenge and informed him that his VIP benefits had updated, raising his black gold certificate discount from 20 to 30%, along with other perks. To him, these seemed ordinary compared to his newfound power. When asked of his plans, he replied that he intended to rest for 2 days, stressing the importance of balancing work and leisure. She agreed, and in his mind, he decided rest would not mean idleness. Instead, he would head to Tianji Pavilion soon, aiming to make preparations for Dragon Slayer. At the office, Jia told Zhao that he would be responsible for the Secret Realm expedition, assigning 30 members to clear it. Zhao agreed the number was sufficient but raised concern about the mechanism preventing resurrection, only for Jia to assure him that headquarters had prepared countermeasures and each member would receive a life jade ring. Zhao expressed gratitude, remarking on the value of the item, and Jia left the task to him, adding that if not for his busy schedule, he would have liked to slay a dragon himself. Suddenly, the door opened and a woman entered, declaring that the black dungeon was not theirs to handle. Zhao turned to her in surprise, recognizing the young mistress Luo Linger, a level 130 beastmaker, and urged everyone to greet her. Jia quickly bowed, apologizing for not welcoming her properly, but she dismissed formalities and instructed that her visit remain confidential. Her secretary placed a seat behind her, as she declared that no one would be allowed to enter the Black Dragon Fortress without her permission, for she intended to personally tame the beast. When Jia asked if this was the pavilion master's wish, she grew angry, accusing him of defaming her, and he quickly apologized, promising to follow her orders. She then commanded him to prepare information on the Black Dragon, and arrange a room for her to rest before leaving. Taking a deep breath, Jia admitted he had not expected her sudden arrival, calling it a miscalculation, while Lu reminded him that she was the daughter of the Pavilion Master, the youngest genius of the Global Beast Maker Association. Jia explained that the Global Beast Master Association stood on the same level as the Great Alliances, a super organization dedicated to capturing rare and exotic beasts across the world, from dungeon bosses to wild elites. He emphasized that the young mistress was exceptionally gifted, having joined the association at a young age, and in Longjia few could rival her talent. Her secret arrival, he reasoned, was likely an attempt to tame the Black Dragon before any other beast master, and if she succeeded, she would claim the title of the continent's strongest while elevating Tianji Pavilion's prestige. He warned everyone not to harbor any ideas during the dungeon expedition, stressing that when the dragon was weakened, they were to let her tame it and never steal the final blow. The group agreed, insisting they would never go against the pavilion master's daughter. Afterward, Zhao presented what Yang had purchased the previous day, revealing the buyer's name as Su Yang. Lu frowned, questioning if he was deliberately stirring trouble by buying again. Jia said it was only coincidence, since there was no way Yang could know about the young mistress's visit, though he wondered why someone of his level showed interest in the black dragon. When Zhao asked if they should demand the book back, Jia refused, warning against offending a VIP of the temple, and instead instructed him to find another version of the black dragon's information. Thus it was revealed that Yan had purchased the black dragon record just the day before. At his house, Yan lies on the sofa flipping open the book, muttering that the basic guild guide of dragons cost him 5.1 million gold coins and Tianji Pavilion sure knows how to profit, hoping it proves worth the price. He reads through, noting entries on red and white dragons, but pauses at black dragon, puzzled that the guide lacks mention of its 80% double damage reduction trait. With Tianji Pavilion standards, such an omission seems impossible, leading him to suspect exploration teams may be unable to observe the full details of the black flame wings, similar to his past encounter with the unknown rotten flesh monster in the desolate Spirit Mountain range. He checks the exploration records of Longxia and finds that only 3 black dragons have ever been recorded, with 2 already slain, leaving only the one boss he himself is targeting. Yet the growth stage information does not match. Instead of being listed as Sealer Tier, it appears as Radiant Moon Tier. Curious, he pulls up the Dragon Vein Desolate Mountain Battle Report, which reveals that though the dungeon difficulty was Radiant Moon Tier, the dragon defeated was originally only at early growth stage. The drop dragon heart confirmed this, and subsequent research traced its abnormal power to devouring an unknown rotten flesh. A note adds that Tianji Pavilion is offering to purchase such flesh at high prices. Yang's eyes widen as he realizes the flesh truly boosts power, thinking that if the pavilion is willing to pay so much, its value must be extraordinary. More importantly, if he could make the black dragon consume it, its strength would instantly rise to Radiant Moon Tier, making it untouchable even by 5th-rank professionals. Laughing to himself, he imagines how his level and strength would skyrocket to 4th rank, ensuring unstoppable progress. Falling onto his bed, he spreads his arms and mutters that after reaping such benefits, Tianji Pavilion will not send reinforcements indefinitely, and eventually, he must kill the black dragon and move on. Yet even with the gain, he feels reluctant to finish it off. Suddenly, the system notification appears, stating that when a boss tamed by the host is killed, it automatically becomes a 100% loyal subordinate. Yang bolts upright, stunned that he can obtain a black dragon pet. The system calmly confirms this as standard procedure. Overjoyed, he exclaims that it is still a dragon, symbol of majesty, strength, and dominance, and even the Global Beast Master Association has only a few members capable of taming one. He imagines summoning a dragon pet during guild wars and the spectacle it would cause. But cooling down, he admits that with his current state, even a dragon-slaying weapon would take forever to break through a black dragon's health, leaving him vulnerable to interruptions. Considering carefully, he acknowledges his strategy still hinges on side boss tasks, though the experience lost from each attempt is steep, and overflow could ruin his progress against exploration teams. He concludes he must raise his level quickly, debating whether to grind in high-level wild zones or dungeons. Just then, his guild sends a group message. Surprised, he recalls that Giant Forest is a Diamond Tier dungeon, exactly the chance he needs. He quickly replies that he will join, and the girls in the guild, seeing his confirmation, scream in excitement. A flood of messages from the girls filled the group, and he muttered that it was happening again. Lin typed, asking if he was sure about joining them in raiding the Diamond Tier dungeon, warning that the monsters inside might be too strong, but he replied that he was certain and would head there first while they took their time. The next morning at the temple, after a job transfer, Zhao looked at Shan and asked why he seemed unhappy, and Shan explained that after finally reaching level 99 and getting the level 5 job changed to quiz, the required materials were located in the giant forest. Shocked, the group reacted, and Shan told them the forest's difficulty matched the Black Dragon Fortress, making it impossible for their current level. He added that the Phantom team was preparing to raid it, meaning they might have to give up their dungeon ticket, and one pointed out this would only widen the gap between their guilds. Shan, however, said there was still one way, and when Zhao Ming asked what he meant, he laughed, saying that with nothing left to lose, they would kill them and make the Phantom team suffer the same disaster. From the front, Shan and his team appeared, drawing shouts of Spirit Hunter from the crowd, and people quickly moved aside, muttering that A-grade guilds were overbearing and warning each other to stay quiet since Spirit Hunter had been unlucky lately and might be looking for scapegoats. Yang observed that with their current strength, tackling a diamond tier dungeon seemed unlikely, as they had few level 90s and looked unprepared to enter, more like they were waiting for someone, perhaps planning to block Phantom. As Yang considered this, a man approached, demanding if he was deaf to the escort leader's words. Yang replied he was just exploring and not interested in their business, but the man grabbed his shoulder and ordered him to leave, not knowing who he was. Yang twisted the man's hand, slammed him to the ground, and flung him into a tree that broke on impact. Shan stepped forward asking who he was and why he attacked, and Yang casually said the man had tried to strike first so he defended himself. Zhao Ming shouted that nearly killing someone and calling it self-defense was arrogance, but Shan stopped him, saying since his man had provoked first, Yang's response would be let go as a lesson. Yang agreed and turned away, but Zhao Ming asked if they were really letting him off. Shan replied that being able to one-shot a third-turn rogue showed Yang was at least a fourth-turn professional, and since they were here to deal with Phantom, creating extra trouble was pointless. Zhao Ming argued he might be hired by Phantom, yet Shan dismissed it, reasoning those women rarely associated with men. From the front, Phantom arrived with their entire guild, and Lin confronted Shan, asking what he meant by this. Shan replied that they had come first and occupied the giant forest, telling Lin to choose another dungeon. Lin grew angry, saying Hunter Spirit had just suffered a wipeout and lacked the strength for a diamond tier dungeon, accusing Shan of coming only to pick a fight. He demanded to know how blocking them benefited anyone, asking if Shan wanted to lose face or start a guild war on the spot. Shan laughed, revealing his true intent, saying their goal was to drag Phantom down with them and stop anyone from entering the trial dungeon, making it clear that nobody would step into the giant forest today. At that moment, ice crystals shot from Phantom's side toward Shan, but he blocked them with a barrier and turned to Morong, asking why he attacked before his guild leader even spoke. Morong retorted that if it was a fight they wanted, there was no need to waste words. Shan shouted back that they would settle it today, both in strength and to the death. Just as the clash was about to begin, Yang stepped forward, asking who Shan thought he was to declare no one would enter the giant forest. His sudden appearance made the girls of Phantom cheer wildly, calling him cold and saying the guild chat's main topic had finally appeared. Zhu remarked that it was a shame Gu was not here to witness this, while another excitedly declared the first male member of Phantom had shown up and insisted on recording the moment. Lin walked toward Yang, saying she was glad to finally see him in person. Yang apologized for not reporting to the guild, adding that he thought things would be easier this way. Lin replied maybe, but in her thoughts, she reflected on his mysteries, a 5-star professional, VIP of the temple, wielder of the Star Glory tier weapon, and possibly recruited by an S-tier guild, wondering how she should question him, or if she even should. One of the men from Hunting Spirit Guild shouted in rage that he had chased Anu many times without success, yet now she was flirting with that kid, vowing to kill him. Zhao Ming quickly told Shan that this boy was really with Phantom, not just an outsider but a full member. Shan clenched his teeth, saying the kid had been toying with him earlier. Yang calmly replied, "What if I want to hit me?" and Shan instantly hurled 2 sharp bolts of light at him. Yang caught them midair, remarking that it was the archer's strike, then pushed his hand back, sending the same attack flying to where it came from, piercing Zhao Ming. Shan roared that the kid was looking for trouble, but Yang said he understood now, they came only to cause chaos, blocking a dungeon that no one could clear, asking if they thought others had time to waste like them. He reminded them that time was money, and if he missed the chance to hunt profit, could they take responsibility? Shan snapped, demanding what fat sheep he was talking about, mocking him for speaking nonsense when death was near, and ordered him to go to hell. Yang replied he had no choice but to give a lesson, summoning countless scrolls that made Shan's eyes widen. Shan hurriedly commanded his guild to raise a defense barrier and activate all damage reduction skills. A strong barrier formed, and Shan sneered that even if Yang was strong, he could never break through their toughest shield. Yang said, "Really? Then take this," and unleashed a massive tornado of energy. The girls nearby were blown off balance, complaining about the overwhelming wave and the chaos it caused, comparing it to a prehistoric catastrophe. Shan's voice shook in disbelief, calling it impossible, even wondering if it was legendary power. Yang drove the storm forward with thunder, and 1,000 blades, shattering the barrier in an instant, turning the battlefield into a storm of dust. When it cleared, Yang casually said the obstacles were gone and asked Lin if they should begin the dungeon raid. Lin and the other girls stood frozen, eyes wide, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Lin said she could not believe the spirit hunters were wiped out so quickly, and Murong pointed at Yang, saying even a legendary skill scroll should not have been enough to defeat an A ranker instantly. Another girl added that besides the scroll, Yang had used another skill, and when she showed them the drawing she made of the scene, they praised her ability, noting how it captured a blade formed from condensed magic. Lin explained that he destroyed their defensive magic with a legendary skill, caused chaos with epic skills, and finished them with a magic blade, calling it a clear strategy. Murong noted that a level 58 skill normally could not harm someone like Shan, but given Yang's equipment, he must be a young master of a powerful guild. Yang then asked if they could enter the dungeon, and Lin quickly agreed, leading the group inside. As Yang observed the towering trees that felt like a giant's territory, Lin warned everyone to stay close and remain alert, and the girls responded in unison. Yang said it should not be a problem, and one of them asked if he thought they could clear the dungeon smoothly or if unexpected trouble like the Black Dragon Fortress might occur, reminding him to protect his big sister. He promised to do his best, but soon a small bunny appeared, startling Zhu, who relaxed upon seeing it until a level 89 two-headed raptor emerged from behind it. Terrified, she froze, but Lin, being a holy knight, quickly cut down the monster. Moments later, a giant rock bear appeared, frightening Murong and another girl who clung to each other, begging for help. Yang questioned why they lacked a secondary tank, then stepped in himself, and when told that high-level female tanks were rare, he declared he would handle it, instructing healers to watch his HP. With support focused on him, he thought about how their fourth turn buffs had doubled his strength, then swiftly pierced the bear's head with his blade, landing a critical strike that dealt 109,000 damage. Lin reported their side was cleared and praised Yang, saying his presence greatly boosted their chances of success, to which he humbly replied it was his first time teaming up in a dungeon and he needed their guidance. Lin agreed and thought about how surprising it was that he had been soloing dungeons until now, finding his identity more mysterious. As more monsters came, the group handled them together until the boss appeared, a deteriorated hybrid giant at level 98 with 4.5 million HP. Lin announced they had reached the boss. Yang asked if they were nervous, and one of them said they had a strategy from Tianji Pavilion to follow. Lin admitted she was worried after their mishap in the Black Dragon dungeon, but Yang assured them that his intuition said they would not fail. Lin found his confidence inexplicable yet strangely convincing, smirked, and told him she would trust his intuition before signaling the group to begin. Mu Yan hurled her ice crystal at the giant as Lin leapt for its chest, and the scene shifted to an office where Zhao entered, reporting to the general manager that a clash had broken out between Hunter, Spirit, and Phantom outside the giant forest. Jia asked the outcome, and Zhao replied that Hunter, Spirit had been wiped out. Jia remarked that desperation often led to irrational choices and admitted he once thought highly of them, but this proved Phantom alone qualified for the trial, leaving Tianling City's secret realm in their hands. Zhao then mentioned news about the Black Dragon's secret realm, and Jia told him to explain. Back in the forest, Lin's attack struck the giant's chest, enraging it, but the team's efforts brought it down, and they cheered their victory. A system message announced Phantom had completed the secret realm challenge, and rewards had been distributed, waiting for the guild leader's allocation. Lin teased Yang for passing up the finishing strike, and he brushed it off, saying she needed the bonus more than him. From that final blow, Lin reached level 100, thanked him warmly, and the other girls crowded around Yang, praising his strength, calling him cute, and asking to add him as a friend, leaving him embarrassed until Murong scolded them for being ridiculous. Another girl urged them to check the loot, marveling at 2 platinum tier items and a diamond tier 1. Lin offered to help Yang pick equipment, but he declined, thinking his warehouse already overflowed with diamond gear. The girls also found the material required for the 5th transfer quest, which would grant access to the trial's secret realm. Excited, Anyu shouted they should celebrate with a feast, and Lin agreed, inviting Yang to join, but just as he started to respond, a notification appeared. Someone had issued a challenge. Shocked, he wondered if an exploration group had moved ahead of schedule, then excused himself and teleported away, leaving the others behind. He arrived inside the Black Dragon dungeon, where the monster lay already defeated, and as he looked around to find the challenger, he saw only a single figure holding a massive glowing sword. Staring at that familiar appearance, he he thought in surprise. Only one person. Yang stared at the figure, thinking only one person, and from that appearance, is it an elf? The system revealed his name as Alcare Lawrence, level 140, class Count Magician, a high elf. Alcare sneered that filthy creatures were truly bothersome, and Yang realized his power was extraordinary, deciding to test him with an elite monster. A dragon priest rushed forward with a kobold and a dragon blood warrior, shouting threats, but Alcare laughed, mocking the black dragon Atos as a foolish juvenile, saying such trash could be erased by a few forbidden spells. With a single strike, he cut all three monsters apart midair, scoffing that they were not even worthy of being called trash. Blood splattered his face, and he grimaced, saying the filth of lowly creatures was disgusting, and if not for the princess, he would never have come to such a vile place. Behind him, a towering monster appeared, and he commanded it to come forth as his spear and shield, to kill everything without letting filth touch him. Seeing this, Yang thought in shock that Alcare killed elite monsters above level 95 effortlessly, stronger even than the exploration group, perhaps a 6th tier class. Fighting him was hopeless. But he mentioned a princess. Could it be her? Yang touched the cage, urging her to wake up. She stirred, confused who was calling, and he asked if she was the princess of the 11th kingdom. She blinked in surprise, saying he could talk, accusing him of suddenly acting smart when he usually just lazed about, and even wondering if he had done anything indecent while she slept. Calling him a perverted dragon, she told him not to come close, and he muttered in frustration that the talk had taken a strange turn, warning her to answer or he would eat her, though he only meant to scare her. She finally gave her name as Lilith Severaya, 6th daughter of Queen Severaya. Yang remembered from the Dragon Guide that the Elven, Dragon, and Giant Kingdoms formed the SSS Ultra-Ultimate Subspace Nation, with only the elves being friendly toward humans, and realized her status was far greater than he thought. He told her her people had come to rescue her, and she brightened before frowning, asking why it had to be him. Yang noted she seemed displeased and asked if she knew Alcare. She snapped that of course she did, calling him and his family trash. She would rather rot in a cage than be saved by. Curious, Yang pressed what happened, and she explained that behind his charming appearance, Alcare had once tried to drug and assault her, and though she escaped, even her mother could not punish the powerful Lawrence family, leaving her helpless. Yang thought there was more to the story but decided to use their conflict for now, and when he teased about handing her to Alcare, she panicked, shouting she would rather die than fall into his hands. He told her he was not asking for her opinion, reminding that a 6th-tier powerhouse was not someone to underestimate, and if he refused to hand her over, his own life could be at risk, unless she begged and revealed the man's weakness. She pleaded desperately, promising to tell him as long as he did not give her away. He thought he had pushed her arrogance down a bit too hard, then agreed reluctantly, and told her to speak. She explained the Lawrence family excelled in spiritual power and magic, but their fatal flaw was fragile bodies, their physical strength never surpassing 1st tier even if they reached 5th or 6th tier, making them glass cannons. Yet because of this, they were always surrounded by powerful magical barriers, and with his current strength he could not break through, so she feared nothing had changed and she would end up a slave. He told himself to have faith but admitted she was right. The only way forward was to use the rotten meat chunk to advance into Radiant Moon stage, though that would increase the dungeon's difficulty and force the Explorers Guild to be more cautious, affecting their plans to slaughter the fat sheep. He wondered if there was a way to balance both, noting his Starlight advancement had only changed his body while his armor was merely for show, unless it could provide real equipment boosts. Suddenly he remembered the Dragon Slayer's heart had become equipment for the Black Dragon, and wondered if his human form could equip items too. While he thought, the girl begged him again to release her, not wanting to fall into that man's hands, but as she turned to speak, he had vanished. He stood there invisible, marveling that equipping Shadow Bloodlust on the Black Dragon activated its special ability, allowing shadow form, and even more, the equipment attributes, his own stats, and even his dual spirit amplification all applied to the dragon. The system displayed that the Black Flame Dragon had attuned to its early growth stage at level 100, and as he read the stats, his strength and spirit had skyrocketed by hundreds, making up for the attribute gap. He told himself it was time to properly entertain their guest. Alcare walked forward, ordering the Black Dragon to hand over the princess immediately, boasting that he might let it leave behind a corpse with some dignity, mocking it as a cowardly soft dragon wasting his time. A sinister smile spread across Alcare's face as he declared he would unleash a forbidden spell to wipe out the shabby place along with the Black Dragon, admitting the princess would likely die but boasting that memory manipulation worked perfectly on corpses, and with resurrection he could restore her pure and unblemished. The very thought thrilled him, and he shouted for the Black Dragon to die as he began casting. Suddenly, a massive hand struck him, the voice of Yang calling him a perverted scum that shattered every stereotype of elves, and the blows sent Alcare flying. His health dropped instantly to 6%, and he tumbled far away in disbelief, demanding to know when the Black Dragon had appeared, why he had been unable to sense its presence, and how his magic barrier had been destroyed with a single strike. He called it impossible, absolutely impossible. Yang opened his jaws, calmly saying that common sense meant nothing when facing someone as exceptional as him, and fire began to gather within his mouth. Yang spread his jaws wide, roaring the words spirit-cleansing inferno as an overwhelming surge of flames consumed Alcare, leaving nothing behind but ash. A system prompt appeared declaring the death of Alcare Loren, level 140 court magician, with Yang gaining 12.1 million experience. Dismissing him as trash unworthy of existing, Yang turned his attention to the loot, eyes widening at the haul. Among the drops lay a banishment spell, soul summoning stone, Luna, and a legendary scroll of natural guardian. He remarked that banishment spells were the pinnacle of magic, powerful enough to level a city, yet impossible for most mages to cast without scrolls. Though pleased with the rare treasures, he frowned at the absence of Alcare's staff, robe, and accessories, all at least Starlight tier, realizing the kill seemed less profitable than expected. He mused on where to find another fat sheep to exploit. Meanwhile, inside her cage, Lilith trembled as she wondered where the dragon had vanished, fearing he might have gone alone against Alcare and lost, though she denied being worried, insisting only that she hated the thought of Alcare touching her. Suddenly Yang appeared, startling her, and when she demanded to know where he had gone, he casually explained that he used invisibility to ambush the elf, who was now nothing but ashes, assuring her she could relax. She found it hard to believe, recalling only rainbow dragons wield invisibility magic, which deepened the mystery of his power. When she asked why he was staring, he questioned her lack of magic despite being of royal elven blood. With a heavy voice, she revealed the curse placed long ago by the Giant King, one that bound the royal line, stripping their magic, shortening their lives, and designating 1% as sacrificial lambs each generation, this time her. She admitted her family considered her worthless. Hearing this, Yang thought her pitiful, realizing without his cheat he too would have lived uselessly, destined to die, while she would have become Alcare's plaything. In a way, he had altered her fate. Lilith shouted in alarm, demanding to know his intentions, reminding him she helped defeat Alcare and that he could not break his word. Reaching toward her, she squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the worst, only to hear the shattering of her cage as Yang declared her free, though only within the secret realm. When she asked why, he replied that a good dragon must act good until the end, promising she could live here peacefully until her true freedom arrived. Ordering his minions never to harm her, he heard them roar their obedience. Confused, Lilith stared at him, asking why he suddenly showed her kindness, what he truly wanted, and what he meant by granting her real freedom. Yang suddenly dozed off, the link cutting off, leaving Lilith staring in disbelief, wondering how he could just fall asleep like that. Back in his home, where he had been teleported, he stretched with satisfaction, saying this harvest was rewarding and that he would now face the expedition team with greater confidence. A notification chimed, and he checked, thinking it might be from Lin, only to see a flood of group messages, unread and piling past 99. Stunned, he muttered about catching a virus before realizing it was the guild chat, marveling at how energetic the women were. He typed an apology for leaving abruptly and thanked them, thinking it best to reply to Lin directly as well so she could manage the rest. She quickly answered, saying she understood he was busy and suggesting they meet again when possible, adding her thanks for his help and attaching a cheerful group selfie from the party. He smirked, thinking the scene lively, feeling this was how a guild should be, and noted how Lin's friendly nature set her apart from the stern hunters and expedition members. The next day at the temple, Yang arrived for his job change and ran into Gu. She greeted him with a smile, asking if he was there for the same reason. He confirmed and asked if it was her first change. She admitted it was, explaining she had reached level 20 thanks to senior guidance, then hesitated before asking if the rumor about him entering the Diamond Tier secret realm with Phantom and the others was true. He nodded, saying he had reached level 60 yesterday, and was here for his third job change mission. She congratulated him warmly, though inwardly she felt the distance growing between them, worried she would be left behind. He reassured her, saying her hidden class carried huge potential and that she might even surpass him one day. Her eyes widened in surprise, but when he smiled and said he meant it, she blushed and promised to do her best, thinking that no matter how strong he became, he still encouraged her the same as always. A glowing screen opened before Yang, displaying his new mission, a 5-star third job change for Demon Warrior, a perilous trial requiring proof of both magic and strength. The conditions were strict. First, to kill the level 60 Platinum tier boss Devouring Spirit Ghost in the Ruin Mansion dungeon without using physical damage skills, and second, to defeat the level 60 outdoor boss Rocky Abyss's Earth Dragon without a single offensive skill or attack. Reading the restrictions, Yang thought the challenge harsher than before, giving him 2 difficult tasks at once. The women added warning, explaining the Red Moon phenomenon, when monsters in dungeons in the wild became savage and bloodthirsty, especially spiritual beings like those haunting the ruined mansion. She said the timing was unpredictable but that the Adventurer Association would issue notices when early signs appeared, urging him to be careful. He nodded, saying he understood, but as he left, he thought to himself that even if the mission was dangerous, with his true 4th level strength, it would be no more than a stroll. Since he could not reveal that, he let her worry in vain. The Ruined Mansion Platinum Tier Secret Realm, recommended for level 60 or above, was once the residence of a high-ranking official. Legends say the nobleman was cursed, driven mad, and slaughtered everyone within a single night before transforming into a devouring ghost that now lurks in its depths, preying on any who dare enter. At the gates, a guard slumps against the wall, muttering that he only just woke after dozing off. Glancing at the sky, he sees the blood-red moon and curses, calling it ominous, regretting it had to appear on the day he got drunk. Still, he reasons the mansion rarely draws visitors, so nothing serious should happen. He decides to put up a warning before returning for another drink, but when he approaches the portal, a system screen blocks him, stating he cannot respond as the dungeon is already in combat. Shocked, he wonders who would be foolish enough to enter during a red moon. A little earlier, Yan had stepped into the dungeon, slicing down ghost children with ease and scoffing that the Red Moon dungeon was nothing impressive. But as he moves forward, the fallen spirits behind him rise again, their forms twisting as they mutate into mad ghost children, their levels surging to 70. Yan stiffens, realizing this must be the true terror of the Red Moon. The mad ghost children mutate grotesquely, their speed surging as jagged teeth drip with gore and tongues stretch unnaturally long. Their twisted faces peel from their heads and hurl themselves at Yang, but he weaves between their strikes and answers with his demon blade, bursting their skulls in a bloody finale. Yet as their heads explode, a hazy violet blur seeps out, forcing him to shield his eyes. The system announces sanity value reduced by 10, current sanity 90 out of 100, warning that at 0 he will descend into irreversible madness. Purple blood soaks his clothes as he mutters that the scene has turned into something out of Lovecraft, realizing too late he underestimated the Red Moon. Not only have the monsters gained greater attack and defense, but now a sanity system threatens his focus. More ghost children shuffle toward him, and he braces himself, unleashing demon blade, sword rain. From above, countless blades rain down, piercing through them and cutting their bodies apart. Pressing forward, he adapts to each twisted spirit, finding their weaknesses and carving them down one after another, but exhaustion builds. His sanity dwindles to 60 and his mana sinks to 20%. Weariness creeps into his mind as he curses the slow mana recovery, and the sanity drain blurring his focus, wondering how much farther the boss lies ahead. Suddenly, a massive hand bursts from the ground, clutching him tightly. It belongs to a level 62 elite zombie giant. Clicking his tongue, Yang smirks, saying he had wanted to clear this place with his own strength, but now he is forced to cheat. As the giant squeezes down on him, he activates a legendary summoning stone, and green lights descend from the sky, forming the figures of lunar wolf spirits. They tear into the zombie with overwhelming might, and in the chaos Yang slips free from its grasp. At level 125, the wolves obliterate the elite with ease and become his new partners. Stroking one of their ethereal heads, Yang admits that such instant destruction is only natural for a legendary summon, a sheer power gap in this platinum tier dungeon. He muses that at least loyalty is no issue with beasts of this rank, and even against expedition groups in reality, he would have no fear. Though it may shatter game balance, he grins at the thought of steamrolling everything from now on. Commanding the wolves forward, He watches them roar and rip through every ghost in their path until they stand before an immense gate. With a sharp kick, Yang shouts room check as the doors slam open, revealing a shadowy chamber where a figure in crimson robes kneels, whispering to the void for forgiveness, confessing guilt to some unseen ancestor. Yang's sword pierces through the devouring spirit ghost, finishing it as the wolves step aside, and the system grants him 98,000 experience along with a platinum-tier ghost dagger, ghost fire ring, and the soul core of the spirit. He twirls the core in his hand, musing that platinum gear no longer excites him, though the item could serve well as a potion ingredient despite its modest spirit boost. Declaring it time for the next mission, he leaves the dungeon. Outside, a furious girl demands news of those who entered the ruined mansion. Lu approaches cautiously, suggesting some stragglers may still be inside, adding that only someone like her could endure such a place under the red moon. She snaps back, pressing to know the guild, number, and duration of those inside. Lu falters, but Zhao steps forward, explaining the raid has lasted half an hour, yet none of Tianling City's A or B level guilds claim involvement, leaving the situation uncertain. She thinks grimly that the mansion is as brutal as a diamond or dungeon, one that should have slaughtered any intruders, and yet no one has emerged. Just then, the portal flares, and an announcement rings that someone is exiting. From the light, Yang steps out, muttering about the mental and physical drain, and the onlookers widen their eyes in shock. Even he freezes, realizing the expedition group is present, and suspicion flashes through him. Did they uncover his identity and lay a trap? They stares at the lone figure emerging. Zhou recognizes the face and mutters in disbelief that it is Yang once again. Yang steps out of the dungeon, asking why everyone is here so late at night, insisting it's just a small platinum-level secret realm, and doesn't need such a large group. The guard yells that it's the red moon tonight, and questions why he ran in alone, warning of death. Yang shrugs, noting the dungeon seemed grim but wonders if it's really that serious. The guard insists if he dies, he can't imagine the punishment he'd face. A woman steps forward, telling him to step back and asks if he cleared the dungeon alone. Yang confirms, asking if that's a problem. She acknowledges his strength and demands the crystal core dropped by the boss, naming his price. Yang hesitates, questioning who she is and if he should just hand it over, which angers Zhao and Lu. The woman's secretary rushes up, scolding him for his insolence, and declaring her master's daughter, Linger, a top genius of the Global Beast Master Association and a stunning beauty. She demands he comply or be punished, but Linger herself stops the chaos, praising his courage and explaining she only came to get top-rate food for her spirit horse, surprised he reached it first. Yang notes she is the daughter of the Taiji Pavilion Master, impressive but not targeting him, and he asks what she wants, hearing her commend his daring behavior. She summons a level 90 soul-hunting falcon, declaring that if Yang can withstand it for 3 minutes, she will let it slide. Yang protests that it seems unreasonable, but the falcon swoops toward him. Lu mutters that offending the young lady will doom him, while Zhao calculates that anyone who cleared the Red Moon dungeon alone must be at least 4th tier. The falcon unleashes a blade storm, slicing downward with each wing beat. Yang dodges, realizing this summoned beast attacks from a distance, and simple defense won't work. Reluctantly, he summons Shadow's Bloodlust. The falcon weaves through his attacks, but Yang pivots and drives his sword into its forehead. The falcon screeches and vanishes into feathers. Yang notes the 3 minutes haven't passed yet, prompting Linger's fury. She rages at him for killing her spirit beast, but he points out she never said he couldn't kill it, only that he must survive. He senses her strength as her aura shifts with anger, realizing this woman is formidable. Someone from behind shouted that Yang's identity was special and the young lady shouldn't start a fight. She turned around, asking what identity he had. Zhao explained Yang was a VIP at the temple and a gold member of the X-Alliance, with the Grand Court instructing them to handle his matters carefully. She bit her teeth, realizing he had also completed the 5-star job transfer quest alone, something she had struggled to do with help. Yang remarked on the special nature of his identity, and said he would be on his own. She got angry, mounted her horse, and sprinted forward. Yang thought it didn't matter that she was from the Taiji Pavilion. He would show who the real boss after taming the Black Dragon. The screen then updated, 5-star, 3rd-tier Magic Warrior Achievement Quest, Devour Spirit Ghost of the Ruined Mansion completed, Rogue Abyss's Earth Dragon of the Wilderness Mountain not completed. Yang decided to forget her for now and focus on killing the Earth Dragon to trigger the hidden quest hint at Fractured Rock Lair entrance in the Wilderness Mountain range. Zhao, Lu, and Ling arrived, noting no one had tackled the Earth Dragon yet. Zhao mentioned they had reserved the challenge slot as instructed. Ling Er was missing, but the dungeon world boss, though low level, was rare and useful for practice. As she tried to enter, a guard told her not to cut the line. She glared at Lu. Lu argued they had reserved their slot. The guard explained a temple VIP had jumped ahead, and there was nothing he could do. Linger said to replace any troublesome staff. From behind, Yang arrived, demanding make way for his dungeon run, catching Ling Er's eye. Lu complained about Yang being everywhere like an annoying fly. Yang said seeing her twice in a row made him suspect she might have a plot against him. Ling replied not to flatter himself, asking if the lady needed to target him and warning that the temple's privilege wouldn't save him if he failed his class transfer. Yang thanked her for the reminder but said she didn't need to worry. He asked why the young lady of the TNG pavilion was in a low-level wild boss area, suggesting she wasn't here to bully weaklings. Zhao explained she was preparing to tame the Black Flame King Wing and the Earth Dragon was just practice, hoping Yang wouldn't interfere. Yang said the Earth Dragon was his class transfer target, and he had no reason to give it up. Ling, annoyed, said fine, but warned that once she tamed the Black Flame Wing, even the transfer temple couldn't protect him. Yang dismissed it and entered the dungeon, telling them to wait for the next boss respawn. Ling fumed while the secretary called him an impolite barbarian. Zhao wondered if he really planned to solo the boss. Inside, Yang thought Ling might succeed with her strength and team help, and she probably had a hidden trump card. He needed to speed up and defeat monsters along the way. Yang finally reached the level 61 Rock Abyss Earth Dragon, noting it looked more like a lizard and was far inferior to the Black Flame Wing. The sleeping dragon awoke as Yang leaped and used his soul bark technique on its forehead, throwing him back. He remarked on its high defense, leaping again to dodge attacks while landing hits. Piercing the same spot a second time caused huge damage, and with no mineral protection left, the dragon's HP dropped to 50%. Yang noted this and prepared to push forward as the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon entered a berserk mood. Stones rained from above as it rolled toward him, forcing him to dodge. Yang realized he couldn't attack in this state and needed to find a strategy. Guessing the dragon's face might trigger a half-health transition skill and looking for a mechanism to stop it. Killed the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon in 20 minutes and 18 seconds, ranking first. Everyone shouted in disbelief. Lu laughed, saying the guy must be cheating. Zhao noticed someone coming out of the dungeon. It was Yang, wearing the bulky Rock Abyss Earth Dragon armor, complete with helmet and leg guards. He asked why everyone was still there. Seeing him, everyone froze, but Lu burst into laughter. Embarrassed, Yang muttered he should have cleared his bag sooner, and now he had to wear the ugly Earth Dragon set. He challenged them, saying if they had the skill, they could try to set a solo record at his level. Ling admitted his skill but dismissed the achievement, noting her target was far more challenging. Yang replied that he would just tame the Black Dragon before her. She got furious, shouting, but Yang declared his name was Su Yang, a VIP at the Transfer Temple and the one who would tame the Black Dragon. The system notifies Yang that the 5-star job change task is complete, confirming items, Rusty Key, Blood of the Rock, Abyss, and Earth Dragon. A hidden job change task series unlocks Stage 2, Glory of God. Seeing the notifications, Yang thinks the hidden task has arrived. The system shows the description. Deep in Sleepy Mountain lies an underground prison no one dares to approach, once the secret library of a great wizard who used the power of the blood glory of blood. Yang recalls Sleepy Mountain borders Tianling City and its monsters are stronger than those in Wild Spirit Mountain, but he thinks it won't be a problem. The system confirms the task items, hinting he could evolve them. Rusty Key, Blood of the Rock, Abyss, Earth Dragon, all of them considered, Yang tells Ling he has a task and will first finish his transformation before heading there. The secretary yells at his arrogance, and Ling tells Zhao to monitor him closely, reporting when he moves to the next phase. Yang removes his armor and completes the transformation, feeling relaxed. He examines the platinum-level Rock, Abyss, Earth Dragon armor set, noting its good value despite being a bit ugly. It should last until his 4th job change. The armor becomes invisible on his body. He decides using a borderless gem on platinum equipment would be wasteful. Next, the system notifies about Sleepy Mountain, shrouded in fog year-round, said to bury countless beings, with one adventurer never returning. Recommended level is 70 to 90. Yang moves through thick fog, noting he can barely see and it feels as cold and silent as a graveyard. He opens the map, eyes widening at the distance, realizing it will take time. 2 red eyes watch him from the fog. Yang plans to clear the mobs along the way, but before he can act, a woman appears, eliminating them. She asks if he's okay and why he's here at this level, warning he might be in the wrong place. She is Zhang Yan, level 75, a Thundersword master. Yang thanks her for the help and explains he's here for a task. She asks what kind of task would bring a level 60 to Sleepy Mountain and warns him not to have been tricked. She offers him a team to help gather materials for her 4th job change, but Yang declines, saying his task doesn't allow teamwork. He bids goodbye, promising to be careful, and disappears into the fog. She wonders about the mysterious task. Yang smirks, admitting cheating suits him better than proper gameplay, then releases his 2 spirit wolves, guiding them. The wolves turn into red blood stains and charge at high speed, carrying him along. Yang notes the color might mean the soul's summoning stone is influenced by the red moon, and plans to check it later with the job change artifact in case it's unstable. They arrive at a tall door hidden by branches. Yang remarks on its concealment, opens it, and enters, grimacing at the stench of rotten meat. At the cave's end, he sees a grill filled with dead bodies, their blood drained, realizing this is the glory of blood and that the bodies were likely killed to clear the way. Kicking the grill in half, he moves further and encounters a figure seated in the center of a spell circle. The figure looks up. It is the boss, Resentment, a level 75 zombie of the dead wizard. The system describes him as a once-married wizard who sought the glory of blood and must feed intruders with their blood even in death. The zombie raises a hand to attack, but Yang interrupts, saying the screaming is annoying, and defeats it effortlessly. The system notifies him of the kill, awarding experience points and items, married wizard's experience, and an experimental note. Yang opens the note, reading about completed animal experiments, human experiments with the blood of a village, and a low success rate. Shaking his head, he realizes the wizard conducted extensive human experiments, but still failed. The system then detects the task item, experimental note, and confirms the reward obtained, blood, blessing, ritual. A series of notifications appear before Yang, and he thinks he knew there had to be a reward. Reading the ritual, he realizes it seems like a permanent enhancement buff, but notes the mad wizard killed himself attempting it. Too risky. He reasons the system wouldn't offer a human use item recklessly. He sees the ritual requires the blood of a powerful creature, whereas the wizard used ordinary human blood, explaining his failure. Yang notices he already has the blood of the earth dragon, and the hidden task hint now makes sense. Thinking of powerful creatures, he compares none to the black flame wing and suddenly a bold idea strikes him. Yang asked the system if he could connect to the boss when no intruders were in the secret realm. The system confirmed that as long as the connection count refreshed, it could be done, and intruders would trigger an automatic alert. Yang nodded and told his spirit wolves to stay and guard against any. The system began linking him to the boss. They arrived at the Black Dragon's dungeon, where Lilith, bored, complained about the dragon sleeping all day despite promises of freedom, lamenting her long captivity and the royal family's neglect. Suddenly Yang roared, and she snapped out of it, scolding him for being grumpy. Yang dismissed it as habit, whispering that, noting the black dragon's noble blood would yield an outstanding result for the ritual. Lilith shouted in surprise, and Yang brushed it off, saying he was just excited. She laughed, teasing him about being rejected in a dream, leaving him confused. He asked if she was worried about him. She nodded, saying she didn't care about him and was just curious, telling him not to overthink. Yang thought the amount of blood should be enough. The system confirmed that the black dragon's essence blood had been stored in the warehouse. Yang said business was done, and he would continue sleeping. Lilith teased him for sleeping again and dreaming of his little dragon, warning that the next wave of enemies would arrive soon. When she asked what enemies, he had already fallen asleep. She shouted at him for always saying strange things and then falling asleep. Yang teleported back to the room, noting no one had disturbed him. Following the task flow, he stood in the center of the blood formation and prepared to swallow the essence blood of the powerful creature, knowing the outcome was unpredictable. Holding the golden blood, he opened the test tube and drank it, thinking fortune favors the bold. The immense energy surged through him, causing excruciating pain. He trembled on the ground, shouting that his throat, body, and head felt like they were melting. The blood floated around him, clinging as if trying to devour and assimilate him. The spirit wolves roared, but Yang called them off, saying this was part of the ritual and only the strong could grow through such pain. The blood completely covered him, and the wolves tensed, unsure of how to respond. Cracks formed in the blood, and Yang's eyes opened as it peeled away, leaving him transformed. He felt a complete life transformation, even greater than after his previous job change, now strong enough to rival a 5-tier fighter. His clothes were gone, and the system confirmed that using the Black Dragon's essence blood completed the Black Essence ritual. All attributes increased by 50% and a new skill was obtained, the destructive power of the Black Flame, mastered by Black Flame Wing, capable of instantly incinerating an ordinary person. Yang swirled the flame around his finger, marveling at its violent, destructive power. He reflected that being a boss never felt much, but now holding it, he truly understood how terrifying the Black Dragon's power was and how devastating it made fighters who faced it. Power instills fear, and the weak naturally submit to the strong. Animals understand this rule best. Yang observed the wolf and the black flame, then snapped his fingers. A huge blast shot forward, its force so immense it was visible from far away. His eyes widened at its power, and he mounted the wolf to move away. After finally stopping, he reflected that now the secret of the blood blessing was sealed and he could not refuse it, noting he would need to control his strength better next time. As he prepared to switch jobs, a voice calling for help reached him. He paused, recognizing it as familiar, wondering if it could be the female swordsman from before. And he was right. It was Zhong in danger. She shouted not to come closer, warning that any step forward would make her strike. The creepy men in front of her taunted, offering protection while making lewd remarks. She yelled back, calling them despicable and questioning whether any law still applied. They sneered, claiming the association's blacklist freed them from consequence. One man gloated about tracking her for weeks, calling her a gift from heaven. Joan clenched her teeth, tears forming, and raised her sword to her neck rather than face humiliation. Suddenly, the men's hands vanished. Yang appeared, saying he had heard of outlaws targeting lone players and asked how they wished to die. They charged, threatening to capture and torture him, while Zhong urged Yang to flee, insisting he was no match. Yang smirked, noting that before he might have needed a legendary item against fourth-class transferers, but not now. As they sprinted at him, he dodged effortlessly, causing them to entangle and fall over each other, and then he delivered a kick to all of them. From behind, another man lunged at Yang, shouting to kill him, but Yang shattered his sword with a touch. The man stared at the broken platinum greatsword in disbelief, wondering if Yang wielded a star-grade weapon. Enraged, he shouted that Yang must hold even more treasures, exciting his companions who saw a chance for wealth. Yang smirked, warning that greed has no bounds and that they might not live to enjoy their gains. Blue flames began to swirl around him, and he declared he had no reason to show mercy. The flames, shattering inferno, engulfed them, their screams of agony echoing until nothing remained but scorched ground. Notifications appeared. The men were killed. Yang gained experience points, and items obtained included a strawberry-flavored rubber ring and a black bodysuit. Yang thought the perverts deserved their end. The Black Flame Wing's power was overwhelming. He approached the girl, asking if she was all right. She asked about his power, and he replied it was a secret. She smiled, admitting she had underestimated him and thanked him for saving her from suicide. Yang noted her resolute spirit. She asked his name, and he told her. She expressed surprise at his youth, mentioning Anyu had bragged about his exploits at a party, making Yang frown at Anyu's big mouth. Turning to leave, he asked if she had a return scroll. She thanked him. As he departed, she thought he was an interesting guy. The system buzzed with notifications: Star Mage, Warrior, 3rd Class, Task Proof of Magic, Duality, Magic Devourer, Devouring Spirit, Ghost of Ruined Dimension, Task Status Complete, Strength the Rock, Abyssus, Earth Dragon of the Desolate Spirit Mountain, Task Status Complete, Series Hidden, Transfer Task, 2nd Stage, Glory of Blood, Task Status Complete, Scan Complete, Initiating Transfer Ceremony. Energy surged through Yang's body as rewards poured in. Class advancements to Mage, Warrior, 2nd Class, Archer, Mystical Weapon, and countless other bonuses. Armor formed on his right hand, and he noted the new Arcane Mystical Weapon skill set, perfect for countering magic. The skill's description read, nullify all magic attacks, and if the user's spirit is higher than the caster's, nullify the spell and deal double damage. A skill book notification confirmed he had obtained the legendary Arcane Mystical Weapon. Excluding passive skills, Dual Cultivation, Strength, Spirit, and Speed, every attribute increased. Yang gained 248%, with magic damage boosted by 159%. He realized he could now easily crush the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon without even using skills. At the temple, the woman congratulated him on reaching a new level of strength. Yang asked why she seemed unhappy. She explained that the transfer temple in Dongling City only offered advancement up to 3rd class. From now on, he would have to go to Tiangling City. Thinking about parting from him filled her with an unfamiliar emptiness. Suddenly, the statue in the temple began to glow intensely. She asked if this was the blessing of the statue as yellow light enveloped her. Yang observed, recalling the blood blessing ceremony. Her old body was covered by light before it had burst. This time, her blessing completed fully. She advanced to the 5th class temple, and the system instructed her to proceed to Tiangling City for employment. Yang noted she had reached the 5th class. She explained that temple priest advancement differed from that of transferers, but this meant she could stay by his side. She hugged him, saying she was a bit tired and would like to rest. Yang smiled, reassured by her presence, and with feathers falling around them, he said they would go together to Tiangling City. The crowd outside shouted in frustration, demanding to know why the door hadn't opened yet, complaining about waiting, and accusing someone of hogging the bathroom. Suddenly, the door swung open and Yang stepped out, carrying Bai in his arms. Gasps and exclamations rippled through the crowd. So this was the one wasting everyone's time, and look at what he was holding. People murmured nervously, noticing the unconscious temple priestess in his arms and speculating wildly about what had happened during the half-hour he had been alone with her. Yan shook his head at their nonsense and called out, asking who needed a transfer job and telling them to make way. A tall man stepped forward, gripping his shoulder and demanding an explanation before he could leave. Yan turned, his aura so overwhelming the man quickly released him, thinking he had almost soiled himself from fear. Someone whispered in awe, identifying him as Lord Suyang. As he walked forward, Bai recognized him and mentioned her sudden promotion as a new temple priestess of Dongling City, explaining she would be heading to Tiangling City. Yang congratulated her on her promotion and pay rise, and she smiled but admitted she felt sad at the thought of not seeing him for a long time. Yang reassured her he would visit often and that they could share meals and tea. She wiped her tears, agreeing it was a promise, wished him safe travel, and waved as he moved on, thinking quietly that perhaps she still had a chance. After that, they were taken to the Tianling City Transfer Temple, where a priest addressed Yang, assuring him that Miss Bailing would be taken care of and, once awake, would assume her role as temple priestess of Tianling City. He would continue to receive promotion benefits and other matters through her. Yang acknowledged and thanked him, thinking he would need to establish a base in Tianling City, arrange for his grandparents, and buy property. He paused, then used a card to send a letter, informing his grandparents he was moving for work, everything was fine, he sent money, and hoped they and his siblings would live well until he could visit. Yang then began searching for a suitable property. A man approached, offering a villa with an unbeatable sea view, fully furnished, for 9.96 million. Yang remarked it was too large and might be hard to manage, but the man explained that for an extra 1 million a dedicated team could handle all daily matters. Satisfied, Yang proceeded with the paperwork and later enjoyed the swimming pool and sauna before lying in bed, marveling at how wealth had changed his life and deciding to check Bai Ling's condition the next day. Meanwhile, Bai Ling awoke, asking where she was. The priestess explained she had brewed herbal soup to aid her recovery. Bai thanked her, feeling much better, and noted that the temple statue had not revealed anything for years, suspecting the new hero was involved. The priestess asked her opinion, and Bai described Yang as someone capable of miracles, with courage, strength, kindness, and a resilient heart, believing he would bring new hope to the world. The priestess nodded, noting Bai's good judgment, and mentioned leaving Tianling City in her care. Seeing the lingering red moon, Bai realized the event was approaching and panicked, rushing out despite the priestess asking where she was going. Bai insisted Yang didn't know about the red moon invasion yet, and she needed to warn him, praying as she ran that he would be safe. The priestess, watching her go, wondered if Bai had truly fallen for him. Yang was sleeping when his eyes suddenly opened to a loud voice. A maid stumbled on the ground, and he ran to her, asking what was happening. She pointed upward, shouting that a monster had appeared. The screen announced a rare event, Red Moon Invader. A stitched giant X-Man, a demon boss of the demon clan, loomed above. The giant looked at Yang and threatened him with a single kill. Yang muttered about being disturbed in the middle of the night, warning about his morning grouchiness, and resolved to deal with it quickly before going back to sleep. Above on the horse, Ling flew down, telling him he was the target of tonight's Red Moon Invader. Yang looked at her and asked if it was really her. She warned him to stand back, claiming he was no match and that she would handle the invader herself. Yang shouted, demanding to know what the Red Moon invasion really meant. Ling snapped that she had no obligation to answer him, and that he should ask someone else if he wanted to know. Without further warning, she commanded her lion spirit to attack the giant. The demon boss raised its fists, colliding with the lion, sending a massive blast rippling through the area. Yan yelped about his newly renovated house, warning them not to destroy it. From the front, Bai came running toward him, asking if he was okay. Yan, surprised, asked why she was here. She hugged him tightly, explaining she had just woken up, saw the red moon still outside, realized she hadn't warned him about the red moon invasion, and had rushed over out of anxiety. Yan asked her to explain in detail, and she led him to a seat, sitting to tell him everything. She explained that whenever the red moon descends, monsters from an unknown space, called Scarlet Decays, appear, invading the area of each warrior with the sole purpose of attacking them. Only warriors can harm them, and any warrior killed by Scarlet Decay cannot be resurrected. Temple chronicles say these invasions occur only after a warrior's third advancement. Yan nodded, acknowledging the danger, but noted that the strength of this invader seemed overwhelming for a third advancement monster. Ling agreed, saying it was beyond imagination, and noted that Miss Ling's goal must be the Red Moon Crystal Core, which could explain the invader's unusual strength. Yan realized that a normally third advancement Scarlet Decay couldn't suddenly reach 5th level power unless its level and strength were dynamic, constantly changing. The area trembled with the clash of the giant and Ling's spirits, creating an earthquake. Ling cursed that a mere third advancement Scarlet Decay could wield such tremendous power and decided to go all out. Yan stepped in front, warning her that if she continued like this, his house would be destroyed. He insisted he would handle the invader since it was coming after him. Ling, annoyed, shouted that if he wanted to die, she wouldn't stop him, but he shouldn't cry and beg later. Smirking, Yan radiated a purple aura, telling her to stay on the sidelines and watch. Yan directed all the purple energy swirling around the room toward the giant. Each beam of light struck like a sharp blast, dealing damage with every hit. The giant grew furious. Yan then used his special item, a soul mark, and black energy erupted from the giant's eyes. Ling noticed its HP had dropped to 40%, shocked that a single strike had removed 60%. Yan realized the boss's strength shifted depending on its current aggro target, meaning it was effectively a third advancement monster against him. He struck again, knowing that with his extreme dual cultivation blessing, he could utterly crush it even using pure strength. The giant hurled eggs at him, which Yang dodged effortlessly. As the giant swung its axe, threatening him to die, Yang's body glowed with a dark blue aura. He launched a full-force punch, obliterating the giant's hand, and declared it unqualified to fight him. The giant's HP dropped to 0, and the system confirmed he had slain the Scarlet Decay, praising him as an instant warrior. Ling, watching from her horse, seethed in disbelief, noting she had seen many Red Moon invasions but never such a brutal kill, wondering if a savage beast truly lurked beneath Yang's human appearance. She rode off, warning she would make him pay next time. Yang then held out the Red Moon Crystal Core to Bai, asking if this was what Ling wanted. She inquired about its significance, and Bai Ling began to explain its importance, but suddenly a strange voice interrupted, darkening their expressions. A red portal opened before Yang, bathing the area in crimson light. Shocked, he felt his nerves tingle and his body tense as he shouted, realizing something was terribly wrong. Yang's eyes flutter open and he asked, "Where am I?" In front of him, Bai Ling loomed over, calling him brave hero and noting he was awake. Flustered, he demanded why they were sleeping in the same bed. She calmly told him not to panic, explaining that last night he had been cursed by the Scarlet Withering, so she had performed a purification ritual. Confused, he asked what ritual, and she elaborated according to Article 921 of Temple Regulations. Heroes infected with the Scarlet Wither during battle risk transforming into it if the contamination accumulates, so temple priests must purify them. Because he had lost consciousness, she had to bring him back to her room and remove his clothes. Embarrassed, he remarked on the awkwardness, and she revealed prominent nerves on the back of her neck. Yang asked what was wrong with her and about the mark, and she reassured him the temple priest's constitution allowed him to self-purify the scarlet contamination with the deity's aid, which would dissipate within a day or two. Concerned about causing her harm, he held her hand apologetically. Bai Ling turned to explain the benefits of the 5-star, third advancement status. Starting from the third advancement, as a VIP hero, Yang could receive a monthly subsidy raised from 50 million to 1 billion, enjoy a black gold membership shopping discount increased from 30% to 50%, and gain the right to join an S-rank guild. Yang was stunned at the 20-fold subsidy increase, but noted joining an S-rank guild might draw unwanted attention. Most importantly, Bai Ling explained, the Red Moon Crystal Core exchange shop was now open. He could place his hand on the deity's statue to see items available for exchange using Red Moon Crystal Cores. The purple-haired lady from earlier must have sought the cores during the Red Moon invasion. Curious, Yang placed the core in the shop, revealing high-tier items, a second-tier forbidden spell, semi-divine artifacts like the Song of Day and Water, the Long Sword, Heart of the Ocean, and the divine artifact Eternal Gold Spear. Yang realized these were top-tier items unobtainable even with immense wealth in the X-Alliance. But the starting exchange required 300 cores, and he had only 3. Determined, he resolved to increase his strength, raise monster levels in Red Moon invasions, and farm more cores. Bai Ling appeared behind him, saying she needed to return to the temple to fulfill her duties. Yang replied he needed to repair the damaged area. She mentioned that a foreign dignitary would be visiting Tianling City today, prompting Yang to ask, "A dignitary?" "We are taken to Longxia County, Tianling City." A woman named Asuhi Makiko, a professional beast hunter at level 128, walks, observing her surroundings and commenting, "So this is Longxia." The woman behind her confirms, "Yes, my miss." 2 men accompany them. One says this time, the master has spared no expense to give the lady a chance to tame a dragon. The other adds, since there is no dragon's secret realm in Sakura Country, and the opportunists in Eagle Federation are too greedy, they must pass through Tianling City. The 4 are then stopped by an old man, who welcomes them to Tianling City. Makiko thanks Mr. Li for guiding them. He is the Tianling City diplomatic counselor. He inquires if Miss Makiko is confident in challenging the fairest and most brutal black dragon. She replies, "No need to worry, they have great confidence in her talent," claiming even Lu Ling from his country might not match her. Mr. Li laughs, noting their youthful energy. She responds that it is not self-flattery. As tension rises, Makiko intervenes, teasing that Mr. Li and Woozi seem to get along well. Woozi denies it, and Makiko politely asks them to guide the newcomers since they are unfamiliar with the area. Mr. Li thinks about how the Asuhi family raised her so differently from the old fox he knows and laughs. He points toward the dungeon gate, explaining that the Black Dragon Fortress Miss Asuhi plans to challenge is outside Tianling City in Yofang City, and they should proceed on their own as he has official duties. Makiko waves, bidding him farewell. Woozi gets upset, complaining that they are being sent straight to Yofang City without a proper welcome. One of the men explains that Longxia is so powerful that small countries like theirs are insignificant. Makiko rebukes him, reminding that they are guests in this country and should follow the host's rules. Since the old master did not stop them, he is keeping his word, and they should not cause trouble. Woozi warns her that her attitude may bring suffering, and the man notes it is all because the master overprotected her. Zhao asks what they've discovered despite using a stealth tool. Link admits he underestimated her and sees the Sakura girl as a serious threat. He orders everyone to gather at the fortress entrance in half an hour to prepare for the secret realm. Zhao acknowledges, and then we are taken to Yang's new house, damaged from the Red Moon invasion giant. Maids clean while constructors repair broken parts. Yang sits on the sofa eating a hot dog, instructing, "Make sure this area is cleaned and strengthen the wall." A system notification alerts him of intruders challenging the secret realm. Surprised, he thought they had already arrived, then confirms connection and teleports. A maid asks where he is going since repairs aren't finished. He apologizes, saying he has urgent business and asks them to handle the house. He then awakens as a black dragon. The system identifies secret realm challengers as S-level Guild Exploration Group number 24. He notes the group is led by Ling with Lu, Zhao, and others. She shouts, "If you help tame the black dragon, everyone will be rewarded." Yang laughs, thinking they will pay for all previous damages and repair costs with interest. This time, the exploration team looked fully prepared. They had more members than before, and each seemed experienced, equipped with top-tier gear, making them tough opponents. A portal opened before Yang, and 2 monsters emerged, bowing and promising their king they would expel the intruders completely. They were elite mutant dragon blood warriors at level 98. Yang frowned, noticing he hadn't seen them before. Lilith reminded him of the day he went berserk and self-harmed. After consuming the blood he bled, these 2 had successfully mutated, while a few others became abnormal creatures. Yang realized that directly consuming dragon blood could trigger mutation, though it was rare. He admitted the fleeting dragon blood army alone wouldn't suffice. These 2 might now rival the pre-evolved Black Flame King. He ordered them to intercept the intruders. Yang noticed Lilith's unease. She looked away, insisting it was nothing, though she worried the hero-brave team might actually defeat the Black Dragon, yet she felt no joy. The exploration team advanced, cutting down monsters in their path. Zhao warned them to watch for potential threats, and Ling, mounted on her horse, noted that even if the Black Dragon evolved further, the smaller monsters posed little danger, though Zhao insisted caution. Then the two elite bosses arrived. Zhao shouted their presence, Ling confirmed just 2 elite monsters, and Zhao ordered the team to spread out, preventing the bosses from combining powers. One was immune to physical damage, the other to magical, and the team began coordinated attacks on the 2 beasts. Zhao shouted to control their HP and prevent the low HP berserk trigger. Using the first method, the team coordinated perfectly, and one of the elite monsters collapsed, completely defeated. The other, however, doubled in attack, defense, magic resistance, and speed, roaring to kill the intruders. Zhao warned the team its momentum surpassed a berserk state, and it began summoning minions. An explorer shouted about the group buff, urging them to split the battlefield. Ling snapped her fingers, calling forth her spirit animals and instructing everyone to stay calm, stick to the plan, drain HP steadily, and treat the small monsters as distractions while focusing on the boss. Zhao noted that with Ling's support, victory was assured. The team engaged the 2 evolved monsters and their minions, but the mutants proved formidable. Ling then ordered them to leave a sliver of health, which Zhao agreed to, letting both fall to the ground weakened. One muttered in frustration, daring them to finish him, but Ling approached, recognizing that despite the humanoid form, he was still a dragon. Extending her hand, a pink glow enveloped him, and the creature screamed at the attempt to control him. Ling activated her beast-taming technique, binding the dragon to her. It questioned its identity, and she told it was now her loyal servant, which it accepted. The other muttered for it to resist, but Yang, witnessing this, fumed. Outrage coursed through him. How dare they enter his territory and claim his subordinates? From a player's view, taming beasts was normal, but as a boss, he could not allow this. Yang held the meat in his hand, thinking he probably couldn't win against their lineup even as a stellar tier boss. Do I really have to solo this just to advance? He glanced at the disgusting little chunk, hesitated, then decided there was no choice. Swallowing it in one gulp, he felt Lilith ask how it tasted. Yang grimaced, describing it as slimy, foul, and sewer-like. Suddenly, his stomach erupted with immense energy, sending a golden flow from the roof into the sky that everyone could see. The mutant beast turned, awed by the shining light, murmuring about a lord. Link sensed a powerful force from the fortress, wondering what was happening. Yang had evolved immensely. The system confirmed an unknown factor triggered a mutation in the Black Flame King, upgrading him to the Radiant Moon tier boss, level 150, post-maturity. Yang thought, evolution successful, now it was time to crush them. As everyone witnessed the immense power of Yang, the Black Dragon, they shouted in disbelief, questioning if it was a joke. Last time they faced a Starshine rank boss, and now they were up against a Moonlight rank? They had prepared for a Starshine beast but now had to fight a Moonlight rank one. Zhao urged calm, but others panicked, asking Ling what to do. Ling, biting her nails, tried to reason it might be a dungeon system bug, unable to comprehend a Moonlight rank Black Dragon. Yang, breathing fire, thought mockingly that it was no bug. As Ling hesitated, Zhao shouted to activate defense spells, use all damage reduction skills, enhance fire resistance, and deploy the Holy Light defense with Sanctuary of the Earth Mother. Yang opened his mouth, unleashing a blast of purifying fire like a core of the earth itself, engulfing the entire exploration team. Zhao, gasping, noted 10 killed instantly, 6 barely alive, confirming the Moonlight rank's overwhelming strength. He clenched the Life Emerald Ring, reviving the fallen team once, while Yang mused at their thorough preparation. Ling summoned all her spirit beasts, urging everyone to attack while the boss had exposed itself. They all charged at Yang, but Ling noticed their attacks caused almost no damage. Zhao explained that the dragon's heart had been taken, and their strategy was designed to slowly chip away a Starshine rank boss's health. Lu shouted that with a Moonlight rank boss, its stats alone could crush them. Yang thought, against absolute power, all fancy tricks were meaningless. The exploration team members shouted that the boss was about to use another skill, but the damage reduction hadn't refreshed yet, leaving no time to defend. The ground shook violently as Yang slammed his hand onto it, splitting it in the middle. Only a few team members remained. One cried that Old Zen was down, asking if battle revival was possible. Lu sighed, saying there was no saving them and to just prepare to die. Xing panicked, wondering how the black dragon could be so overwhelmingly strong. Zhao urged Ling to retreat, promising they'd try to hold the dragon back. Ling resisted, saying she had prepared for this day, but Zhao cut her off, insisting that from the moment the black dragon advanced, victory was impossible and their best option was to minimize losses and survive to report back. Clenching her teeth, she accepted, mounting her horse and riding toward the gate, telling them she would leave it to them. Yang watched, thinking she was trying to escape, calling her the main course and refusing to let her go. Zhao shouted for them to focus on him instead, planning to sacrifice themselves to cover Ling's retreat. Yan thought it heroic and opened his mouth, releasing an immense burst of fire. As Ling rode, she cursed her failure, questioning her genius, reasoning that no one could subdue a moonlight-rank blood dragon, not her, nor Asuhi, Mikiko, or Yang. But before she could finish her thought, her horse was struck, throwing her to the ground as Yang loomed over her. She cried that Zhao and the others hadn't lasted a minute, summoning her spirit beasts to hold him off, but Yang crushed them with a sweep of his massive arms, mocking her for thinking a mere human could subdue him. She began wailing, crying out that she didn't want to lose to Yang or Sakura, didn't want to disappoint the dead, and wanted to prove she was the greatest beast tamer. Yang, taken aback by her vulnerability, acknowledged her competitiveness but refused to let her go for free. He decided not to eat her, but to give a quick death instead, holding her in one hand and releasing a light breath of fire. Finally, he defeated her, reflecting that humans were monsters in their own right, natural enemies to creatures like him, and considered her unlucky for running into him. The black dragon had undergone a massive upgrade. Its strength, speed, and spirit surged immensely. Yang realized this was the largest amount of experience he had ever gained, even far surpassing what he had received after defeating the Sixth Elf Mage. The experience came from killing Ling, and with the added boost from the dragon blood essence, he could feel immense power ready to erupt. Yet, despite nearly 32 million experience points, he only rose 7 levels, confirming that as one progressed, the experience required per level grew geometrically, meaning stronger monsters and adventurers were needed to advance further. Suyang's level rose to 72%, and though the expedition team had dropped a large amount of platinum and diamond tier equipment, Yan no longer felt excitement from it. But Ling's loot did surprise him. She dropped a moonlight tier ring, Spirit Whisper. Reading the long description, he confirmed it was genuine moonlight tier equipment. Though just an accessory, its value and attribute boosts were significant, and the spirit and spirit resistance alone were formidable. Even more, it was embedded with an infinite stone, removing level restrictions entirely, making him quietly grateful to Ling. Suddenly, something started revolving in midair. Another expert? Yan saw a first-tier forbidden scroll, Wrath of the Wind God, appearing. Its description warned it would tear apart anyone daring to provoke it. Another forbidden spell meant he now had 2 as trump cards. No wonder Ling, daughter of the TNG Pavilion, carried such powerful items. With the news of the expedition team's defeat, no one would dare challenge them in the near term. The mission of the Black Flame Wing was now ready to conclude. Yan took flight, and Lilith watched, noting his victory, as he promised that after this, he would grant her true freedom. She wondered what that would feel like. Yan finally returns home, and all the maids tense up, greeting him, "Master, you are back." He glances at the renovations, noting they're already repaired. A maid remarks that since he paid double, the craftsmen put in extra effort. The maids then tend carefully to him. Feeling tired, Yang asks for a full-body massage to relax, and they promptly agree. Meanwhile, outside the Black Dragon dungeon, the resurrected expedition members react with frustration. Lu shouts, "What the hell? Why does he level up every time we fight him? Even with more people and revival items, they still lost. This dungeon is impossible." Xiao tells them to stop complaining and asks if anyone has seen the young miss. They haven't. Xiao wonders if it's like last time. They hear crying and find Ling curled up, sobbing that she lost. She had prepared to tame the Black Dragon but was utterly defeated, questioning how she could still call herself a genius monster master. Zhao clears his throat. She snaps at him, demanding he leave. He explains he is there to report losses, and she tells him to report to Zhao later, not now. Zhao notes she's in a bad mood and tries to reassure her that losing to a Moonlight tier boss is no shame and suggests focusing on taming other dragons. Ling considers this, realizing that whether it's Yang or Mikiko, no one could have defeated their Moonlight tier Black Dragon. If she can tame another dragon first, she can remain Long Zia's top genius beast master. Aside from the black dragon, Long Xia also has a red dragon and a silver dragon. The red is slightly weaker and the silver stronger, but both are starlight tier. Taming the silver dragon could make her the most powerful beast master globally. She turns to Zhao, complimenting his insight despite his usual brute demeanor, and instructs him to report all dungeon losses to Zhao Tai, assuring the Tianji Pavilion will cover everything. The members respond in unison, "Long live the young miss," expressing their gratitude and loyalty. From behind, Makiko approaches, asking who they are. Ling turns, confirming it's her, and asks if Makiko is here to tame the black dragon too. Makiko introduces herself as Asuhi Makiko and extends her hand, but Ling ignores it and passes by, wishing her luck before mounting her horse and moving on. Wuzi remarks on her rudeness, noting she's a daughter of the Tianji Pavilion and speculating she failed to tame the black dragon and is venting her frustration. Makiko warns Wuzi to stop gloating and focus on the dungeon. Wuzi questions why she's defending an outsider, then heads toward the dungeon gate, but her eyes widen at the moonlight tier status. A man comments that it was supposed to be starlight tier and wonders how they can fight it, blaming Longxia for the change. Wuzi contacts Mr. Li, who acknowledges the situation and apologizes for the sudden change, instructing them to rest in Tianling City and promising further instructions after a discussion. Mr. Li reflects that the black dragon in Tianling City evolved directly from diamond tier to moonlight tier, an unprecedented event, and wonders if it was manipulated. The next day, Yang approaches the same dungeon, noting how much quieter it is compared to yesterday. No surprises. After all, even Tianling City's strongest expedition team was wiped out. Who would dare challenge it now? He cracks his knuckles, declaring that only he, the dungeon boss, remains and that he will personally bring this dungeon to an end. At the fortress of the Black Dragon, Yang stands firm, reflecting that in the past he was always linked to the Black Dragon boss, watching challengers enter the dungeon from the fortress. Now, finally, it's his turn to enter as a challenger, and the sensation is extraordinary. From above, flying beasts swoop toward him, and he braces, thinking this grand welcome feels oddly familiar. Their yellow, viper-like eyes lock onto him, and a burst of purple energy erupts from Yang, forming a tornado that pushes them back. One beast cries out, recognizing the aura of Lord Athos, confused that a human carries it, while the flames confirm the black dragon's presence. Yang snarls for them to get lost, striking with lightning as he refuses to waste time on these lesser foes. With a snap, he summons two ghostly moon spirit wolves, ordering them to stand guard and project the pressure of the moonlight tier to deter other creatures. Meanwhile, the black dragon awakens atop the fortress. Lilith notes another challenger appears so soon, silently wondering who will fall to the dragon this time, aware the black dragon's victories are always overwhelming. The dragon lunges at the spirit wolves guarding the gate. One wolf panics, realizing they cannot defeat it, while another notes the dragon smells like their master and wonders if it devoured him. The black dragon suddenly drives its claw into its own chest, drawing golden blood. The wolves are stunned, unsure what's happening. Yang mentally observes that when the dragon self-harms, its damage reduction doesn't apply to itself, and reducing its HP to roughly half is safe without affecting item drop rates. The black dragon's health falls to 54%, and Yang commands it to remain still, maximizing flesh recovery while halting all other dungeon monsters, setting the stage for what's coming next. Yang disconnects from the black dragon, having been linked to it before. As he lands, the wolves whisper relief that their master is still alive. Yang thanks them, noting that with their help he staged a comeback from a weak class, feeling a mix of gratitude and determination. A new path has opened, and it's time to move forward. They sprint toward the black dragon, shouting for it to die and be reborn as his servants so they can conquer wider lands together. Black-flamed winged Athos. 2 hours later, the wolves are exhausted, gasping for breath, thinking they might collapse, while Yang is drenched in sweat, teeth clenched, hands numb from constant slashing. The boss's health is down to 19%. Yang drinks a restorative portion, reflecting that without his extreme stats, 900% damage boost from the soul mark, and dual cultivation, breaking its defense would have been impossible. Feeling the surge of energy, he urges himself, just a little more, let's finish this in one go. Lilith, asleep nearby, awakens to the dragon's roar, seeing clouds and fog and dragons burning, shouting that her body is disappearing. She senses the black dragon's aura has vanished and drifts toward Yang, who finally defeats it as the dragon continues roaring wildly. Yang thought, finally it's over. He leveled up from 79 to 80, marveling at the massive experience gained, 3 times what he earned from defeating dozens of 5th tier members in the Ling group. As expected from a Moonlight tier boss, A massive, shining item dropped from above, the black dragon's weapon. Yang lifted the sword, feeling its immense aura surge through him, threatening to burst from his body. The screen displayed its name, Dragonbone, Great Sword, Devourer of Athos. Athos, offspring of the ancient Devourer, had fallen into death. Its bone became the sword, its blood the soul, its remains immortal, the Devourer, the devouring eternal. Attributes and features flashed in full, and when Yang slashed forward, the entire area, even the mountain, split in two. He muttered, so strong, wibbly strong. Its main stats weren't top tier, but its growth potential was terrifying. It could devour dragons, gaining 10% of their attributes. A true weapon from the Black Dragon, unique, unlevelable, unresurrectable, noble and luxurious. Judging by the description, the Black Flame Wing must be offspring of the ancient Devourer, explaining its strength comparable to a fully matured dragon while still in its juvenile stage. Holding the Dragon Slayer's heart, Yang said, I've completed the Dragon Slayer heart too. But his thoughts were cut short as the screen flashed. You have completed the Dragon Slayer heart unsealing task. Information updated. The description read, the hero blessed by the goddess beheaded the dragon. Its blood splattered along the sharp edge of the Dragon Slayer's sword. The dragon's heart was taken as proof of its demise, until now resting faithfully and nameless. The Dragon Slayer's sword was lost to the world, leaving only this proof to accompany its eternal rest. Stain the necklace amulet with dragon blood to summon the blood soul of slumbering heroes to aid in battle. Yang thought, such an exaggerated stat boost right now could only call me a weak walking humanoid boss, no exaggeration. The screen then announced boss kill detected, generating a boss minion. In front of him, the Black Dragon roared. Completed the boss, Black Flamewing Athos will serve as your minion and fight by your side. The Black Dragon bowed before Yang, who patted its scaled head, saying, we meet again, old friend. Erasing your mind last time was cruel for one who should have perished. But I hope you bear no grudge, Black Dragon Athos. Yang leaped onto Athos's head, saying, no time for sentimentality, let's go, Black Dragon, to the fortress. They soared through the skies. Lilith watched in disbelief, seeing the dragonkin all vanished, realizing the Black Dragon had been defeated. But then, the returning shadow of the Black Dragon appeared, and on its back, Yang. She gasped, how is this possible? Were you not already? Then recognition dawned, and Yang extended a hand, saying, beautiful princess, I have come to rescue you. She clung to the Black Dragon's back, her mind racing, why is there a human? The Black Dragon, the fiercest and most violent of all dragons, despises everything, and not even death can make it submit. Many powerful elves had tried to tame it before, all failing, yet now this young boy rides it. Who is he? Could he truly be the legendary Dragon Slayer? He extended his hand, urging her to hurry, and she placed hers in his, agreeing. Mounting the dragon, he told her to hold on tight as it surged into the skies. She squeezed her eyes shut, but he reassured her to open them, showing a breathtaking view below. As she took it in, he asked how it felt to regain her freedom. She smirked, saying it felt like she had finally broken her chains, her body and mind completely relaxed. She recalled the Black Dragon's words about true freedom and wondered if it, too, had longed to leave. She whispered to the dragon, noting how tough things had been for him, and Yang, realizing she might be misunderstanding, decided to stay silent. Then he announced, we're nearly at the exit, urging the Black Dragon to charge forward. They emerged outside the Black Dragon fortress, stepping into the untamed wilderness. The team shouted at each other, one urging, stop slacking, give it your all. They began cutting through the wave of monsters methodically, but the sky darkened suddenly. One of them squinted up, asking if it was going to rain, and froze as a massive black dragon slammed into the ground with a thunderous roar. Panic spread instantly, the team shouting to flee, the boss is here, run! Yang smirked at the chaos, apologizing for the dramatic entrance, admitting he seemed to have scared everyone. Lilith teased, his words made him sound a little villainous, and asked where they were heading next. He offered to take her to the lower dimension first, then guide her back to the Elf Kingdom, but she hesitated, saying she'd rather stay with him for now, embarrassed at the thought of confessing her vow to marry her rescuer. Yang mused internally that although fairy tales promised a hero would live happily with a princess, he hadn't intended to save her, but it seemed she wouldn't leave him, so he let her accompany him. She then asked how he tamed the black dragon, and he just shook his head, saying that was a secret. In the city, an immense roar echoed, catching everyone's attention. Ling recognized it immediately as the black dragon. Zhao questioned how it was possible for a dungeon boss to appear outside. Wuzi asked what had just happened, and Mikiko smirked, noting a dragon had descended on Tianling City and suggested they investigate. Behind a tree, a figure remarked on the girl's perceptiveness, praising her potential, and confirmed the city lord had given permission to proceed. At the Black Dragon Fortress entrance, Yang sat astride the dragon with Lilith. She insisted they weren't leaving yet, and he replied there was no rush. From the front, movement signaled their arrival, a group including Jia, the lord of Tianling City, and Wei Ming. Wei Ming noted the sound came from this direction, questioning if a world boss had spawned. Jia observed the chaos outside the fortress, doubting the boss had escaped the dungeon. Before them, the black dragon towered, eyes widening in shock. Jia shouted in disbelief, and Yang leapt from the dragon, greeting Jia. Jia recognized him with surprise, and Wei Ming asked if he knew him. Jia explained he had met him once, identifying him as Su Yang, a VIP of the Profession Change Temple. Wei Ming asked if Su Yang had tamed the black dragon. Yang replied affirmatively, and Ming gasped, insisting it was impossible. This was a moonlight tearblood black dragon, untamable unless proven otherwise. Yang snapped, and the black dragon roared. He asked if that was proof, and Ming immediately shouted for him to stop. Lilith whispered that he had scared her, and Yang apologized. Ming wondered if this was the secret dungeon egg, the elf princess, noting she could only be rescued after defeating the black dragon, and that taming such a dragon was nearly impossible, so Su Yang's strength must be immense. He questioned how someone so young could be a seventh-turn deity, recalling that even the Global Beast Taming Association had only one dragon tamer. Ming's excitement made him fall to the ground, and Yang offered a hand, telling him there was no need for formalities. As Ming rose, the system notified Yang that he had completed the first stage of the boss mission and that the next stage had been located. Yang thought, so soon, another boss is coming. Ming asked if Yang was a prominent figure from the Global Beast Taming Association, introducing himself as the Lord of Tianling City and apologizing for not greeting him earlier. Before Yang could reply, a strange energy swept over them. Ming wondered if it was a discreet visit, and Jia noted they had no report of any major figure arriving, though the teleportation center would have recorded it. Suddenly, Mikiko appeared, greeting them and asking to join the conversation. Ming recognized her as someone from Sakura country. Ignoring the others, she extended her hand to Yang, introducing herself as Asuhi Mikiko, a beast tamer from Sakura country, and asked if he could share his experience taming a dragon. Yang hesitated, and she remarked that it must be a secret for all beast tamers. Yang revealed he was not a beast tamer, which shocked everyone. Ming exclaimed that if he was not a beast tamer, how had he tamed the black dragon? Mikiko remarked that only the most docile wild dragons had ever been tamed, and no one had ever managed a black dragon. Jia added that the Global Beast Taming Association considered black dragons among the most untamable and dangerous creatures, yet here one had been controlled by someone who wasn't even a beast tamer, news that would shock the world if it spread. Yang said he had his own secret method but had no intention of sharing it, and he would be heading to Tianling City soon, asking Lord Wei Ming to inform the residents in advance to prevent panic. They questioned if he really planned to ride the dragon through the city, and he confirmed he would. Wei Ming assured him he would make a city-wide announcement immediately. Yang thought that even after taming the black dragon, he still considered the consequences of causing panic. No wonder the truly powerful were approachable, while only the half-baked ones were loud and arrogant. Mikiko asked if she could report Yang's accomplishment to her teacher. Yang blinked at the mention of a teacher, and Wei Ming explained that she was a member of the Global Beast Tamer Association and her teacher was likely a high-ranking figure within it. Yang thought she seemed as gifted as Ling, though their personalities were clearly different. Mikiko confirmed Wei Ming's words, saying her teacher was indeed one of the 9 heads of the association, and even though Yang wasn't a beast tamer, taming the black dragon would certainly draw their attention. She believed her teacher would be eager to seek his guidance. Yang's eyes widened, imagining a group of top-tier tamers, at least 8th or 9th tier, coming to learn from him. He quickly said he had matters to attend to and would take his leave, leaving the association discussion for later. The dragon took flight as Yang waved goodbye. Wei Ming told Mikiko that since the black dragon had been tamed, he had already reported it to the elders and suggested she return to the city to rest. She agreed, daydreaming about the possibility of one day having such a dragon herself. The scene shifted to Yang flying on the black dragon in the sky outside the dungeon. Ling saw him taming it, her eyes widening in shock and anger as she muttered that it was him who had actually tamed the black dragon. She admitted her envy but accepted the truth, realizing she still had much to train for. Wiping her tears, she vowed to grow stronger, tame a dragon herself, and face him head-on to prove she was the strongest new generation beast tamer. Meanwhile, a citywide notification appeared, alerting Tianling citizens that the Black Dragon fortress near Venice had been cleared and the Black Dragon tamed by a powerful individual, advising them not to panic. People watched the dragon in awe, commenting on its advancement to Moonlight Tier, marveling that even an exploration team had been wiped out, and noticing a girl riding with Yang. Conversation speculated that if one person could tame it, a few more would not be impossible. Yang finally arrived home, where the maid was sweeping and singing. The dragon's landing startled her, and she fell, but Yang apologized for scaring her. Recognizing him, she composed herself, and Yang reflected that he had not intended to attract attention. Being a non-beast tamer without a proper facility, this display was forced upon him. Lilith asked about the residence, and Yang invited her to choose any room and assured her that the maid could assist with anything while he attended to other matters. She quickly engaged with the maid, and Yang noted she was down-to-earth, far better than typical princess types. Later, sitting cross-legged in his room, Yang prepared to face the new boss. He called the system, which informed him that the current boss was from the demon abyss, and its sovereign was of the original Sin God tier. Yang's pride shattered as he shouted in disbelief, "What? God tier?" Yang's mind raced as he tried to process the scale of what he was facing. Sunlight tier, Moonlight tier, Starlight tier, all monumental in their own right, but God tier? According to the global recognized rank system from the Temple of the Profession, starting from the 5th tier, every 50 levels counted as a tier. The 6th, 7th, and 8th tiers were known as Starlight, Moonlight, and Sunlight tiers, respectively, collectively called legendary tiers. Beyond that, completion of the Trial of the Gods allowed ascension to the demigod tier, and finally, climbing the godhood staircase led to the god tier. Yang realized he had faced a god tier level boss, untamed, untouchable by normal measures. Taming a Starlight tier Black Flame Wing had already transformed him profoundly, but now the stakes had escalated unimaginably. He confirmed the connection, his body engulfed in swirling orange energy. The system reported connection successful, revealing the Demon Abyss boss, sovereign of original Sin God tier. Attributes flooded the screen, hundreds of thousands, unthinkable resistances, and overwhelming talents. Reading through them, Yang realized the third talent alone made the monster nearly invincible, meaning to truly destroy it, one would have to annihilate every demon in the abyss, an almost impossible task. The aura of a god tier was beyond comprehension. The system explained the demon abyss itself, not a dungeon or hidden realm but a massive subdimensional rift, akin to the Elf Kingdom or Dragon Kingdom. Its connection to the demon world resembled a dungeon, with each country able to send adventurers from first level upward to explore, fight demons and giants, gain experience, and collect treasures. Yet its difficulty was staggering. Even the first floor's demons started at level 40. Humanity had only reached the 386th floor, an achievement held by coalitions of SSS-rank guilds such as Rings of the Archmage and Knight of Sanctum. Yang now grasped the enormity of the challenge ahead, the immense power of the god-tier boss, and the unprecedented scale of the demon abyss. Yang's frustration bubbled up as he stared at the seemingly invincible boss. How could he possibly get the first kill and move on? When would the chance even come? He shouted in his mind, then quickly forced himself to focus. This wasn't the time to worry. The system mentioned the sovereign of original Sin command, the 7 kings of Sin. He scanned the area and saw 7 thrones, 4 glowing with ruins, the other 3 dark and lifeless. They had probably been defeated by adventurers, he thought, eyeing the empty thrones ahead. Deciding to seize the moment, he tested his second talent. Extending his hand, he activated Power of Sovereignty, Lord of Original Sin, sending a faint purple glow toward the center. From it, an entity materialized, the King of Gluttony, Beelzebub. The entity asked if it had been revived. The screen confirmed, Blazing Sun Terror, 7 Deadly Sin Boss, Gluttony, Beelzebub. Kneeling to Yang, it expressed gratitude and shame for its past weakness. Yang frowned, thinking that as a Sunlight Tier sovereign of original sin, shouldn't his 7 Deadly Sin King at least be a demigod tier? Had he just resurrected a weakling? The screen detailed Beelzebub's traits: perpetually hungry, devouring all non-demonic matter to grow, with an upper limit at god tier. Any target devoured permanently loses 2% of its attributes, offered as a tribute to the great sovereign of original sin. Yang realized the implications. Through this embodiment of gluttony, Beelzebub gained strength by consuming others, and if the tribute was offered to him directly rather than the sovereign, he could potentially ascend immediately. Jan began to speak, calling Beelzebub's name, but his words were cut short by a sudden knock at the door. Regaining his composure, he ordered the demon to return to his post and await the next summon, warning not to fail again. Beelzebub bowed in obedience, then in his heart marveled that while even lust and greed had faced death, the monarch had chosen to revive him first without punishment. To him, this was proof of his lord's favor, and he swore to make humanity pay while offering the greatest tribute to his king. With that vow, his figure vanished, and the system notified that Beelzebub had returned to the 100th lair of the demon abyss. Jan reflected that this lair was indeed his former domain, proof that the weakest of the 7 great demon kings had been resurrected. Disconnecting from the system, he lay back in bed, clenching his fist as the intoxicating sense of absolute control lingered. The feeling of ruling as the Sin Lord was dangerously addictive. Perhaps that was why countless emperors of old chased after dominance. He wondered when his own power would reach that level. His thoughts broke as the door opened, and a maid announced that City Lord Wei Ming had arrived, requesting a personal audience. Descending the stairs, Jan was greeted warmly. Wei Ming clasped his hand and remarked how Yang's feat of taming a dragon had spread not only through Long Xia but across the world, shaking the entire beast-taming community. The black dragon, one of the fiercest species alive, had been subdued by him, shattering the long-held beliefs of the Global Beast Tamer Association. This, Wei Ming declared, was a milestone in the history of beast taming. Yet doubts still lingered among experts, for few had seen it with their own eyes. Thus, the Global Association had issued an official statement. Their top riders in Long Xia would soon come to meet this prodigy personally. Yang calmly asked when they would arrive, and Wei Ming answered that it would be soon, no later than expected. Yan thought to himself that he never imagined attracting the gaze of such powerful figures. The so-called bigwigs of the beast-taming world were no ordinary people, and he would have to tread with extreme caution. At Tiangling City's bustling transport hub, a woman beside Ling wonders why they are not taking the VIP passage, complaining about the crowd, but Ling replies she just wanted a change of pace. Suddenly 2 men shout for the crowd to make way, and she asks what is happening. Guards raise their voices as Elder Luo Dashi, one of the 9 great leaders of the Global Beast Tamer Association, arrives, apologizing for the disturbance. Whispers ripple through the crowd, many stunned to see a true heavyweight appear in person. Ling steps forward to greet him, and he recognizes her as the young lady from the TNG pavilion, recalling that Zhao had told him she came for the Black Dragon as well. She admits she tried but failed, remarking that her title as Long Xiao's top beast tamer will now belong to another. He advises her not to cling to titles, reminding her of what is truly important. She nods and brings up the dragon spirit's secret realm, explaining that the association recently discovered its connection to the land of dragons and that entering it grants immense rewards. However, the condition is harsh. Only those with a dragon companion may enter, and at present, the only person in the world who meets that requirement is Vilra of the Eagle United Federation. She adds that many have tried since, herself included, and her teacher's research suggests the stronger the dragon, the greater the blessing inside, which is why she aimed for the Black Dragon. Dashi says the realm will open soon and, judging from her words, she already has another target in mind. She confirms she intends to pursue the Silver Dragon, noting its potential surpasses that of the red, though it is weaker than the black. He raises a finger, reminding her she should not pressure herself, since her pavilion has already secured the White Dragon's secret realm, and no one else can enter. He then suggests she accompany him to meet the mysterious tamer of the Black Dragon, perhaps gaining some insight as her master once advised. She suddenly excuses herself, claiming she has urgent matters to attend, and rushes off, leaving him watching her go with a wry thought that her pride runs deep, before deciding he will simply explain things to Zhao later. Yan waits with Wei Ming, both hearing a sudden cry in the sky, and he wonders aloud what that sound could be, while Wei Ming suspects the truth. Their eyes lift to see Elder Dashi already arriving, standing atop a phoenix-like bird that lets out a piercing cry, answered by the Black Dragon's roar. The radiant bird glides in circles, flashing brilliantly as if challenging the dragon, before descending gracefully to the ground with the elder on its back. Dashi steps down, coughing lightly and apologizing for the display, and Wei Ming greets him respectfully, introducing himself as Tianling City's lord and presenting the young man who tamed the Black Dragon. The elder studies Yang with keen eyes, praising him as a rare genius who accomplished a feat thought impossible, remarking how the ancients were right that heroes rise from the young. Bowing slightly, Yang replies humbly that it was only luck, but Dashi laughs heartily and calls him far too modest, saying he is the first in the world to tame a black dragon and has every reason to be proud. With a warm smile, the elder adds that after much discussion, the Global Beast Tamer Association wishes to invite him into their ranks, and asks if he is interested in joining. Yan hesitates, and seeing this, Dashi gently asks what troubles him. Yan finally answers that he cannot join because he is not a beast tamer. For a moment the elder brushes it off as a trivial detail, but then realization strikes him, and he stiffens in shock, exclaiming loudly in disbelief, demanding to know if it is true. Yan simply nods and confirms it without hesitation. Elder Dashi stares in disbelief until Yan calmly opens his status window, proving he truly is not a beast tamer. The elder turns aside, sending a message to the association's leaders, reporting that the dragon had indeed been tamed but hesitating to proceed. Zhao Kun immediately asks why he is stalling and whether Yan accepted their invitation, while Trump insists the association is the greatest in the world and sees no reason for refusal. William even congratulates him in advance for bringing in another prodigy. Dashi finally types the truth, that Yang is not a beast tamer but a warrior, and the group falls silent before exploding in shock. Dashi sighs, knowing such a reaction was inevitable, until one elder suggests granting honorary membership instead. The proposal quickly gains approval, and with 9 leaders already agreeing, Dashi turns back to Yan with a gentle smile, explaining that after much discussion, the association would like to grant him honorary membership with full benefits. Yan narrows his eyes, reminding that nothing comes free and asking what they expect of him. Dashi replies it is nothing heavy, only to share a few lessons on how he managed to tame a dragon. Yan thinks carefully, knowing the chance to join an SSS rank guild is too valuable to dismiss, yet wary of the responsibility. At last, he admits he can try giving lectures, though he doubts his experience will be of much use. Dashi reassures him, saying even Vioria's talks had little practical value, but such teachings are meant only as opportunities to learn, not guaranteed methods, so there is no need to feel pressured. Yang finally nods, saying he will join the Global Beast Tamer Association. Inwardly, he smirks, thinking if all they want is professional experience, he can just make up a tale however he likes. The so-called beast-taming leaders have no idea what kind of story they are about to hear. Since the fusion of game and reality, transfer statuses descend across the world, leading the United Council to establish temples in every region, with the Holy City Transfer Temple as the central headquarters. At its peak stands Euphemia Vega, the divine high priestess, who has never once stepped beyond the Holy City. Her origins, identity, and true power remain veiled, save for one recorded event a decade earlier. Back then, Augusto, the world's strongest mage, president of the SSS rank Guild Ring of the Mage God, and a level 309 turn demigod, arrived to test her might. Yet despite his overwhelming strength, his spells shattered uselessly against a single defensive shield she released, leaving him unable to leave a scratch. Since that day, no one dares to question the authority of the Transfer Temple. Now Euphemia warns that anomalies stir in the demon abyss. The fallen king of gluttony Beelzebub has returned without reason. She knows that bosses of star rank or higher do not respawn after defeat, not even in the highest Scarlet Realm. For such an immutable law to break means some unknown mechanism is at play. Before the towering statue, she bows and prays, calling herself the third divine high priestess, beseeching the holy light to bless her as she faces the abyss and spreads the divine radiance against endless darkness. Granted a sacred skill to view any point in the world unhindered by distance, space, or time, she sets foot into the demon abyss itself. Darkness stretches endlessly before her, suffocating and foul, and she wonders if this throne of shadows is truly that of the seventh deadly sin. She stands before the throne, recalling that the deepest record in the demon abyss is level 389, with a king of sin awaiting every 100th level, Gluttony Beelzebub at the 100th, Lust Asmoya at the 200th, Greed Mammon at the 300th. All were said to be defeated, yet Gluttony now mysteriously revives, and only 2 dim thrones remain here. She wonders if this overwhelming magic is endless, for even the Eye of Insight cannot fully reveal its form. Pointing at herself, she declares that evil must show its true face before the holy light, and a shadow appears, Yang, though she does not know him. Believing him a human from another throne, she stares as tremors shake the abyss, and a voice roars, daring her to spy on their king. It is Lucifer, the king of pride and a god-rank being, who strikes her with immense light. Euphemia blocks the blow with her skill, but Lucifer rises into the air, fury burning. She quickly commands her eye of insight to disperse, vanishing from the abyss. Lucifer scoffs that she has fled like a coward, then turns and bows toward his king, apologizing for the intrusion and pledging his loyalty, yearning to once more behold his face. Back in the church, Euphemia collapses to the ground, shaken by the encounter, realizing she has just faced a god-rank existence. She thinks their past judgment of the demon abyss was gravely mistaken, and wonders with dread who the one served by such a king of sin truly is. A radiant light bursts from above, crashing down toward her as she wonders if this is a world announcement. Symbols spread across the sky, declaring world information. The monarch of deadly sin has appeared in the deepest abyss. The message continues: defeat the monarch who commands the 7 deadly sins for a chance to obtain the Sin Reversal Weapon series, artifacts essential to victory, with drop rates rising by transfer star rank. Conquering this world-class boss will also unlock a new expansion and ascend the divine leader. Yang shouts in disbelief, never having heard of such a boss before, while the elder explains that not even a demigod-ranked enemy had reached this level, meaning the Lord of Deadly Sin must be god rank, which aligns with the title of the new expansion, unlocking the 10th transfer, the true god rank. Bai Ling calls it a massive event, and Yang wonders if he has just become a world-class boss himself. The elder excuses himself, noting the president summoned him for a meeting, and says their membership process is complete. Yang waves him off casually, telling him to take care. Bai Ling then voices her unease, sensing something deeply wrong with the world. Yang swears he will protect her, and she answers with firm belief, calling him her brave hero. Yang reflects that the major SSS guilds will soon mobilize, as history shows it is only a matter of time before the monarch of deadly sin falls. Before that happens, he must prepare, knowing the battle offers a chance to claim the Sin Reversal series weapon, a god-rank artifact essential for victory. His devouring dragon bone sword, though rare, is still far inferior, and acquiring a Sin Reversal weapon would grant an immense advantage. Yet another thought lingers: if he, the monarch of deadly sin, were to defeat the king of sin, would such a weapon drop for him as well? Yang considers that the Sin Reversal weapons, marked as unique, limited, and divine, hold overwhelming power. As Lord of the Abyss and Monarch of Original Sin, it feels natural for subordinates to pledge themselves, especially since his ability to resurrect them removes any lasting burden, though the long cooldown remains a flaw he wishes could be shortened. Looking at the world stage, where the strongest still linger at demigod rank, the upcoming expansion ascending to divinity seems tied to the fall of the Monarch of Original Sin. If he could defeat it solo, perhaps he could ascend ahead of all others. He smirks at the thought. Top players demand top awareness, but wonders how veterans who have grinded for years would react knowing he only awakened and switched classes less than a month ago, yet already surpasses them. Would they collapse in disbelief? For now, he resolves to begin his 4th profession, a 5-star quest. At the temple, a large gathering takes place, among them Augusto Turner, president of the SSS rank guild ring of the Mage Guard and 9th tier element destroyer, who remarks on the coincidence of everyone arriving together. Caroline, president of the Global Beast Taming Association and 9th tier master of spirit taming, teases him for being early, while Tang Zhan, president of the Undying War Domain and 9th tier extreme tyrant, stresses the importance of treating the new version and world boss seriously. Poker, president of the Night Sanctuary, adds that the High Priest's personal invitation proves the gravity of the matter. Soon after, the hall doors open and the 4 step inside, causing onlookers to cheer at the arrival of such renowned figures: Augusto, Caroline, Tang Zhan, and Saint Knight Poker. They take their seats around the round table in the crowded chamber, while absent members appear through holographic projections. Euphemia the priestess addresses the assembly, thanking them for answering the temple's summon and explaining the crisis. Gluttony Beelzebub, the king of original sin once slain, has been resurrected due to the appearance of the world-class boss, the monarch of original sin. According to status guidance, only by defeating the king of original sin can the Sin Reversal series weapon be obtained, which in turn is key to slaying the monarch and raising the chance of acquiring more of these divine artifacts. She declares the task requires high starter professionals, and those present are among the strongest in the world. The mission is for all to unite and eradicate the looming evil. She then updates that the deepest expedition into the demon abyss has reached floor 386, where 3 original sin kings, gluttony, lust, and greed, were encountered. By deduction, the next king will appear only after another 100 floors, meaning they must clear 314 more to reach the final boss. Euphemia turns toward Augusto, asking him and Tang, both at level 372, how many floors one can usually advance per level in the abyss. Augusto takes a swig of his drink and replies that 3 floors at most are manageable, since an old man like him can't push much further. Tang adds that the deeper they go, the wider the strength gap becomes between floors, making it impossible for even them to clear across tiers. Euphemia nods, saying this means to reach floor 700 they must climb another 100 levels, which will be a long journey. Poker interjects that defeating an original Sin King grants massive experience, often raising the whole team's average level, and if such kings can resurrect multiple times, it might shorten the grind and boost chances of earning the Sin reversal weapons. He then asks how the weapons should be distributed once obtained. Augusto narrows his eyes, accusing him of trying to seize initiative, while Caroline chuckles that Poker is unusually blunt today. Tang only smirks without comment. Poker presses further, reminding them that the Sin reversal weapons are the only means to defeat the monarch of original Sin and crucial for reaching divinity, and that everyone here has been stuck at the demigod level long enough. The exchange grows tense as one voice points out there are only 7 weapons and no guarantee they will drop, while another counters that there are more than 7 9th-tier professionals, so who decides the rightful bearer? The noise rises with heated debate until Euphemia, clearly exasperated, slams her foot on the floor and commands them all to be silent. Euphemia addresses the hall firmly, reminding them that the reversal weapons concern ascension to divinity, something the Temple of Profession will never overlook, and with a major enemy looming they must remain calm until the expedition team is confirmed and a conclusion is reached. Poker bows his head, apologizing for being too hasty, and she responds that his concern is understandable. Tang then speaks, saying he has a proposal regarding the expedition. If they form a single team to challenge the abyss, disputes will arise and manpower may dwindle, so instead each country should form its own team and take turns hunting the original Sin Kings, with the weapon drops left to fortune. Poker smirks that such an idea suits Tang's style, while Augusto notes it offers more flexibility in both numbers and class balance. Caroline adds that it would simplify management, but Euphemia questions the fate of weaker nations. Tang replies that in the end only strength matters, whether it comes from individuals, guilds, or countries. Euphemia agrees and calls for a vote, and with 80% in favor, the proposal passes. She announces that only countries with 9th-tier professionals will qualify, and the temple will draw lots among them to decide order, with results revealed later. With that, the first agenda concludes, and she turns to Caroline to open the second. Caroline stands, saying at last it is her turn, and begins by highlighting the Dragon Spirit's secret realm, which links the human world to the Dragon Kingdom, a vast subspace filled with powerful bosses whose experience would greatly accelerate their growth and help in the abyss. Augusto interrupts, noting that only those who tame dragons can enter, and until now only Vioria of the Beastmaster Association had succeeded, though that seems to have changed. Caroline confirms, saying a genius boy from Longxia has performed the miracle of taming a black dragon and now serves as an honorary member of their association. Poker, wide-eyed, asks why someone who achieved such a feat is only honorary and not a full member, since that rank is reserved for non-tamers. Caroline then reveals the shocking truth: Su Yang is not even a beast master but a warrior class, a revelation that leaves the hall in uproar as everyone shouts in disbelief. Augusto roars in disbelief, saying it is impossible, claiming he has tried countless times, pouring all his strength into subduing dragons, yet every single one chose death over submission, from Starlight Tier to Sunlight Tier. Only beast tamers can succeed, so how could anyone else manage such a feat? Caroline smirks, mocking his arrogance, asking if he believes that just because he failed, no one else could succeed. He snaps back, calling her an old woman and daring her to tame one herself if she is so capable, while she snaps right back at his insult. Poker quickly intervenes, reminding them that many eyes are watching, but the crowd has already begun to stir, voices rising in disbelief as people admit they too have failed, some insisting slaying dragons is simple but taming one is nearly impossible. Euphemia steps in, questioning if it could truly be possible that a young warrior accomplished something even 8th and 9th tier professionals present could not do. Caroline calmly addresses the High Priestess, asking her to verify the truth in their member list, explaining that their association had already processed the boy's membership. Euphemia checks and confirms he is indeed a warrior, astonishing everyone further by revealing he has only undergone 3 transformations. Poker leaps up, shouting in shock that with only 3 transformations he managed to defeat the Black Flamewing, demanding to know who this Su Yang truly is. Ping clenches his hand, baffled how Longxia produced such a genius without word ever reaching him. Caroline explains they plan to invite him to lecture on his experience, though whether it proves as fruitless as Vioria's remains to be seen. She adds that even non-beast tamers may learn a shocking truth this time, perhaps proving the method itself was wrong all along. If the right approach is found, it could mark the beginning of a new era where anyone might tame beasts, even dragons. The hall erupts, some questioning if this truly means they could all obtain dragon mounts, normally something they would never believe, yet Caroline's words as president of the Global Beast Tamer Association lend them weight. Poker warns that if this is true, then the dragon spirit secret realm will no longer be exclusive to their association. Caroline replies she welcomes it, for she longs more to see the day when beast taming belongs to everyone. Augusto remarks that the old man has quite a broad perspective, but says he himself is more practical, declaring he will head to Longxia at once to find the young man. He assures he will not take advantage of Longxia's genius, offering instead to trade a forbidden curse, allowing the boy to choose any first or second tier one, promising it will not be a loss for him. The scene shifts back to Yang, who is down with a heavy cold as Biling hands him a tissue. He wonders aloud if flu viruses can really ignore rank and affect high-level professionals too, then laughs that it seems outside his knowledge. A screen appears, displaying a 5-star transformation skill, Ice Witch of the Frozen City, with the task to head to the marked location, infiltrate the palace, and defeat the Ice Witch who commands terrifying ice power. Yang studies it, noting it is a diamond difficulty dungeon on par with the Black Dragon Fortress, recalling that Ling had failed at this very stage during her 5-star transformation attempt, something that felt deliberately designed to raise the challenge. Yet to him now, even a Starlight tier holds no weight, so this diamond tier looks like nothing but a simple task. Mounting his dragon, he says he will return shortly, while Biling wishes him luck, calling him her brave hero. Yan arrives at the Frozen City Diamond Rank Dungeon, a place recommended only for those above level 90, where several players complain bitterly about their failed attempts. They curse the dungeon's bitter cold and the Ice Witch's overwhelming strength, lamenting how her crystal armor nullifies their blades and how they will now need months of grinding before standing a chance. As Yang descends from his black dragon, their chatter halts and panic ripples through them at the sight of the beast. Petting Athos, he casually apologizes, saying he did not intend to frighten them, and tells them their challenge ends here as it is his turn now. Grateful, one man steps aside while another, trembling, recognizes him as the dragon tamer from the city announcement and marvels that he dares to solo such a dungeon. Yan notes aloud how cold it truly is, and when Athos lets out a deafening roar, the group collapses to their knees, begging for mercy. He muses that even in different dungeons, his boss-like presence crushes low-level opponents the same way, then dismisses them, commanding the dragon to take him straight to the Ice Witch. At his order, Athos rises into the air and unleashes streams of fire, burning through the waves of monsters with ease. From within the palace, the Ice Witch's furious voice booms, vowing torment upon the one who dared attack her sanctuary, but a colossal hand descends, seizes her, and shatters her icy dominion before she can resist. With another burst of dragonfire, the palace is engulfed, monsters melt away, and the system chimes in, dungeon boss defeated, Ice Witch challenge complete. Yang shrugs it off, thinking how effortless it was, noting that the 4th transformation was never meant to be difficult. Perhaps only the legendary stage ahead might finally offer him some real excitement. Morong stands before the dungeon gate, frustrated to see the words, "In progress," flashing across it. She mutters that someone else must already be inside, and a man nearby suggests they wait, hoping the challenger might fail so they can get a chance. Another quickly warns against it, saying a true boss has just gone in and will definitely clear it. Curious, Morong asks who this boss is, and the man explains it is the one who tamed the Black Dragon, the same figure they had briefly spoken to earlier. He adds that for small fry like them, there is no chance left once that man enters. They only wait to glimpse his glory on the way out. Morong sighs that they will try next time, but Anu protests, insisting she wants to see the dragon tamer in person, believing his notice could be an instant ticket to the top. Morong scolds her not to act reckless in public, yet another man encourages them to stay a bit longer, pointing out even 2 older players are waiting as well. Those uncles, Augusto and Tang, chat idly, with Augusto joking that a beautiful companion would keep him warm even in such icy weather, while Tang assures them they can handle the cold. Soon the ground trembles as Yang emerges with Athos, and the crowd gasps in awe at the majestic dragon. Shouts erupt about how incredible it is, assuming only a top guild's elite could command such a beast, until Lin, Anyu, and Morong recognize the tamer and cry out in shock. Lin stares in disbelief, saying it cannot be, for Yang is only level 80. Smiling, he greets them, remarking it has been a while. Lin stammers, asking if he truly is the one who tamed the black dragon and became world famous. Yang confirms it casually and asks if they came to level up. Lin explains she was helping Morong gather materials, but seeing the dungeon cleared, they will now have to wait for the next cooldown. Yang pauses, telling them to wait a moment as he opens his inventory and pulls out the Heart of Frost, an epic drop from the boss, and hands it to Morong, saying she can take it. She shakes her head, insisting she cannot accept something so rare and valuable, and that she would rather wait until the dungeon resets. He simply places the frost-like orb into her palm, assuring her it is of no use to him and suits her better. Anyu remarks that if someone of his level says he does not need it, then he truly means it, leaving Morong no choice but to accept. Yang smiles, reminding them not to be so formal, that even if their time together was brief, they still cleared a dungeon side by side as friends. The mood eases, but Athos suddenly lets out a deep roar. Yang frowns and asks what is wrong, only to notice Augusto calmly standing near, running his hand along the dragon's scales. Augusto laughs, saying he is merely petting it. Yang narrows his eyes, startled at how the black dragon allows such contact without showing the slightest hostility, and wonders to himself just who this old man really is. Augusto said, "Apologies, I got a bit excited." Tangle then said, "Carolina has already briefed us on your situation. Indeed, we are here to exchange information. Rest assured, I will not let the old drunkard harm you." Augusto, pissed off, said, "Do not make me out to be a bad person. If you share your dragon taming experience with me, these forbidden spell scrolls will be yours. How about it? Quite a good deal, don't you think?" Yang thought, forbidden spell scrolls, they are my ultimate trump card for now, and I only have two. The President forbidden spell scrolls are certainly more powerful. However, he looked at both of them and they were giving a death stare to Yang. He thought, these two are the world top profession. If they realize I am bluffing, it will end disastrously. Whatever, there is no escaping, so if I am going to buff, I might as well go all out. Yang said, "The forbidden spell scrolls are great, but once used, you are gone. Why not just give me a forbidden spell scroll book instead?" Augusto said, "Are not you a warrior? Why would you need a spell book? Are you not only able to break the professional rules or a beast tamer, but also learn the cast forbidden spell like a mage?" Yang said, "It's not that rare. The warrior profession also has a path to the magical warrior hybrid, so Yang is probably one of them, right?" Yang said, "Yes, my profession is a mystic spirit warrior, a warrior profession that can use magic. This is the skill book for the Tier 2 forbidden spell, the Thunder Destruction Technique. I will exchange it with you. However, the forbidden spell requires a high level of mental strength, so you might only be able to learn it once you reach the higher rank with the forbidden spell scroll. However, you could immediately boost your combat power. Think carefully." Yang holds the book saying, "I know, I can save it for later." He thought, the Lightning of the Universe and the Wrath of the Wind God are both Tier 1 forbidden spell, enough to destroy a 6th advancement tier. A Tier 2 forbidden spell could probably eliminate a 11th tier a great deal. Augusto apologized for losing control, and Tangle assured Yang that Carolina had already explained his case, promising he would not let the old drunkard harm him. Annoyed, Augusto told Tangle not to paint him as a villain, then offered Yang a deal: share the dragon taming method in exchange for forbidden spell scrolls. Yang hesitated, thinking his two scrolls were precious trump cards, but the ones from Augusto were far stronger. Still, under their sharp stares, he knew bluffing carried huge risk, yet there was no way out. Deciding to push further, he said the scrolls were good but single-use, suggesting a forbidden spell book instead. Augusto frowned, asking why a warrior would need it, unless Yang could both tame beasts and cast spells like a mage. Yang calmly explained that warriors also had a path to become magical hybrids, and confirmed he was a mystic spirit warrior, a fighter able to use magic. He then offered a Tier 2 forbidden spell skill book, Thunder Destruction, as an exchange, warning that it demanded high mental strength and could only be learned at higher rank, while scrolls provided immediate power. Holding the book, Yang said he understood and could save it for later, while thinking that Tier 1 spells like Lightning of the Universe and Wrath of the Wind God could already destroy a 6th tier expert, so a Tier 2 spell might even wipe out an 11th tier. Yang reminded Augusto that dragon taming carried no guarantees, citing failed cases even within the Global Beast Taming Association, and Augusto, brushing it off, told him to set up a barrier. A glowing dome formed around them, isolating the space, and after Yang shared his fabricated dragon-taming knowledge, Augusto, now half-faded, said he was satisfied and left, eager to test it at the dragon's sanctuary. Tang admitted he had doubted him but was convinced by the details of the Black Dragon Fortress, and Yang thought smugly that his bluff had worked. Tang handed him a book, which Yang realized was the Tier 2 warrior technique Absolute Destruction Fist, likely Tang's own trump card, and the gesture left him a bit uneasy, knowing a fellow Longxia man would not deceive him. Tang then revealed that taming a dragon would eventually unlock a dragon's secret realm, and since only he and Valeria possessed dragons, others would likely follow with his guidance. Yang, while outwardly agreeing, inwardly admitted all his knowledge was made up, though he had learned that rarer dragons meant greater rewards. Tang shifted the topic, explaining that after the recent world-level boss event, Demon Abyss now offered boosted drops and experience, and officials were forming a youth team to train there. He praised Yang's flawless 5-star advancement records as proof of rare talent, and said he was qualified. Yang questioned why Demon Abyss specifically, and Tang clarified that its monsters resembled the Scarlet Decay, tied to the mysterious Red Moon invasions that targeted top talents with permanent death. Since little was known about the Red Moon even by the temples, training there was critical. Yang understood, recalling that temples had even opened stores exchanging rare items for Red Moon crystals and assigned priests to purify contamination, and he wondered if a hidden agenda lurked beneath it all. Tang said the Demon Abyss assembly was about to begin, so he would head out, and Yang told him to take care before watching him vanish without a trace. Yang muttered at the strange exit, wondering if this was the bearing of a 9th-tier expert, and felt the weight of his own weakness. Taming the Black Dragon had given him confidence, but he now saw how far he still lagged behind, so he resolved to push his growth in the Demon Abyss even harder. A system screen confirmed his quest progress, announcing his 4th advancement at full completion, and with that he was struck by a crushing surge of power. He clenched his fists, thinking he needed greater strength, then watched as his reward materialized, a legendary skill book for Mystic Spirit Warrior. Opening it, the system displayed its details. The active skill Mystic Spirit consumed heavy magic power to summon a combat spirit that carried half the user's attributes, lasting 10 minutes without cost. He thought it was an immensely practical skill, especially with its kingside casting, but after witnessing real top-tier might, even this felt insufficient, and only deepened his hunger for power. From the side, Bai Ling approached, warmly congratulating her brave brother but asking why he looked so unsettled. He smiled faintly, saying he was only lost in thought, but inside he knew he needed to act soon if he wanted to grow stronger quickly. Returning to the boss chamber at the Connection Summit, he raised his hand and called forth, wrathful Samel. A glowing throne burst open and a black wolf emerged, radiating power, and declared that the Supreme Lord's command would be carried out. Yet Yang, with calm authority, dismissed it by granting return to the abyss of darkness, leaving Samel utterly stunned at such an unexpected command. The wolf bowed low and asked why the Supreme Monarch would grant him death, saying he had served faithfully, and could not understand such a fate. Yang's thoughts turned inward, realizing the demigod tier's power surpassed gluttony and Beelzebub, holding the aura of the king of original sin itself. With its offering skill, he could endlessly harvest life and stack his health to terrifying heights, and killing such a being seemed almost wasteful. He demanded if Samel dared question him, then declared he would act the part of a boss for now. Samel dropped to his knees, saying if the monarch wished for his death, he would not resist, but as one who had never known defeat, his heart raged at being cast aside. Yang sensed the fury but no defiance, and he realized it was simply the nature of wrath itself. Samel's fists clenched as Yang explained that death was not a punishment, but a choice he had considered carefully, urging him to return to the deepest darkness and offer his strength, promising a grand return in the future. Samel accepted with gratitude, thanking him for his patience and pledging himself to the abyss until he was summoned again. Power gathered around him as he proclaimed the monarch's might to be immeasurable. Yang assured him death was not eternal and bade him wait in the darkness, and Samel declared his loyalty before vanishing into death. Far away in the demon abyss at level 100, Beelzebub devoured souls until Samel's body was suddenly cast down before him. Startled, he questioned how one so strong could fall, wondering if the Supreme Monarch himself had delivered the killing blow. At that moment, the system notified Yang that the King of Original Sin, Samel, had been slain, awarding him 13.4 billion experience, and raising him to level 85. He reflected that such a sum was fitting for a demigod tier boss, though losing 40% overflow, around 5 billion, stung painfully. Still, the remaining experience would secure a massive boost once his 5th job change quest was done. The smooth rush of leveling up felt even better than his triumph over the Black Dragon. Now, with Sammo gone, he turned his focus to the true event of the day, discovering what treasures such a foe had left behind. Yang inspects the loot dropped by Sammo and sees the flesh of the King of Original Sin, which grants a permanent 10 million increase to maximum health, and the broken heart of the King of Original Sin, which boosts strength by 10 million. Both are single-use consumables but also count as top-tier forging materials, capable of creating artifacts. There is also a potion that grants immunity to demonic power erosion for 400 layers. He stares in disbelief, thinking these items are beyond outrageous. His current base strength is only 2,000 and health is 53,000, yet consuming these would multiply his power to a monstrous degree, 5 times his strength and 1,000 times his health. With such a terrifying health pool, he would practically embody the template of a raid boss, and the additional strength combined with percentage boosts from each job change and the heart of the Dragon Slayer would push him to a terrifying level. With his passive skill enhancements, he realizes he could crush 5th job changers and even overpower 6th job changers like the Black Flame Wings barehanded. The other 2 items spark another thought. If they are connected to the Demon Abyss, then Tangle was right that its monsters resemble the Crimson Withering, which causes Crimson Infection. Fighting demons there risks erosion from demonic power. If the Demon Abyss is indeed like the Blood Moon, then beyond the Crimson Portal of Invasion, could there exist another supreme entity like the King of Original Sin? He notes that job changers slain in the Demon Abyss can still be revived, unlike those killed by the Crimson Withering. If a true supreme monarch exists, it could even surpass the King of Original Sin. But he shakes off the thought, deciding such matters are beyond him for now. His only goal is securing the first kill title for Sammo, the King of Original Sin. Everything else can wait until he stands on the threshold of the Divine Tier. Yang opens the window to check the equipment drop and finds the armor of the Wrathful King. Reading its description, he notes the attributes are incredible, the effects overwhelming, and without level or attribute restrictions, it truly deserves to be called a demigod artifact. Still, he frowns, wondering if that is all, just one piece. He questions the absence of his inversion weapon, thinking luck cannot always be on his side, and decides that this must be the reward. Ordering the system to disconnect, he is stopped by a prompt stating that special drop equipment remains. Surprised, he wonders if this is a new setting and opens the section, discovering an artifact shaped like a hammer called Inverse Sin Punishment of Wrath. Reading its details, he realizes why the Inverse Sin series of weapons are essential to defeating the King of Original Sin. Even peak figures like Tang Zhan, a 9th job changer of demigod strength, remain far from Divine Tier despite being able to slay Gluttony and other Kings of Sin. In front of the Divine Tier King of Original Sin, they are too weak. However, the Inverse Sin weapons can strip the King of Original Sin of their corresponding authorities, making them indispensable. Just then, a voice echoes from a throne, addressing him as Supreme Monarch and asking permission to return to the Abyss to deliver news. The speaker is Lucifer, who enters and kneels, apologizing for her transgression of returning to the Abyss without permission during his slumber and begging for punishment before she reports. As she extends a hand in submission, Yang wonders what transgression she refers to and if something happened during his absence. Watching her turn, he questions in his thoughts whether this prideful king harbors a disdain for women. Although unsure of what has transpired, Yang reminds himself that as Supreme Monarch, he must uphold authority by punishing the offenses and presumptions of his servant. He strikes Lucifer with a whip, and she cries out, begging him to punish her with greater force. He lashes again, declaring that the first is for her overstepping and the second for her arrogance, for the right to decide punishment belongs to him alone. She bows in submission, admitting her rudeness and asking forgiveness. He then orders her to deliver her report. She informs him that during his slumber, the human named Pity dared to peer into the depths of the abyss, a feat only possible for the holy high priest of the humans. Yang reflects that this must have occurred after he disconnected, coinciding with the Transmutable Temple's announcement declaring him a world-class boss. Even a powerhouse like Tang Zhan must follow step-by-step strategies, yet this priest directly peered into the deepest layer of the demon abyss, proving formidable strength, perhaps even divine tier. Speaking aloud, he orders Lucifer to return to her guard post. She obeys but questions if Samuel's death was certain, remarking mortals should not be able to advance so quickly. Blushing, she adds that she would gladly die for him. Yang thinks to himself that the temple truly holds hidden powerhouses, which explains its lasting stability, but such matters are irrelevant for now. His priority is to raise his strength swiftly by completing the 5th transmutation task and advancing to legendary stage, targeting the Eagle Beauties Federation and the dragon nests of New Silver Lake. Meanwhile, Augusto, attempting to subdue dragons using Su Yang's method, fails repeatedly as the dragon under him whispers to simply end its life. Frustrated, he laments having already attempted 3 dragon secret realms that day, nearly exhausting the Federation's supply. Suddenly, a world announcement appears. The first weapon of the Inverse Sin series has been obtained, marking progress 1 of 7 toward world-class boss subjugation. Augusto's eyes widen in shock before he roars in fury, demanding who dared break the temple's rules. He rages that defeating the King of Original Sin in a single day is an outrage, declaring it an insult not only to the temple but also to his beloved High Priest Euphemia. Swearing vengeance, he vows that whoever dares disrespect them will pay the price. In Sakura Country's Kyoto, Lord Tokugawa sits in a grand chamber and asks the head of the Asuhi family how confident his daughter is in subduing a dragon. Asuhi replies that although the black dragon has already been taken by another genius, negotiations with Longzia remain in progress, and his daughter has been promised the chance to subdue a red dragon. Compared to the black dragon, he explains, the red one poses far less danger, and based on his knowledge of her skill, her chances of success are at least 70%. Tokugawa nods with approval, saying it is good news, then shifts the discussion to the demon abyss. He stresses that this is a rare chance to be the first to challenge the King of Original Sin, and that they must seize it without hesitation. Yet even as he speaks, a sudden world notification regarding the Reverse Sin shakes him, his composure giving way to shock at the unexpected development. Chaos spreads as voices rise in disbelief, questioning how this could happen when they had agreed to be the first to act, and anger flares at the news that their Reverse Sin weapon has already been taken. Many curse the impossible luck of whoever seized it, and demand to know who would dare such audacity. Tokugawa narrows his eyes, reasoning that few nations could possibly complete the strategy against the King of Original Sin in just one day, and suspects the Eagle Beauty Federation. Rising to his feet, he orders his people to head to the Holy City to demand an explanation. At the Holy City, a woman quickly reports to Euphemia that leaders, executives, and SSS-level guild presidents from across nations are already on their way, likely stirred by the recent announcement, and asks for instructions. Euphemia calmly orders the barriers shut down and the way opened, allowing them in. As the woman departs, Euphemia reflects that since the start of the game era shaped by the Transmutation Temple, they had successfully contained national disputes and wars, keeping the world in balance. But now, with betrayal disrupting the alliance, the risk of renewed conflict grows, and such turmoil would only weaken the power of the transmuters. In a time clouded by uncertainty and crisis, such division is the last thing they can afford. At the round table, Lord Tokugawa raises his voice, accusing High Priestess Euphemia of failing in her duty, declaring that under her guidance they had agreed Sakura Country would challenge the King of Original Sin in 3 days, yet now their chance and divine artifact have been stolen by a shameless thief. He demands that today's meeting identify the culprit and force him to return what was taken. Stepping forward, Euphemia admits someone has broken the pact by slaying the King of Original Sin ahead of schedule and stealing the artifact, an act that not only provokes every nation but also insults the Transmutation Temple itself. Still, she proclaims, the merciful God offers the sinner redemption. If he confesses and returns the artifact, then in the name of the statue she swears the temple and allied nations will forgive and abandon pursuit. She extends her hand, facing Augusto, Caroline, and Ting, but none answer. With a solemn voice, she declares she will act herself, channeling power as holy light bursts from above, vowing that under the statue's gaze falsehood cannot hide and the liar will be revealed when the radiance vanishes before them. The light descends upon all, circling each person, and murmurs spread as eyes strain to detect any fading glow. Some complain they see no change, their vision nearly blinded. Caroline remarks that no light has disappeared, wondering aloud if the culprit is simply too frightened to appear. Ting cuts in, pointing out that one person has yet to face the temple's test, prompting Augusto to turn sharply, asking if he dares imply High Priestess Euphemia herself. Euphemia calmly admits her oversight, saying it is only fair to include herself in the lie detection, then allows the holy light to fall upon her. When nothing changes, she asks if they are satisfied. Augusto quickly apologizes, calling it a mistake and asking her to end the light, then coughs and explains that no one doubts her, for with her strength she would never resort to such petty actions. Still, if her spell truly holds no flaw, then none present are lying, which raises the troubling question: how could someone slay the king of original sin unseen by the nations and slip past their watchful eyes? He reasons that such a person must possess terrifying power. Caroline adds that not all top combatants are gathered here, noting that several demigod-class experts chose not to attend, hinting it could have been one of them. Ting agrees it is possible, but reminds everyone they lack evidence. Euphemia then clarifies her magic goes beyond simple lie detection. Even offering information or aid to the killer would be judged as betrayal by the spell. Yet the truth remains, none here have done so. They all silently conclude that even the great priestess cannot identify the culprit, leaving the mystery unresolved. Euphemia addresses the gathering, saying the situation is unusual but what is done cannot be undone, so the only choice is to move forward. She reminds them that Sakura Country was meant to strike first, yet with the king of gluttony already defeated, the next target lies deeper, on the 200th floor of the demon abyss. Tokugawa admits his nation lacks the strength to proceed, for anything beyond the 100th layer is far beyond their reach. She responds that in accordance with the order drawn, the Eagle Union will now take over Sakura Country's role in the assault, assuring that the temple will also grant compensation for their loss. Augusto accepts her decision without complaint, while Tokugawa states he has no objections. With that, she strikes her staff to the floor and declares that from this day onward, the entrance to the demon abyss will be guarded by troops of the Holy City, restricting access to prevent further incidents. She asks if there are any objections, and when none are raised, she dismisses the assembly. At Yang's home, he slips on his coat, thinking how the trip has been worthwhile with an original sin weapon in hand and his experience points maxed, and now he should hurry to change class. Just then, the announcement of the Sin King's defeat flashes before him, and he exclaims in shock that even a world notice was issued, marveling at the treatment given to such an artifact. Relieved his name was not revealed, he mutters that otherwise endless harassment would follow. He reflects that this incident will surely put every major force on alert, so he must tread carefully from now on. No one can ever know he possesses such a weapon, and even in danger, he cannot use it recklessly, for as the saying goes, a common man with treasure only invites misfortune. He worries that rushing his class change would raise suspicion, since it has only been a day since completing his 4th transition task, and taking the 5th so soon would be too conspicuous. Capturing the giant dragon had already drawn excessive attention, and if people linked it to the Sin King's fall, it would spell trouble. Yet idling is not his nature, and he struggles with how to solve this dilemma. Stepping outside, he finds the maid doing laundry, and when she greets him, he nods, remarking that she is working hard. She thanks him shyly, addressing him as master, and when he gently takes her hand, he reminds her that they have a washing machine at home and questions why she still washes clothes by hand, warning it might hurt her. Flustered by his closeness, her face turns red and she quickly excuses herself, saying the machine is convenient but she prefers hand washing, since it allows her to carefully scrub away stubborn stains, and seeing everyone wear clean, tidy clothes makes her feel happy and fulfilled. In her excitement, she dashes off, leaving him behind in thought. He muses that removing dirt is like laundering money in films. Perhaps black experience can also be turned white if handled properly. If he finds a suitable place to farm experience, and remains there, it might explain everything. 2 locations come to mind: the Dragon's Spirit Secret Realm, and the Demon Abyss. The Secret Realm is undeveloped, with entry conditions requiring possession of a giant dragon, and its details remain unknown. Claiming to have gained abundant experience that would be hard for others to refute, since only he and the genius beast master from the Eagle Union currently qualify to enter. The Demon Abyss, however, has long been open, and with Tang Zhan planning to lead young talents there, its crowded nature creates too much uncertainty. The Secret Realm feels like the better choice, and if he can minimize the number of entrants before it opens, it would benefit him even more. Potential candidates like Ling and other beast master prodigies could still capture dragons before then, but rather than targeting them, he considers a simpler route: becoming a giant dragon hunter himself and eliminating the remaining dragons in advance. Entering his room, he asks the system to pull up the current details of the giant dragon's secret realm in Longxia. The system replies promptly, listing 2 locations. In the southwest at Jioha City lies the Silver Dragon's secret realm, while in the northern Tianling city is the Red Dragon Secret Realm, both ranked at the Starry Radiance tier. He instructs it to reserve a spot for the Silver Dragon Secret Realm, and Bai Ling responds with a note of concern, pointing out that the top 50 reservations are all held by Tianji Pavilion. He reflects that it makes sense, since with Ling's personality, even failing with the Black Dragon would only push her to pursue other giant dragons, and now her determination has put her in his path once again, leaving him to quietly pity her situation. Bai Ling then asks if being a temple VIP grants absolute priority in such matters, and he confirms that it does, explaining that unless a high-tier 5-star class changer appears, no one can override his reservation. She wonders if this might harm his relationship with Tianji Pavilion, but he dismisses the concern, telling her to proceed. With confidence, he reasons that his temple VIP status alone once forced Jia to treat him with caution, and now, as both the tamer of the Black Dragon and an honorary member of the Global Beast Master Association, his credentials far outweigh any threat from Tianji Pavilion. Recalling his hidden assets, the flesh and shattered heart of the original Sun King Fury, over 10 million HP, and nearly 30,000 in strength, he muses that unless they dispatch a Silver Star class challenger, he would not hesitate to crush a few careless opponents along the way, all while continuing his pursuit of slaying dragons. He wonders how to consume the two items, thinking he cannot simply swallow them whole. Joking to himself, he considers cooking or stir-frying them, but quickly abandons the thought, knowing he is no cook. The idea of handing them to someone else feels even worse, as the risk of information leaking could lead to disaster. Frustrated, he snaps that he will just eat them raw, clenching both tightly in his palm before devouring them on the spot. At once, a violent surge of energy erupts within, shaking the room. The maid, alarmed by the disturbance, rushes to the door, calling out for her master. Bursting inside, she finds him drenched in sweat and stripped of his shirt, his chest rising heavily with power coursing through him. He calmly asks if something has happened, but she quickly slams the door shut, stammering that nothing is wrong and relieved that he appears fine. He sighs inwardly, thinking how close he was to being exposed, and marvels at the absurd effect, tens of millions in health now surging through his body. He scratches himself with excitement, muttering that the sudden surge of power feels addictive, every joint in his body urging him to hunt monsters. Deciding to check on Lilith, he heads to her room, knocking before stepping inside and calling out for her. Looking around with no sign of her, he finally notices her emerging from the bathroom, wrapped only in a towel. Both freeze in shock, shouting at once, and he hurriedly explains that he knocked before entering. She raises a hand, and he flinches, begging her not to slap him, but instead she simply sits on the bed, asking why he is in such a rush. His face reddens, thinking the scene far too stimulating for someone his age, and he forces his tone serious, apologizing for barging in before excusing himself quickly. Watching him go, she smirks softly, amused that the so-called brave one is far more innocent than the scheming nobles of the royal court. In Jioha City's main pavilion, a crowd gathers as Ling shouts in anger about someone cutting the line. A man explains that though his subordinate had arranged everything, a sudden reservation from a temple VIP arrived yesterday, and he has no idea who it is. Hearing this, she mutters temple VIP and wonders if it could be Yang, but quickly dismisses it as an absurd coincidence. The man suggests they head to the Silver Dragon Secret Realm and wait, maybe even negotiate with the VIP for an exchange, but she snaps at him to get lost. Startled, he agrees and hurries away. Frustrated, she thinks if it truly is Yang, then with his Black Dragon she stands no chance and must rely on her teacher. She opens her screen and contacts him, asking if he is free. He replies for her to just state what's on her mind. She explains she had originally booked the Silver Dragon Secret Realm, but a temple VIP cut in, and she suspects it might be Su Yang, so she asks him to intervene on her behalf. He agrees to inquire for her. With Zhao and Lu nearby, she paces anxiously, waiting for the reply until at last her teacher's response arrives. She hurriedly typed back in disbelief, asking how he could refuse when her teacher was a towering figure in the Global Beast Master Association. The reply came calm but firm, saying it did not matter, Yang would not yield, and she should understand his current popularity. Even the war god himself seemed to view him favorably, so provoking him would be unwise. At that, her mind jolted. War god Tang, the extreme path tyrant, the strongest in Longxia. If even he acknowledged Yang, then his talent was truly terrifying. Zhao asked what they should do, but she gave no answer, only pushed forward with tears brimming and snapped for them to move. Meanwhile, Deep in the Silver Dragon's secret realm, Yang tore through waves of minions with ease, remarking that he had expected to meet the TNG Pavilion members but they were nowhere to be seen, proving they had some sense. His eyes then fixed on the final boss, a Silver Dragon Starry Tear at level 106. He noted it lacked even a name, no distinguished bloodline at all. Enraged, the dragon roared and spewed a torrent of blue energy, but Yang calmly raised his sword, forming a barrier that nullified the blast. With one swift motion, his blade cut across the beast, sparks crashing like thunder as he landed steadily on the ground, telling it not to fall yet, for it was rare to find a worthy punching bag to test his growing strength. From above, grey night rain poured down as the Silver Dragon unleashed its power, but Yang cut through every droplet with ease, dismissing it as flashy but meaningless. Enraged, the beast roared from behind, yet Yang calmly remarked that its supposed heaven-defying resilience was nothing more than inflated health, its strikes barely leaving a mark. The dragon launched a Dragon Impact double strike, but even then his remaining strength stayed firm at 27,000. Lifting a massive boulder, Yang sneered that a dragon in his grip was no different than a chicken. With a sudden leap, he drove his sword downward, declaring its end as the blade pierced through a horn and cleaved the creature straight down the middle. A system prompt appeared, announcing the Devourer effect had been triggered, his dragon-bone sword plundering 10% of the Silver Dragon's attributes. He noted that the Silver Dragon clan specialized in magic, yet this one never had the chance to cast a spell before falling. Curious, he wondered if killing other types of dragons would similarly leave marks on his sword, and what would happen once the silver streaks fully filled it. Calling Athos, he let the beast devour the corpse, then mused how leveling felt wasteful now, the experience gained trivial compared to the frenzy of Wrath's outburst. Platinum and diamond tier gear meant little beyond navigation, leaving only a hollow sense of ascension. Even the Black Dragon's attributes had grown by 10%, if only he could directly absorb them as well. Then realization struck. The Gluttony and Wrath offerings both possessed traits that plundered attributes and vitality, but they remained dormant within the abyss, unable to trigger unless challengers themselves appeared. Yang keeps pondering if the kings of original sin could leave the abyss and enter the real world, they might endlessly plunder and create royal offerings, allowing him to grow stronger without limit. If he could summon one into reality, gather all 7 weapons of the Reverse Sin series, and command its offerings, then becoming a key figure able to solo a world-class boss and usher in the next expansion would be inevitable. He admits such thoughts are wild fantasies, telling himself to stop dreaming. Without solving the issue of how to bring the king out of the abyss, everything is just empty talk. Even if he managed it, preventing top-tier experts from slaying it too early would be another obstacle, as its death before gathering resources would mean heavy losses. For now, he sets those thoughts aside, deciding to move toward the next dragon's secret realm. By then, Athos has finished devouring the Silver Dragon when suddenly a world channel message flashes. The Red Dragon Hell has been subdued by Asuhi Mikiko. Shocked, Yang mutters in disbelief as the scene shifts to Mikiko calmly stroking the subdued dragon's scales. Woozy cheers that their young miss truly succeeded, and a man claps excitedly that Sakura now owns a dragon, predicting the patriarch will reward them well. When asked for his opinion, the elderly elder remarks that Su Yang's subjugation was impressive, yet Mikiko's achievement of taming the red dragon so swiftly is equally remarkable, congratulating her warmly. Sitting atop the dragon's head, she politely thanks them and calls to her grandfather, while privately regretting not meeting the man who defeated the Black Dragon, someone whose aura left a strong impression on her. Still, she feels assured that since he joined the association, their paths will surely cross again. Meanwhile, Ling breaks down in tears, unable to accept being left behind while first Su Yang and now Mikiko surpass her. Across the association group chat, members celebrate, and Titan wonders if the opening of the dragon's spirit secret realm somehow lowered the difficulty of dragon subjugation. Caroline dismisses it, saying Augusto already failed to copy Yang's methods, while Villia, a core member, happily comments that now they have 2 more people to exchange tips with. Ling grows more despondent, feeling invisible as Mikiko steals the spotlight, and Lu mutters that this is becoming troublesome. Seeing the announcement, Yang acknowledges her quick action, realizing this changes the competition entirely. With only days left before the secret realm reopens, he cannot afford to idle. He notes that the Demon Abyss Crusade has been officially declared, and after Wrath's fall, their forces have grown wary. Soon they will charge Beelzebub, and Yang knows that Weakling cannot withstand them. With a cold smirk, he apologizes to the Gluttony King, vowing to claim its death himself before anyone else can. On the throne, Beelzebub lounges restlessly, grumbling that no challengers have come yet, though a shiver runs through him when Caroline's face crosses his mind and he admits it may be for the best. If that crazed monster from before appears, he would stand no chance. A sudden voice echoes, calling Gluttony to heed the order and return to the abyss. Beelzebub stiffens, realizing this is the Lord's summons, just like before, and wonders if it is now his turn to be granted death. Accepting it as natural, he decides receiving death from his Lord is far more honorable than being slain by filthy humans. In an instant he teleports to the dark figure, kneeling as he declares himself a loyal servant, answering the call. Yang, bearing the Lord's authority, states that he summons Gluttony to death once more and asks if there is any objection. Beelzebub bows low, proclaiming he dares not resist, for his very life was bestowed by the Lord and taking it back is his rightful will. Pleased by such submission, Yang praises his loyalty, then binds him in strands of wire and begins to draw out his essence. The massive body shreds into countless pieces as the system declares the king of original sin, Gluttony Beelzebub, has been slain. Rewards flood in: 3.7 billion experience with 40% overflow, 2.22 billion stored Beelzebub's flesh available for use, his active shell capable of binding targets below solar tier, his demonic core, and the twisted horns of Gluttony, all now in Yang's possession. Yang reflects that Beelzebub, who had not yet fully evolved through devouring, should have dropped items of lower value compared to the demigod rank Semele, yet the difference is hardly noticeable. He marvels at such immense rewards, thinking his fortune surpasses simple blessing, almost as if he had abducted the goddess of luck herself. Curious about the hidden treasure, he opens the secret drop, and a surge of radiant energy bursts forth. Inside lies a divine artifact, sin reversal, gluttony punishment. Reading its description, he learns it is a unique, limited weapon of judgment, dropped only after slaying the king of original sin, designed to reverse sin and strike down kings, and part of the sin reversal weapon series. Studying its stats, he mutters that it indeed matches Wrath's punishment in both design and ability, with the added authority of gluttony, capable of devouring 2% of an enemy's attributes upon their death, power at a truly divine level. Yet regret flickers in him as he notes it requires reaching demigod tier to wield, making it unusable for now. Advancing too quickly would also risk drawing unwanted suspicion, as every job transfer is recorded through the status shrine. He muses that if only there were a way to disrupt that shrine, his growth could proceed unchecked. At the Holy City, Euphemia clenches her teeth in thought, troubled that the thief of the first sin reversal artifact remains unidentified, though relief lingers that no major conflict has erupted between nations or the association. If things proceed smoothly, the third table resolution may hold, with countries instead focusing on challenging the king of original sin, ensuring stability continues. Each nation has already stationed guards at their respective demon abyss entrances, granting entry only to official expedition teams, a safeguard meant to prevent repeats of past incidents. Yet with the corruption rate climbing to 14%, and no one completing a 5-star class change below the 8th tier, the threat looms. Should corruption hit 50% without a deity advancement, or a temple VIP emerging, the next expansion will plunge the world into despair. She laments that a true hero is needed to shatter this grim fate, until a sudden report reaches her: another sin reversal weapon has been obtained. Shocked, she shouts in disbelief, then commands through her earpiece that all squads around the demon abyss report anomalies. Each responds with no abnormalities, leaving her to suspect the disturbance lies within the abyss itself, recalling the shadowy figure she once glimpsed. Messages flood in. Tokugawa questions if the United Federal State acted early. Augusto dismisses it as nonsense while claiming he was drinking. Polka presses the high priest for answers, and Caroline voices that the situation is suspicious. Pang adds that suspicion of temple collusion is not unreasonable, urging Euphemia to offer proof that will quell their doubts. With steady resolve, she replies that they may doubt her, but reason shows the transfer temple has never interfered since its founding, nor has she left the holy city. If the temple truly wished to meddle, it would hardly resort to secrecy, a truth they all know. Though still uneasy, they acknowledge her point, uncertain what else could explain the theft. Euphemia then declares that only by delving into the abyss's deepest layers can the truth be unveiled. She proposes discarding their earlier decision and instead forming a united raid team of each guild's strongest elites to begin the expedition at once. With no objections raised, all agree, and she concludes firmly that this time, They cannot allow another sin reversal artifact to fall into enemy hands. Seated on the throne, Yang muses that another world announcement should appear soon, since with the second artifact stolen, the Abyss Raiders will no doubt take action, perhaps even launching an assault as early as tomorrow. The Demon Abyss spans 700 floors, with every 100th guarded by a king of sin. He has already dealt with gluttony and wrath, while lust and greed have yet to revive, which leaves the raiders a clear path to the 500th floor. But that is only if the system remains untouched. Smirking to himself, he reflects that his very presence breaks the established order, and if he were to position the mightiest, Pride Lucifer, directly within gluttony's domain, then no one would ever hope to pass the 100th floor. Beaming with excitement as he announces his return, asking if everyone is ready. Caroline snaps that she's been itching for this for ages. Tang confirms they're set, and Poker notes the first 200 floors have already fallen, stressing they cannot let the third reverse sin weapon be stolen. Caroline quickly sizes up the party, noting everyone has topped her, and asks who will lead against the 300th floor boss. A man from the Radiant Sun Templar Guild, Knight Sanctuary, volunteers, eager to face the abyssal bosses himself. Caroline encourages him, Tang shouts to move, and the team advances. Near the 100th floor of Gluttony, a huge-mouthed demon appears. Poker suggests rushing through, but Lucifer suddenly descends, declaring their arrival, and everyone freezes. Caroline is stunned, noting the supposed Gluttony King should be dead, and Tang clarifies it isn't him. Lucifer mocks them as they enter her lord's domain. The man lunges, intrigued by her female form, but Poker warns against recklessness. Lucifer strikes instantly, gutting him with a blow to the forehead. Caroline announces Mike's death, and the party panics, questioning how an 8th-rank Templar Knight could be killed so easily and what level this boss might be. High-rank insight proves useless, leaving weaker members fainting. One female member steps forward, casting the forbidden spell Record of True Delight, allowing them to inspect target details regardless of level, revealing Lucifer's level 400 and divine rank. Earlier, Jan had seen Lucifer's description during the punishment battle but forgot to check her full stats. Now, looking at them, he realizes they're absurd, almost on par with his own. Still, she's only a sin monarch. If she were at full strength, her power would be unimaginable. He examines her talent, noting that gluttony and wrath had already been broken enough, and even if pride is stronger, it shouldn't be drastically worse. But as he reads, his eyes widen in shock. Her stats are ridiculously overpowering. Everyone below her level counts as a weaker being, meaning no one weaker can harm her. Not a single divine rank professional exists in the world to challenge her. If it weren't for someone having already slain a king of original sin, this Pride King might as well be called invincibility. Yang marvels at the Abyss designer's insanity. The King of Pride is even more ridiculous. If Lucifer wipes out the assault team this time, he could control the chaos unconditionally. He imagines the glory if top-tier players like Tang and Augusto were present. Smiling, he decides, Lucifer will guard the 100th floor of the Abyss, letting the arrogant fools learn true strength. Lucifer bows, obediently pledging loyalty to the king's order. Back in the battle, Caroline ordered Frost Howl Element Chimera to cover Poker, summoning spirit animals to shield him as he advanced toward Lucifer. Tank shouted for everyone to attack without holding back, and Augusto joined in, unleashing his own power. The group combined every technique, even sending bursts of energy from the ground, aiming at Lucifer. For a moment they hoped it worked, but a cloud of dust revealed Poker thrown to the ground and Lucifer still at full HP. Caroline muttered that their full-strength attack hadn't even scratched her, wondering what kind of monster she was, while noticing the boss preparing a massive move, swirling her sword. Tank commanded everyone to activate all defenses and hold the line. Lucifer smirked, calling it a glorious feast for her lord, and unleashed Sin of Pride, sending a streak of light across the battlefield. Teeth clenched, everyone was wiped out instantly. When the dust settled, only Caroline, Tank, and Augusto remained. Caroline noted even Poker, with supposedly incredible defense, had fallen. Tank realized the mechanic. Only those who had delivered the final blow to a king of original sin could survive. Everyone else was instantly killed. Augusto accepted that the overwhelming power gap made winning impossible. Above them, Lucifer proclaimed her mission unfailed and again swirled her sword toward the survivors. All of them resurrected outside the realm, battered and in terrible condition. Augusto looked around, stunned, asking who that person was and why he couldn't react at all, how they had been wiped out instantly. Another member said only the 3 great ones survived, the rest had been inhaled as if they were nothing. He wondered why such a god-level boss appeared on the 100th floor of the abyss, and how anyone could hope to defeat it. Carolina felt the air heavy with gloom. Tank admitted it was inevitable after such a devastating loss. Poker added that from the moment she swung her sword, victory had been impossible. Carolina noted they couldn't win the dungeon, let alone claim the rebellion weapon or kill the original Sin Lord. Tank realized without completing the last step of ascension to divinity, reaching the 10th god divine, they would never overcome the king of arrogance, a vicious cycle. Augusto reflected that aside from the high priest, this was the first enemy to make him feel utterly powerless. The king of arrogance was beyond terrifying, marking the darkest moment the world had ever faced. Watching their reactions, Yang on his throne thought that the darkest moment, indeed, was true, but they were wrong about the steps of ascension to divinity. That path would not be theirs, it would be his. He noted Lucifer, the king's loyal servant, was completely obedient, and through these soul imprints, he could not only issue mandatory orders but sense each person's position, state, words, and even thoughts, far surpassing the full map view feature. Amid the overwhelming despair, one emotion stood out: joy, strangely intense. Could the mind of this person be damaged? Or was this the nature of Shiva's people? Yang noted that Adarhazan at level 320 was behind the tree, observing them. When thinking of Shiva, Yang remembered their unique culture and rigid caste system, which concentrated the most exceptional resources in the ruling elite, polarizing professional strength and producing the fewest legendary professionals among all nations. To suffer such a devastating defeat yet remain in high spirits was intriguing. He considered Shiva's thoughts. The collapse of even the best team would weaken elite professionals, slow global mission progress, and give Shiva a chance to surpass Longxia and the American Union as a world superpower, provided they controlled the legacy of the ancient devourer. Yang recalled the name from the dragon bone sword description and summoned the weapon, reading that its descendant, Aethys, walked toward the grave of death, the sword of bones, the soul of blood, where corpses do not decay and devouring never ends, a discovery his brother had found on a stone tablet near the dragon spirit's secret realm. The ancient devourer had struck fear into both spring and dragon races, showing unparalleled strength. The final note hinted that anyone entering the dragon catacomb might inherit the legacy of this unknown hero, and the devourer itself. Back to Shiva, he mused that the world was unaware of this secret, and if his nephew Bijin could enter the dragon spirit's secret realm, they could inherit the ancient devourer's legacy. Even facing a god-ranked enemy, they would dominate. If someone from Longxia or the American Eagle Union entered first, he would not have dared compete before, but now everything could change. In this isolated dimension, death could not be reversed. A few more losses could mean permanent demise, and Shiva prepared to seize this golden opportunity. Seeing all this, Yang thought this was utterly absurd and almost mourned Bijin for a second, who would have thought his inner thoughts could be overheard. Still, with his current power, a 7th rank beast trainer like Bijin should be easy to handle. He nearly forgot about Lucifer, standing silently all this time. Perhaps as a god-level being, she no longer felt fatigue. He noticed her playful focus, clearly enjoying watching him pretend to remain silent, and he nearly shook his head at how she seemed aware he was observing her. He called her over, and she teleported in, excitedly asking if her actions had pleased him. Yang praised her for eliminating all enemies and decided to reward her. She modestly declined, but he insisted, striking her with a light star infused with main injection essence. She smirked, feeling refreshed and overflowing with his power, begging for more, but he told her to wait until her next achievement. She vanished obediently, leaving him amused at her roleplay in front of a god-level boss. Compared to others, the Lord of Original Sin's power was terrifying. Just a trace of dark energy could obsess Lucifer. Yang wondered how strong he would become when that weak stat was raised. Suddenly, a streak of light descended, feathers swirling around her, revealing Euphemia, the high priestess of the Holy Temple. A while back, Euphemia had witnessed the resistance army, exposed to the continent's strongest warrior, utterly annihilated. How could this happen? The situation was far from normal, and she could no longer remain a bystander. She called upon the statue, identifying herself as Euphemia, 3rd highest priest, and requested its blessing. Clenching her hand, she channeled a technique that let holy light shine forth, a vast radiance emerging around her. She implored for the eye of insight, to witness what descended from infinite darkness and spread the guidance of holy light. The system responded. The eye of insight evolved into the eye of truth, its ultimate form, enhanced by the scarlet statue, carrying the power of the holy star to see all in the world. In that moment, she teleported in front of Yang, stepping toward him and asking what this terrifying dark power was, whether he was the Lord of the Abyss. Yang calmly asked why a high priest had come to this temple of absolute darkness. She hesitated, noting he seemed aware of her, and he confirmed he knew she had formed a resistance force to attack the demon Abyss, only for all to be eliminated by Lucifer. Fear rose within her. Last time she had used the Eye of Insight, he had appeared asleep, but now everything was different. The darkness felt deeper, beyond even the Eye of Truth's reach. He was surely above God level. She resolved to retreat and regroup with her resistance force, but before she could, Yang struck a dark energy from his large nail, entangling her. He mused on what equipment might drop from killing the strongest human high priestess, though the experience points would be wasted. She vanished, teleporting back to her temple, realizing how dangerously close she had been, grateful the temple's power had forcibly summoned her back. From behind, another priestess appeared, asking if the high priest was all right. Euphemia said she was fine, just exhausted, and asked about the resistance force. The priest replied they had regrouped and were heading to the holy city. Euphemia said she would return to her room to recover and told the priest to wait and report any visitors. From the statue, Yang observed everything, thinking he hadn't expected the energy to reverse through Euphemia back to its source. Is this the holy city? Euphemia, the highest priest, was someone he had only read about in textbooks and news reports, which claimed she had never left the city. It wasn't a choice, otherwise, with her power, she might have rivaled Lucifer. If she had joined the resistance and been killed by Lucifer, he could have inscribed her soul and controlled her, a tremendous potential loss. Yet his dark power had still managed to infiltrate the real world. He noted the transformation statue's power was weaker than he thought. Since all global profession transformations were recorded by secret statues, if anything unexpected happened, the statue acted as the central hub. Could he corrupt the sacred statue to alter its data and hide his rapid promotion? He focused on the statue, swirling dark energy around it, but after minutes, it had no effect. The statue's experimental defenses isolated him completely without triggering alarms. Thinking to try someone else, he struck at a priest from behind. She turned, purple dark energy surrounding her, panicked, saying something was invading her body and mind. Suddenly, she transformed. Her aura shifted, her clothes became more revealing, and the dark poison fully took over. She declared herself a level 130 demon priestess, calling him master. Yang was stunned. He understood the power increase, but her race had changed. Could his dark power make people fall and transform into demons? Was she now a monster or a profession holder? Across the world, all statues began glowing. The global announcement appears, declaring a version update. Alliance and faction systems have changed. The Lord of Sins has influenced profession holders with his original power, giving rise to the rest of the demon priestesses. The demon faction is now unlocked. From this point, any profession holder entering the demon abyss and affected 100% by demon power will not lose their mind but instantly transform into a demon faction member. Demon faction profession holders can rank up through the demon priest. The current maximum rank is royal rank. Hostility and mutual killing between factions no longer trigger system interference. New areas are unlocked, including the Demon Abyss and Demon City. New statuses include the Demon Statue and a new demon race. A global mission, Dominant, is now active, preventing humans from killing the Lord of Sins until he recovers from his weakened state. Completion of the global mission will determine the world's path. If the human faction wins, they kill the ruler, symbolize sin, and build the starway to the god through their own power. If the demon faction wins, the Lord descends into the world, merging the demon abyss with reality, and creating an era of eternal night. Both paths involve the Lord contending with the starway to the god, but the outcomes differ depending on which faction prevails. As everyone read the notifications, the kiosks erupted with alerts about the version update and the opening of the demon camp. Confused murmurs spread. What does this even mean? One commented that the quest seemed filled with malice, clearly designed to make humans fight each other. Another dismissed it, saying no one could truly want to become a demon. Lin interjected, noting that many at the peak of their professions would do anything for power, though he doubted this outcome, pointing out that the Great Ones already wield 2 of the Sin weapons, so the human world should be relatively secure. Joining the demon camp wasn't necessary. A girl suggested the update might just provide a survival path for those fully corrupted by demonic power, preventing them from becoming mindless monsters. Lin agreed, adding that the version update itself might not have much immediate impact, but opening the gate to the demon realm could bring unforeseen changes. He advised focusing on leveling up first. Wei Ming admitted the situation was unprecedented and asked for opinions. Jia replied that it was far beyond their control and all they could do was maintain people's morale until the holy city issued directives. Wei Ming wondered if the half-gods would truly waver. Jia explained that the Sin weapons were held by different people, and if things went wrong, it would be a worst-case scenario that could prevent the visitor update quest from ever being completed. At the holy city, Yang remained in his eye form, thinking he never expected a brief adventure to lead to such a shocking turn. Humans still couldn't break the 100th layer of the abyss guarded by Lucifer, so negotiating to kill the Lord of Original Sin seemed impossible. This global quest was brutally difficult, and many would likely see joining the demon camp as a tempting alternative. Accepting it now didn't cost sanity, and it offered a god-level job transfer without completing the global quest. Few could resist. Sensing through the soul seal, at least 6 or 7 of the world's strongest warriors were considering it. Lucifer's influence was clear. This situation was unpredictable and intriguing. It meant he could take the profession change quest through the demon statue, avoiding the temple surveillance and the upgrade seeped issue. After rank advancement, and collecting all 7 Sin weapons, he could still claim the first kill of the Lord of Original Sin. But using the Sin weapons would strip the Lord of Original Sin of their authority. If the system revived them, would they retain it? The system clarified that whoever held the authority became the new Lord of Original Sin, and after the first kill, a higher level boss would appear as a replacement. Now Yang realized, a level higher than the Lord of Original Sin existed. The thought of such an unimaginable, astonishing being left him in awe. The priest transformed into a demon was discovered, and Euphemia shouted, demanding to know how a demon had appeared in the temple and ordering her capture. Smirking, the demon woman addressed Yang as her lord. Euphemia moved to strike, but when the dust cleared, both the demon woman and Yang's presence were gone. The guards panicked, calling for a search, but Euphemia waved them off, acknowledging the power she had just sensed and realizing it might be the Lord of Original Sin. Returning to her place, Yang thought this wasn't fleeing, just a tactical retreat. The demon woman perched on his lamp, praising him and claiming she wished to bear his demon child, but Yang was quickly teleported to the demon's city from the announcement. Demons swarmed around, amazed at their awakening, some grateful to Yang for saving them from death, others remarking on their new forms. Yang scolded them for being noisy and ordered the first demon priest to maintain order. She obeyed, flying before the demons to command them. Yang noted that the professionals brave enough to invade the demon abyss were strong, and controlling them with only one demon priest might be difficult. Just as the human realm had its invincible high priest, the demon temple would need a powerful great demon priest to match. At the throne hall, Yang returned, declaring it was time to meet the new King of Sin, and commanded Envy to answer his call. She summoned Livia, the King of Envy, who recalled how the traitor Lucifer had once enjoyed the Lord's favor, and now vowed to outshine that memory. Yang appointed her as the first great demon priestess, tasking her with ruling the demon priests and managing the temple, and she accepted. Once she left, Yang observed the demons quickly building foundations with remarkable efficiency. He mused that after defeating the Lord of Original Sin, these human-made structures would serve him, almost like a cultivation game. Livia efficiently directed the demons, reminding them of the new life granted by the Lord and demanding their service, and they obeyed. The first demon priestess remarked on Livia's immediate authority, and Livia smirked, emphasizing the need to guide the newly converted. She acknowledged, and Livia felt honored by the responsibility, promising to safeguard the Lord while Lucifer guarded the 100th floor. The system then notified her appointment as a great demon priestess and announced that the knowledge of the Red Moon would soon be unlocked, instructing her to resist its Livia looked confused as she stared at the strange sight before her. She asked what this thing was and how it suddenly appeared because she had never seen anything like it before. One of the demons beside her quickly bowed and said he was sorry, explaining that he could not see it clearly either. He guessed she was talking about the Red Moon and mentioned that he had heard a story about it that those who completed the 5-fold promotion quest might have a chance to encounter it, though he wasn't sure if that rumor was true. The scene then moved to the Holy City, where a serious meeting was taking place. Priestess Euphemia stood before a group of important figures and thanked them for coming despite their busy schedules. She admitted that recent unusual events had forced her to call several meetings and apologized for the inconvenience. Augustin gently told her that there was no need to be so formal. The priestess nodded and decided to speak directly. She explained that everyone must have already heard about the New World Version update, which included the transformation of the demon camp and the opening of the gate to the demon realm. These were the two major issues they needed to discuss. She warned everyone not to join the demon camp under any circumstances, saying that doing so would be an act of betrayal against humanity, and could bring about terrible consequences for all. One of the council members, Poker, spoke up and said that the last battle had already left painful memories and deep emotional scars on everyone. He said that this sudden world update seemed to strike right at people's inner weaknesses, tempting them to give in to dark thoughts. Everyone silently agreed that the demon's influence was spreading faster than anyone expected. Carolina tried to calm the tense atmosphere and said there was no reason to be so negative because they still had the chance to form an alliance. Priestess Euphemia agreed, explaining that this hope for cooperation was the only thing keeping people's faith steady. Without it, the world would already be in chaos. Tang Zhan clenched his teeth and said that before they could complete their mission, they had to face Lucifer. He admitted that none of them were strong enough to deal with a god-level enemy, but the kingdom of elves had warriors of such strength, so it might be wise to seek their help. The others nodded in agreement, but Poker added that they needed to contact the elves as soon as possible because time was running out. He warned that while most people were still waiting to see what would happen, anyone could decide to join the demon camp at any moment. He also revealed that he had already made an appointment with the Kingdom of Elves in advance, expecting this situation to come. Priestess Euphemia then struck her staff on the floor, and a glowing hologram appeared, showing a tall man named Alan Lawrence, who was at level 160. He politely introduced himself, representing the Elven Kingdom. The priestess greeted him respectfully, and thanked the elves for responding to their requests for help. Alan nodded and unrolled a scroll in his hand, explaining that he was going to read the royal decree sent by the Queen of the Elves. According to the decree, the Kingdom of Elves was willing to support humanity in defeating the Lord of Original Sin, but there were strict conditions. The first was that only elves were allowed to enter the dragon's spirit secret realm, and no humans could take part. The second condition required them to send people to search for the missing elf princess, Lilith, and return her safely to the elf kingdom. The third condition demanded that the job change Temple hand over 60% of the red moon crystal cores they had collected to the elf temple as part of their agreement. When Priestess Euphemia announced, the meeting room burst into loud anger. Many people stood up and shouted, unable to accept such demands. The priestess slammed her staff on the floor, and a wave of divine energy filled the hall as she ordered everyone to calm down. The echo of her command brought silence, though the tension remained thick in the air. Alan, still appearing calm in the hologram, looked at them with disappointment, and said that the morals of humans always seem to fall short of expectations. He then turned to the priestess and asked for her opinion. Priestess Euphemia spoke respectfully, asking him to reconsider the strict conditions. She explained that several other kingdoms, including Long Xia, the Eagle Federation, Sakura Kingdom, and Shiva Kingdom, all had warriors known as Dragon Tamers. She told him that they had already shared all the related details with him for fairness. Alan opened a glowing system screen to check the data and nodded slightly. He then declared that in this case, other participants could enter the dragon's spirit secret realm, but the person who had tamed the black dragon would be strictly forbidden from entering. Furthermore, he demanded that this dragon tamer must be brought to the Kingdom of Elves immediately. Tang Zhan frowned and asked why such a rule existed, and whether this decision was aimed at the Kingdom of Long Xia. Alan remained calm and denied any hidden intention. He said that the Kingdom of Elves had no reason to target any human nation and viewed all humans as equals. However, he added coldly that he was not required to explain the reason for this rule and that they must decide for themselves whether to accept the conditions or not. The silence grew heavier, and everyone exchanged uneasy looks. Then Tokugawa, who had been watching quietly, spoke with a polite smile. He said that even if they didn't understand the reason behind the elves' demand, they should trust that the elves had their own logic. He reminded Tang Zhan of a saying from Long Xia and suggested that sacrificing one small thing in exchange for the alliance of a powerful nation like the Kingdom of Elves was a reasonable trade. A masked man suddenly pointed at Tang Zhan and shouted angrily, He said that this issue was about the survival of all humanity, and that Long Xian needed to make sacrifices for the greater good. He insisted they were not targeting Tang personally, but simply following the request of their allies from the Kingdom of Elves. His voice grew harsher as he warned that if Long Xia refused to cooperate, it could destroy their alliance with the elves. Without that alliance, they might fail to defeat the world's great enemy and would be forced to join the demon camp, making Long Xia guilty of betraying all humankind. Tang Zhan stayed silent for a moment, his expression dark. Augustin noticed him stepping back and asked where he was going, but Tang didn't answer. Instead, he walked straight toward Tokugawa, who looked confused and nervous. Tokugawa forced a small smile and asked why Tang was staring at him like that, saying there was nothing on his face. Before anyone could react, Tang clenched his fist and punched Tokugawa squarely in the face, sending him flying across the room. The entire hall froze in shock. The masked man rushed forward in anger, trying to attack Tang, but Tang moved faster. He struck the man with another powerful punch that slammed him to the ground. Standing tall and furious, Tang said that Long Xia did not need to be lectured by people like them. He admitted that they didn't fully understand why the Kingdom of Elves had made such demands, but since it was a matter that affected all humanity, Long Xia would bear the burden and accept the consequences. However, he made it clear that while they might agree not to enter the dragon's spirit secret realm, they would never hand over the person who had tamed the black dragon to anyone. With a final cold glance around the room, Tang turned away and said he had other matters to handle before walking out of the meeting. Tokugawa, still lying on the floor, groaned in pain and muttered that Tang's punch was too strong, his face throbbing. The masked man, on the other hand, trembled with rage and humiliation, glaring at Tang's departing figure as the room fell into uneasy silence. The scene changed to Su Yang, who was relaxing while one of his maids gently massaged his shoulders. She noticed his distant look and asked if something was wrong. Su Yang smiled calmly and said there was nothing to worry about, telling her to continue the massage since his shoulders still felt sore. She nodded. A little later, the focus shifted again to Su Yang sitting with the elf princess. With a teasing tone, he mentioned that the elves wanted to take her back to their kingdom. Hearing this, the princess's face turned pale, and she shook her head fiercely. She shouted that she would never go back and reminded him that he had promised not to send her away. Pointing at him angrily, she said he must keep his word because she never wanted to return to that place again. Su Yang smiled softly and patted her head, reassuring her that he would keep his promise. But deep inside, he was thinking seriously that he needed to make sure she was safe and might have to prepare a backup plan in case things turned dangerous. Just then, a glowing system screen appeared before him, showing a message notification that said Tang Zhan had sent him an urgent message and asked if he wanted to read it. The scene then moved to Tang Zhan's location, where Su Yang arrived to meet him. Tang Zhan looked serious, and told Su Yang that he needed him to stay calm after hearing the news. He explained that for the upcoming Dragon's Spirit Secret Realm mission, Su Yang might not be allowed to take part. He said it wasn't their choice but a demand from the Kingdom of Elves, who even wanted them to hand Su Yang over to them. Su Yang's eyes widened in shock, and he stared at Tang in disbelief, asking if they had actually agreed to such a thing. Tang Zhan clenched his teeth tightly as he spoke. He told Su Yang that of course he had not agreed to the elves' demand. Although their progress in conquering the abyss had slowed and they needed to cooperate with other nations for the greater good, there were limits to what they could accept. He said that giving Su Yang to the elves was something he and the entire nation of Long Xia would never agree to, no matter the circumstances. He reminded Su Yang that some things were worth fighting for and encouraged him to stay strong. Su Yang watched Tang's back as he left, feeling a deep respect for him. He smiled faintly and said that he trusted Tang completely, calling him the god of war and wishing him safety. Inwardly, however, Su Yang was already planning his next move. He thought about how the Dragon's Spirit Secret Realm would open the next day and wondered if the two 9th-rank powerhouses from Sakura Country and Shiva Country were ready for the surprise he had prepared for them. The scene then shifted to Sakura Country, inside the Tomorrow family's residence. A young dragon was talking to his companion, saying that his father had mentioned the man who tamed the black dragon wouldn't be allowed to join the Secret Realm event the next day, which he thought was a shame. A girl named Asuhi, sitting nearby, looked disappointed. She admitted that she had hoped for a chance to meet and interact with Su Yang more. The scene then moved again, this time to the Elven Kingdom. A tall, elegant man was speaking with calm authority. He remarked that he hadn't expected 3 more humans to tame dragons in such a short time, which was beyond his expectations. This man was Eric, the third prince of the Elven Kingdom. A huge white dragon spoke arrogantly, saying that it didn't matter what methods humans had used to tame dragons because once the dragon's spirit secret realm was over, none of their so-called dragon knights would survive anyway. The creature's tone was full of confidence and cruelty. Eric, the third prince of the Elven Kingdom, smiled coldly and looked at Asuhi as he told her not to be impatient. He said that when the elves conquered the human world, her Loren family would be rewarded with vast lands. He spoke with disdain, comparing humans to animals that reproduced quickly, saying their numbers made them easy to control. With a cruel smirk, he added that he couldn't wait that long and planned to take what he wanted once they entered the secret realm. Asuhi's expression darkened, and she turned away uneasily. Her instincts told her that something was wrong and that she should keep her distance from people like Eric and the White Dragon. Her words carried quiet fear. Tokugawa noticed her tension and calmly told her not to be nervous, reminding her to stay composed no matter what happened. Carolina, standing nearby, spoke kindly but firmly, encouraging everyone to remember that their lives mattered more than any mission. She told them that if they faced danger, they shouldn't try to be heroes and that survival was the most important thing. Everyone nodded, feeling the growing pressure as the time for the dragon's spirit secret realm approached. Suddenly, chaos erupted. A masked man was thrown violently to the ground, his eyes wide as he looked up at the sky. Above him floated Augustin, his body surrounded by blinding lightning magic as he unleashed a powerful attack. The ground shook under the force of his spell. Far away, Suyang watched everything through a glowing magic sphere in his hand that showed a moving image of Augustin fighting. He smiled confidently and praised him, saying that Augustin was doing well on his behalf. Then Suyang turned to the massive black dragon beside him, his eyes filled with power and determination. With a calm but commanding voice, he ordered the dragon's spirit to devour everything before them. Tokugawa ran through the chaos with panic in his voice, shouting that Augustin had gone completely mad. He called out to the masked man, urging him to stand up and fight together before things got worse. But before he could finish, the masked man suddenly swung his sword at him. Tokugawa's eyes widened in shock, realizing he was being attacked by his own ally. He shouted in fury and raised his sword to block. Their blades collided with incredible force, and the impact caused a massive explosion that shook the ground, sending a shockwave through the area. From afar, Suyang watched the scene with a smirk. After the violent clash, Augustin stood dazed and confused, struggling to understand what had just taken place. He looked around at the destruction and asked what had really happened. Atal, still breathing heavily, said that they had all definitely been controlled somehow. As a priest of miracles, his spiritual senses were very strong, and he was certain that someone had manipulated their minds without them realizing it. He said that even Augustin must have been affected, and whoever could control all of them so easily must possess immense power. Atal's voice trembled slightly as he wondered who could possibly have such terrifying ability. Augustin's expression darkened, but then he let out a strange, cold smile. He told the others not to worry about what had just happened for now, and said something else had caught his attention during the fight. He mentioned that he thought he saw a black dragon fly into the dragon's spirit realm and asked if anyone else had noticed it. He added that he couldn't be sure, but he was confident it wasn't Tang Jian. Augustin explained that he knew Tang well and that Tang was a man of his word. He would never use underhanded methods like mind control or deception. Most importantly, Tang was a warrior, not someone who could use magic to control others. Atal nodded in agreement. Augustin looked serious as he spoke, saying that ever since their crusade against the Abyss demons had begun, strange and unexplained events had been happening one after another. Everything about it felt eerie and unsettling. He decided it was pointless to overthink it now because there were more pressing matters to handle. He reminded the others that while under mind control, they had accidentally killed several royal guards from the Elven Kingdom. Those guards had probably already revived in the nearby temple, which meant the news would soon reach the Elven royal court. If that happened, it could create serious political problems and damage the fragile relationship between humans and elves. Since the dragon's spirit realm had already closed and they couldn't capture Suyang for questioning, Augustin suggested they contact the Elven royal court first to explain what had happened and see how the elves would respond. Atal and the others nodded in agreement and followed Augustin as he led the way toward the temple. The scene then shifted to the dragon's spirit realm, a vast world filled with floating islands and ancient dragons soaring through the misty skies. Alan and Asuhi were riding on their dragons, keeping close together as they moved deeper into the realm. Eric appeared beside them, riding his own dragon with a smug expression. He looked at Asuhi and teasingly offered her a seat on his dragon, pretending to be polite but clearly mocking her. Asuhi frowned and firmly refused. Eric chuckled and turned to Alan, his tone filled with sarcasm as he joked that Alan seemed more interested in flirting than focusing on the mission, asking if he was trying to get close to Asuhi even while riding a dragon. Alan only laughed awkwardly, trying to ignore the insult. Then Eric lifted an ancient-looking artifact shaped like a sharp fang and smirked proudly. He explained that this item, known as the ancient dragon fang, was powerful enough to suppress the natural fear that dragons felt toward the ancient devourer. He sneered that humans didn't possess anything like this and said that without a true dragon tamer to control them, fighting against human forces would be easy. They suddenly heard a dragon roar and panic spread through the crowd. A girl shouted, startled, "Was a boss coming?" Someone else shouted, alarmed, "It was him, the black dragon." Yang counted them and said, amused, this was going to be a grand feast. Eric shouted, shocked, what was happening? Weren't black dragons banned from the realm? Alan said, angry, humans were untrustworthy and despicable. They attacked the black dragon and yelled die as a swirl of energy formed in the air. Yang smirked and said, confident, you were the ones who would die. A message then flashed on the screen before Yang listing the slain enemies and the huge experience gain. He had killed a level 152 Elven Holy Knight, a level 197 Elven Magic Warrior, a level 198 Elven Magic Master, and a level 150 Elven Divine Archer, and he had gained 52. 1 million experience. Arrange and Alan were both shocked. Eric thought, furious, I did not even see his attack, how could a fourth transition human be this strong? Alan tried to run, but something struck his back and he fell at Yang's feet. Yang placed his shoe on Alan's face and teased, coldly, if someone wronged me I would repay it 100-fold. Many dragons suddenly appeared in the sky, surrounding Yang with a warning. One of the dragons roared and released a powerful stream of dragon's breath, sending a massive wave of fire crashing toward Yang. The explosion shook the ground, and flames spread across the area. Alan smirked proudly and said that this time Yang would not act so tough. But before anyone could celebrate, a dark purple aura rose from the ground, stretching from earth to sky. The dragons froze in fear as one of them shouted in panic that it was impossible and begged others not to go closer. When the smoke slowly cleared, the black dragon was standing unharmed in the middle of the burning ground. His body shimmered under the purple light, and the pressure of his presence made the air heavy. A young boy in the crowd stared with wide eyes, sweat running down his face, thinking that the elves were destroyed in a single moment, and wondering if Su Yang was even human. Alan's expression changed from confidence to despair. Grinding his teeth, he muttered in disbelief that he had died again and that the kid was not even human. He said that after 2 deaths, they had already lost too many levels and could not continue fighting. With no other option left, he ordered his team to use the town portal scroll since the dungeon entrance was closed. He quickly pulled out the scroll and tried to open it, but before it could activate, the paper ripped apart in his hands. Shocked, Alan looked up and saw Yang standing nearby, the one who had destroyed it effortlessly. At the same time, Eric was trapped in the jaws of a massive creature, struggling and screaming for someone to get him out quickly. Panic filled the group as Alan turned toward Yang with a trembling voice, begging him to stop. He said they could talk and that he would give Yang whatever he wanted. His tone broke with fear as he admitted that they had been blind and wrong before, and now they begged for forgiveness. Alan lowered his head, pleading for mercy, asking Yang to spare their lives. Yang spoke with a serious face and said he had already seen what the elves were like through a carry-eye, and he would not let them go alive. He would kill them again and again until their levels reached 0 and they could not revive. Then he struck out with many blows from his sword while the elves begged him to spare them, but he refused and lifted his sword to the sky. A huge explosion followed and system messages appeared before Yang, announcing that he had completely killed level 1 Elf Knight Agas, level 1 Elf Warrior Karen, level 1 Elf Mage Baihim, and level 1 Elf Archer Havoc. He then turned calmly to Eric and told him that only he remained. Eric, pinned between the creature's jaws, called Yang a coward who used dirty tricks and dared Yang to free him so they could fight fairly. He forced himself to grab his sword, gathered his mana and fury into the blade, and formed a swirling wind that he hurled toward Yang. When the dust settled, Yang stood steady and unharmed. Eric shouted in shock and fear, saying his strongest attack had only taken 10% of Yang's health and that it was impossible. He cried that Yang could not be a 4th-tier class and that he was not even human but a boss hiding in human form. Yang gave a calm smirk, swung his sword, and said that Eric had finally guessed right. The ground shook as his blade cut through the air, and moments later, a series of messages appeared before him, one after another announcing that he had killed level 220 Fairy Dragon Knight Eric, level 200 Fairy Dragon Knight Eric, level 180 Fairy Dragon Knight Eric, and finally completely killed level 1 Fairy Knight Eric. Soon after, Asuhi and another Verlia ran toward Yang, their faces filled with worry. Yang wiped the blood and dust from his face and told them that the Dragon Spirit Dungeon was not a place for easy leveling. He warned that it hid dangers beyond imagination and that they should stay in one place instead of wandering, because he could not promise their safety otherwise. After saying this, he turned around with a calm look and walked away, saying they would meet again later. The black dragon soared high in the sky, his massive wings cutting through the clouds. He spoke calmly, thinking about the battle he had just finished. He said that he had killed 6 elves, including the Moonlighter Mage Baihim and the 7 dragons he had defeated earlier. The total had given him over 30 million experience points. In the past, he would have been thrilled by such a huge gain, but now, compared to his current experience pool, it felt like nothing more than a drop of water in a vast ocean. The items and weapons that had dropped were valuable, but he did not need them at the moment, so he decided to store them for later use. A system message appeared before him, showing details of a weapon named Unique Dragon Remains Great Sword Devourer et al. Its attributes displayed incredible balance, strength, spirit, and speed, all ranging from 500 to 5,000. Yang held the sword in his hand and frowned slightly, thinking that although the great sword had clearly grown stronger, its stats seemed too even. Another notification then appeared before his eyes, saying that he needed to slay a Sunlighter dragon to complete his next evolution and unlock the devouring attribute cap up to 20,000. Yang stood atop the black dragon's back, the wind blowing through his hair as he stared at a golden necklace in his hand. A thought crossed his mind: perhaps the nameless warrior buried in this place had once been the true owner of the Dragon Slayer's heart, the very power now resting within him. A faint smile appeared on his face. A thick fog suddenly rolled in, and Yang raised his hand to shield his face as the black dragon said it could not see. When they moved through the smoke, they found a huge dragon skeleton. Yang smiled and said it was so huge that even the black dragon looked tiny beside it. He wondered how powerful the nameless warrior who killed such a beast must have been, maybe a divine tier or something beyond. The black dragon landed nearby, dust swirling around its feet. Sang saw many smaller creatures with golden mana balls in their mouths and asked if those were the dragons he had killed before, wondering if they had all revived and whether a necromancer or the ancient devourer's trial was responsible. Yang rose into the sky, struck the skeleton hard until it broke into pieces, and said that the bone dragons did revive, but it did not matter. The black dragon then smashed the other skeletons into fragments and piled the bones up. Yang was running when a large storm rose before him, but he stepped aside and breathed a sigh of relief as he hung from the cliff and thought this was the last one. Suddenly his eyes widened because a huge dragon roared, and a man holding a sword appeared in front of him. Yang laughed and said that surprises kept coming. The man struck his sword into the cliff edge, tearing rocks away, but Yang moved his position at once and avoided the strikes. The man tried the same move many times, and Yang kept dodging. Yang then lifted his sword to the sky as a strong aura swirled around him, and he shouted that after all his work taming the black dragon, it had disappeared and he was furious. He said he would take some of the bones home. The man asked who he was. Yang gave his name, but the man asked again, so Yang felt confused. Without warning, the man raised his sword and threw it at Yang. The blade pierced Yang's stomach and blood poured from the wound. Yang dropped to his knees on the ground, one hand clutching his stomach in confusion. He thought it was strange that there was no pain like he had imagined, and even more surprising, his health points had not decreased at all. He took a deep breath, gathered his strength, and leaped high into the air with his sword raised. His eyes were sharp as he prepared to attack. He thought to himself that he might not understand what was happening. The man in front of him moved even faster, raising his sword and slashing first. Yang gritted his teeth and blocked the attack, sparks flying as their blades collided. The two began to exchange furious blows, each one striking with incredible speed and force. The sound of metal clashing echoed across the battlefield. Then, in a swift movement, Yang managed to snatch the man's sword from his grip. Holding both swords now, he gave a confident smirk. He thought it was not easy to win, especially since his opponent was the legendary hero himself. But now that the hero had lost his weapon, his combat strength would be greatly reduced. But instead of continuing to fight, the man calmly sat down on the ground, crossing his legs as if the battle no longer mattered. He looked up at Yang with a peaceful expression and began to release his mana. The glowing energy flowed from him and into the sword that Yang was holding. In a steady voice, the man said that he would entrust that sword to Yang and told him to go and kill someone named Chloris. Yang looked confused and frowned slightly. He asked who Chloris was, wondering if the name was connected to the old legend of the nameless warrior. Just as he was thinking that, a bright system screen appeared in front of him, showing a new message. The screen displayed the words, "Transcendence Crimson Sword," and described its ability. It said the sword could consume something called the Red Moon Crystal Core to launch a correction attack. The screen also showed the current charge level, 152. Yan stared at the message, realizing that this was no ordinary weapon. Yan nodded silently, accepting the man's words and deciding to follow through. He attached the Red Moon Crystal to the sword as instructed, feeling a surge of energy rush through the weapon the moment it connected. The sword gave off a faint crimson glow, and the air around him began to tremble with power. Just then, a loud and familiar roar echoed through the sky. Yan looked up with a small smile, realizing it was Atal's dragon roar. A massive dragon flew above his head, its wings spreading wide and dark shadows covering the ground below. Yan smiled proudly and thought that Atal must have completed his inheritance as well. He remembered the strange pale flames he had seen earlier and wondered what had become of them. As his eyes scanned the battlefield, he noticed movement among the remains scattered nearby. To his astonishment, the skeletal remains of dragons began to pull themselves together, bone by bone, until they stood tall once again. He realized that even the bone dragons had been revived. Watching them move, he thought that they had probably become Atal's subordinates now. A spark of excitement ran through him as he imagined the possibilities. If Atal could devour elite monsters and boss creatures, then he could command an entire army of powerful undead beings. Yan understood that this power went far beyond ordinary necromancy. With a serious expression on his face, Yan tightened his grip on the sword, feeling its energy pulsing in his hand. He decided it was time to test its true power. He raised the blade and activated its ability, his voice calm but firm as he commanded the system to begin the correction. The air trembled as a system screen appeared before him, displaying a glowing message. It said that the correction had caused an increase in the crimson infection level. The percentage slowly began to rise, showing 0% at first, but Yang could feel that something inside the sword was beginning to change. The crimson light flickered like fire along the blade's edge, and Yang stood still, watching it carefully. He could sense that this power was both dangerous and extraordinary. Yang stared at the glowing sword in his hand with confusion spreading across his face. The power he had just unleashed was unlike anything he had ever seen. He realized that this attack had erased everything at the rule level itself, meaning even undead creatures that were supposed to revive had been instantly destroyed. The sight was shocking, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He thought it was unbelievable, such power was insane. But what puzzled him more was the strange system notification. It had appeared twice, and the second message showed 0%. Yang tried to make sense of it, remembering how the nameless warrior had once attempted to use the same correction ability on him, but it hadn't worked. Now he began to suspect that there might be something special about him, something connected directly to the system itself. He called out to the system, asking if it had any clues or explanations, but no response came. After waiting a moment, he sighed and decided to leave the mystery for later. Standing before the black dragon, Atal, Yang looked calm but proud. He thought about how far they had both come. Atal had now inherited his legacy, and Yang himself had obtained an incredibly powerful divine weapon. Even though the dragon spirit's secret realm had not given him any experience points, the rewards he had gained were far beyond what he expected. Asuhi looked at the glowing portal ahead, her eyes widening in surprise. She realized the exit from the secret realm had finally opened. Turning to Verlia, she told her to go first, saying she would follow after a moment. But before they could move, the dragons lying nearby began to tremble as if something powerful was approaching. The ground shook slightly, and a deep, commanding roar echoed across the place. The moment they heard it, all the trembling dragons immediately stopped, lowering their heads in submission. The black dragon, Atal, had arrived. Yan stepped forward, his boots pressing firmly into the ground as he looked at both Asuhi and Verlia. His expression was calm but firm. He told them that they had both worked hard and that now, since the secret realm was unlocked, they were free to leave. However, he asked them not to speak about what had happened there. Asuhi blushed slightly at his words, feeling a mix of respect and admiration. She promised that they wouldn't tell anyone about what happened. She said she could tell from his eyes that he was a good person. She smiled softly, saying she wished she could talk to him more, but it looked like this wasn't the right time. With that, she turned and entered the glowing portal along with her dragon, disappearing from sight. Jan stood silently for a moment, then smiled faintly to himself. He thought it was amusing that she saw him as a good person. Maybe she really was an interesting girl. But as his smile faded, he became thoughtful again. The situation outside was likely complicated, and he couldn't just walk out in his current form. He needed a plan before leaving the realm. Based on everything he had seen and learned, Yang began to think through the possibilities. Since the world now allowed faction missions and humans could transform into demons, it made sense that demons might also have a way to join the human faction through some special method. He decided that his next step would be to confirm this theory. Yang stood still as sparks of energy flowed around his body, glowing like red lightning. He took a deep breath and commanded the system to activate multi-faction compatibility. The moment he said it, the world around him shifted, and he was instantly transported to the abyss of demons. Darkness surrounded him, and the air was thick with ancient power. A system screen appeared before him, confirming the change. The message stated that the one-way restriction on the abyss of demons had been lifted. Now, demons inside the abyss could freely enter and leave the outside world. Jan looked at himself and noticed his form had changed once again. He now appeared as a demon god. His eyes glowed with crimson light, and power radiated from his presence. Deciding to test the new situation, he called for Lucifer. A dark portal appeared, and Lucifer emerged from it, kneeling on the ground before him. Her face showed both loyalty and excitement. She smiled and said she could feel her king's power returning and that his glory would soon be restored. Jan nodded calmly and ordered her to go through the current guide of the abyss to test the new freedom the system had announced. Lucifer bowed deeply and vanished instantly into the shadows. The scene then shifted to the frozen Siberian northern plains, where the abyss gate stood. 2 human guards were stationed there, shivering in the biting cold. One of them complained about how long they had to stay in that miserable place, while the other said even demons would freeze solid in such freezing weather. Their complaints were cut short when a sudden black mist appeared before them. From it, Lucifer stepped out, her eyes glowing and her wings spreading wide. The guards panicked and raised their weapons, shouting in fear. But before they could react further, Lucifer moved swiftly and struck them down in an instant. The battle ended before it even began. Without hesitation, she walked toward the abyss gate, confirming its stability. Moments later, Lucifer transported back to Yang's side, kneeling once again. She reported that the test was successful and the demons could now cross the abyss gate freely. Yang listened carefully, his eyes narrowing slightly with thought. Yang gave Lucifer a short, firm order. He told her to go to the mortal world and punish anyone who defied him. She nodded and obeyed. He also showed her a picture of his human form and told her to bring someone back. While he slept, that person would act as his proxy, and seeing that man would be like seeing Yang himself. The scene then shifted to Augustin, where tensions exploded. Yakagawa loudly accused Tang Zhan of breaking the agreement and demanded to know why Su Yang had entered the dragon's spirit secret realm and why, after Su Yang appeared, they had attacked one another. Tang answered that he had nothing to explain and claimed he did not know why those events had happened. A royal guard stepped forward, saying the guard's honor must not be stained and threatening that once Su Yang was found he would be taken to the Elven court for questioning. He also told Tang to come to the court and prepare an explanation or face their wrath. At that moment Verlia and Asuhi arrived. Asuhi asked why everyone looked so serious, and Yakagawa asked why only the 2 of them were present and where Su Yang was. Asuhi pressed her finger lightly against her lips and spoke calmly, explaining what had happened. From the moment they entered the secret realm, everyone had been separated. Only she and Verlia had been teleported to the same location, but even then, they quickly lost their way. She said they hadn't found any treasures inside and had barely escaped with their lives. Then, just a short while ago, a sudden flash of light appeared, and the next thing they knew, they were standing at the entrance of the secret realm. The barrier sealing the entrance had already been removed, so they decided to walk out. She added that the others would probably come out soon as well. After hearing her explanation, one of the men stepped forward and told Asuhi to come with him to his country. However, before she could respond, Tokugawa and Augustin stepped in front of her, stopping him. They firmly said that Asuhi was with them, and he had no right to take her away. The man's expression turned cold and angry. He pointed at them and shouted that if they continued to interfere, they could forget about forming an alliance with his people. He warned that if anything happened to the third prince or the heir of the Lorenz family, they would regret their actions. He urged Augustin and Tokugawa to think about the bigger picture, saying that while the younger generation might be talented, the older ones were the true hope for the future. Atal stepped forward with a calm smile, his presence immediately drawing everyone's attention. He spoke in a composed yet serious tone, asking them to imagine what would happen if they lost the Elven Kingdom as an ally. He reminded them that when the sovereign of original sin eventually descended upon the world, none of them would be able to withstand such a force alone. His words carried both warning and wisdom, cooling the heated argument for a moment. The man who had been shouting earlier paused, studying Atal with narrowed eyes. Then, in a calmer tone, he said that Atal actually sounded like someone who valued alliances and promised to report his sincerity to the queen. He also asked if Atal was from the country of Shiva, to which Atal simply nodded in confirmation. Before anyone could say more, the atmosphere suddenly changed. The sky above them darkened, and a swirling black portal opened in the air. From it, Lucifer stepped out, her wings spreading wide and her aura radiating menace. The crowd below froze in shock as they realized who she was. Lucifer looked down at them with a smirk, as she said she had been wondering who was making such noise. Augustin, recognizing her, burst out laughing but with confidence. He sensed something different about her, and shouted that her aura was weaker than before. Even though her exact power level was still unknown, he was certain her strength had dropped to the demigod tier. He called out to everyone around him, saying this was a rare chance. He urged them to forget their disputes for now and to join forces to defeat her together. Lucifer hovered high in the sky, her eyes glowing with crimson light. She looked down at the gathered warriors and smiled coldly. Her voice was calm but filled with arrogance as she said their efforts would be useless. She invited them all to come at her at once. Everyone rushed toward Lucifer to attack when Augustin shouted with authority that Tang Zhan should take the lead while everyone else supported him. He warned them that this boss had a special trait. Hearing this, the group nodded and began casting their spells, filling the air with blinding flashes of magic. Their attacks collided with Lucifer's golden barrier, which shimmered brightly before exploding into a cloud of dust. When the smoke cleared, Lucifer stood firm though slightly wounded, her expression dark with fury. Dark mana gathered around her, swirling into a massive ball as the air trembled with pressure. Just then, Yang descended from the sky, landing powerfully on the ground. A strong flow of mana surrounded his body, and in his hand was a glowing magic sphere reflecting the image of the tank. Nearby, Tang Zhan quickly took hold of Asuhi and Carolina's hands and flew upward, vanishing into a portal. Yang watched them go with a calm smile, and said that things seemed to be settled on their side as well. Moments later, Lucifer landed in front of him, glaring with disdain. She said coldly that she didn't understand why her master had chosen someone like him as an agent, saying that even calling him an ant would be giving him too much credit. Yang, unfazed by her insult, walked past her and told her calmly to put aside her arrogance because he needed her to find someone for him. Lucifer silently nodded, and as Yang stepped through the glowing portal, the scene shifted to the royal garden where the princess was gently watering the flowers under the warm sunlight. Everything seemed peaceful until she suddenly heard a strange rumbling noise. Startled, she lifted her head and her eyes widened in horror as she saw a massive dark portal swirling open in the sky. The wind roared around her, shaking the trees and scattering petals across the garden. Overwhelmed with fear, she fell to the ground, unable to look away from the terrifying sight. Inside the portal stood Lucifer and Yang, surrounded by shadows and dark energy. Lucifer raised her arm, and her hand grew in size, stretching out like a giant claw that reached down toward the princess. The princess screamed in shock, trying to resist, but the invisible force pulled her helplessly upward. Within seconds, she was dragged into the portal, and then the dark gate began to shrink and fade away, leaving the sky silent again. Meanwhile, far away on the battlefield, Tokugawa and Augustin were sitting on the ground, exhausted and defeated. Around them, their companions also lay wounded, barely conscious after the fierce fight. Atal looked frustrated and broke the silence, saying that just before they were swallowed by the dark space, he had seen Tang Zhan unharmed, as if Lucifer hadn't even seen him as an enemy. He angrily suggested that Tang Zhan and Long Xia might have already betrayed humanity and joined the demons. Augustin quickly denied it, shaking his head, but Atal refused to let the matter go. He said that Augustin might be defending Tang Jian out of loyalty, but the truth couldn't be ignored. A few knights around them murmured in agreement, their faces uneasy. Tokugawa frowned and said that if Atal suspected Tang Jian, then what about Mikiko Asuka from their country and Verlia from the Eagle Federation? Did that mean they had sided with the demons too? Atal smirked slightly and replied that Tang Jian was likely behind everything. He claimed that Tang wanted to keep the secrets of the dragon spirit realm to himself, and had kidnapped the others to prevent anyone else from interfering. Tokugawa looked down, deep in thought, and slowly nodded as if considering the possibility. Without another word, Atal turned and walked away with his arms crossed. Atal stood before the group, his tone sharp and accusing as he told everyone to think carefully about Tang Jian's strange behavior. He insisted that Tang's actions were too suspicious and that he must be hiding something. Without wasting more time, he urged them to go and find Tang immediately. But before anyone could move, Tang suddenly appeared in front of them like a flash of lightning. Without a word, he landed a powerful punch straight to Atal's face, sending him crashing hard onto the ground. The impact echoed through the air, and everyone froze in shock. Tang looked down at him with cold eyes and said in a deep voice that if Atal dared to insult him again, he would make him feel what death was like once more. Verlia then stepped forward and explained what had happened earlier. She said that His Majesty had led her and Asuhi in a desperate rush all the way to the border of Long Xia before suddenly stopping, only to return immediately after. Her tone carried confusion, as if she still couldn't understand the reason behind it. Asuhi added that during that time, Tang Jian had looked very strange, almost as though someone was controlling him. Hearing this, Augustin took a deep breath and said that if that was the case, they should all go to the holy city and ask the high priest to decide the truth. He also mentioned that while they were there, they would handle the situation related to the Elf Kingdom as well. The scene then shifted to the Grand Hall of the Holy City, where Priestess Euphemia stood before them with calm authority. Her voice was steady as she asked everyone to confirm that none of them had ever worked with the abyssal demons or knew that they had been controlled. The group nodded firmly, showing their agreement. Seeing their honest reactions, Euphemia softly said that it seemed Tang Jian had been telling the truth all along. That explained why he had looked so sure of himself, and why he had never wavered even under suspicion. She then asked them to confirm once more that all the events they described from the dragon's spirit secret realm were true and that none of them had hidden anything. Asuhi and Verlia stood side by side, both looking uneasy and confused when Augustin suddenly shouted at Verlia, pointing at her with anger. He demanded to know how she dared to lie to him after everything they had been through. His voice echoed through the hall, shocking everyone. The air grew tense until Priestess Euphemia raised her hand to silence them. She spoke calmly but firmly, saying that now that the truth had come to light, there was no reason to keep hiding anything. She warned that concealing the truth further might only cause greater harm in the future. Her words made Verlia lower her head in guilt. After a moment, Verlia spoke softly, saying that if the high priest could detect lies, then perhaps even that hidden matter could finally be revealed. Asuhi nodded in agreement. The scene shifted 10 minutes later. The heavy doors of the holy hall opened, and Priestess Euphemia walked in with her staff glowing faintly. She pointed it toward Atal and asked in a commanding tone whether he had secretly plotted with Vijani from his nation to eliminate all the participants of the secret realm. Her question stunned everyone into silence. Then Polka shouted in disbelief, asking how Su Yan, who was only at the 4th advancement stage, could have possibly killed someone as strong as a 6th-class Vijani. Karelina, furious, interrupted him and said that was not the main issue. The real problem was that Atal had been scheming behind their backs all along. Atal, trembling, quickly denied the accusation, insisting that he had done nothing wrong. But Priestess Euphemia's eyes glowed faintly with divine light as she declared that all lies had now been revealed. She announced that by the authority of the Holy High Priest, Tang Jian was granted temporary right of execution. Then she pronounced Atal of Shiva Nation guilty of treason and sentenced him to 3 death penalties, to be followed by imprisonment in the Holy City until further judgment. Atal's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees, pale and desperate. But before he could speak again, Tang stepped forward with a look of fury and punched him hard in the face, shouting that he deserved to die for his cowardice. Atal crashed against a nearby statue, gasping in pain, but Tang didn't stop. He struck again, his fist slamming into Atal's chest and forcing him back to his knees. Then Tang turned away, his voice cold as he ordered Atal to go to the dungeon and await his final judgment. Two priests moved forward, their expressions solemn, and took hold of Atal's arms. Su Yang sat silently, staring at the glowing screen that showed Atal's image. His expression was calm, but his eyes carried a trace of mockery. In his mind, he thought that no matter how much Atal plotted or schemed, he could never imagine the truth, that Su Yang himself was the true master of the abyss of demons. He found it amusing how Atal's plans were slowly closing in on him, leaving no escape. Yang thought that if the Shiva nation were to join forces with the demons, then it would only make things easier for him. He could control them completely from the shadows and turn their betrayal into his own advantage. To him, it was a gift he gladly accepted. With a faint smirk, he muttered to himself that it was almost time to begin the next phase of his plan. Just then, Livia approached and looked at him with doubt in her eyes. She asked coldly why the ruler had chosen someone as weak as him to serve as an agent, saying she couldn't understand the reason behind it. Yang walked past her without hesitation and told her not to question things that didn't concern her, but to simply follow orders and act. As he left, a small laugh escaped him as he said that the process they were about to begin wasn't so different from the Job Change Temple. In his mind, Su Yan had already mapped out the entire strategy. He planned to let powerful demons complete the 5-star advancement missions within the Demon Saint Temple. If all went according to plan, they would eventually face the Crimson Moon invasion. During that event, by defeating the terrifying Crimson Withering monsters, they could obtain rare Red Moon crystals. Then, as the Lord of Original Sin, Yang could command them to surrender those crystals to him. He realized why Red Moon crystals were so rare. But if he could create a way to mass-produce 5-star demons, he would be able to collect an enormous number of these crystals. The thought of that made him grin with satisfaction, whispering that his plan was perfect. In Shiva Nation's Grand Temple, a man stood before a large glowing screen, his face filled with excitement and pride. He spoke with confidence, saying that once Vijanu obtained the inheritance of the ancient devourer, no one would be able to stop Shiva Nation's rise. He imagined a future where they would surpass Dragon Xia and even the Eagle Federation, becoming the strongest nation in the world. He said that when that happened, they would no longer need the Elf Alliance, and with such power, they could even destroy the Lord of Original Sin and advance the world's grand quest. But suddenly, a sharp notification sound broke through the air. He quickly turned toward the screen, and his excitement turned into shock. His eyes widened as he read the report. He froze, unable to believe what he was seeing. His hands began to tremble, and anger filled his face as he muttered that it was impossible. After a moment of silence, he forced himself to breathe and whispered to calm down. The scene then shifted to the holy city, where Priestess Euphemia sat before the council with a calm yet serious expression. She announced that Atal had already been imprisoned and that their next discussion should concern the young man named Su Yang. The others in the chamber looked uneasy as she spoke. Augustin stepped forward and said that Su Yang's strength was difficult to comprehend. He pointed out that Su Yang, who was only a 4-star, had managed to kill Vijanu, a 6-star powerhouse, which was already shocking enough to believe. But then he added that Su Yang was also said to have killed the 7-star elf Prince Eric, something that seemed far too impossible. Verlia stood quietly for a moment, her eyes distant as she recalled the moment involving Eric. She spoke softly but clearly, saying that Su Yang had used some strange tool to control Eric during the battle. It was something she had never seen before. Eric had been fully conscious, yet unable to move, unable to use any weapon or tool, and unable to cast any of his powerful skills. She explained that the effect seemed to last for a long time, and even when they were watching, the control was never lifted. Augustin frowned, thinking deeply, and said that what Verlia described went against everything they knew about the world's magic and power rules. Normally, such a thing shouldn't have been possible. He said that either Su Yang was hiding his true level, or that the tool he used was so powerful that it could completely ignore the usual level suppression effects. Tang, however, stepped forward with a calm expression and said that regardless of what method Su Yang had used, his actions were only in self-defense. He had retaliated but hadn't attacked anyone without reason, so he believed Su Yang was not guilty of wrongdoing. His voice carried quiet conviction, showing his faith in Su Yang's intentions. Tokugawa, standing nearby, sighed and said that while Tang might be right and there might be no guilt in their eyes, things were different for the Elf Kingdom. Just then, the heavy doors of the chamber burst open, and a young priestess rushed in, breathing heavily and shouting for the high priest's attention. Alarm filled the room. Priestess Euphemia turned sharply toward her, her face serious. When the young woman explained the situation, Euphemia's expression hardened. She struck her staff against the marble floor, the sound echoing through the hall, and declared that an emergency had arisen and the meeting was now suspended. The scene shifted to the borders of Shiva Nation, where the entrance to the abyss loomed like a dark storm swallowing the land. The ground was littered with defeated guards, their weapons broken and scattered, showing signs of a violent battle. Smoke rose from the ruins, and the air was thick with the smell of burning metal. In the middle of the chaos stood a man with a cold smile, his eyes gleaming with ambition. He said that once they returned from the abyss, the sacred waters of the Ganges temple would flood across the entire nation, marking the rise of Shiva's new power. A subordinate stepped forward, bowing respectfully with one hand pressed against his chest and his eyes closed. He reported that the number of people who had successfully transferred into the abyss had reached 20,000, all of them being legendary stage warriors. They were moving through the layers of the abyss in an organized manner, maintaining a steady infection rate. He explained that over 1,000 of them had already completed their transformation into demons, and were now heading toward the demon city. Once the demonization process was complete, they would lose their aggression and no longer attack others. Before the priest could respond, another soldier came running frantically, his voice filled with alarm as he shouted that members of the Job Change Temple had arrived. The priest's expression darkened with fury as he demanded to know whether there were still Brahmins and Kshatriyas who had not finished their transfer. The messenger, panting heavily, replied that about 70% of the Brahmins and 60% of the Kshatriyas had completed the process. Hearing this, the priest gritted his teeth and gave a sharp order to block the forces from the Job Change Temple at all costs. His men immediately nodded and ran off to follow his command. As the noise of marching footsteps faded into the distance, the priest clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with hatred. He muttered that one day he would take back everything that had been stolen from him. But for now, he had no choice but to retreat into the abyss. With that, he turned toward the dark portal. The scene shifted deep into the abyss of demons, on its 20th layer, where the air was thick with red mist and the ground glowed faintly with molten cracks. Groups of newly transformed demons stood around, talking excitedly among themselves. One of them laughed and said that ever since he became a demon, his base strength and attributes had increased by nearly 4%, making him feel stronger than ever. Another demon, grinning mischievously, wondered aloud if there would be succubi waiting for them in the demon city. The others burst out laughing at his question, their voices echoing in the cavernous darkness. Then a demon with rough, dark skin spoke bitterly, saying that the reason they had to move into the abyss was because the Job Change Temple had joined forces with Long Xia and turned against Shiva Nation. He cursed the people of Long Xia, saying they must have been jealous of how quickly Shiva Nation had risen in power. The group murmured in agreement, their laughter replaced by resentment. Suddenly, a shadow descended from above, landing silently on the black stone floor. It was Su Yang, though the demons didn't recognize him. One of them immediately shouted, demanding to know who he was. Before Yang could reply, another demon threw a blazing orb of mana straight at him. The explosion shook the ground, and smoke filled the air. When the dust settled, Yang stood there unharmed. With a friendly smile, he raised his hand and told them not to panic. He said that he was a guide from the demon city, sent to lead newly transformed warriors there. He claimed that he was among the first to join the demon faction and that the high priest himself had given him the mission to escort newcomers safely to the demon city. His words carried authority, and the demons, believing him, relaxed their guard. One of them nodded and said that if that was true, then Yang should lead the way. Yang smiled again and agreed, turning toward the deeper tunnels. The group began to follow him in an orderly line, their steps echoing through the cavern. As they walked, one demon with sharp fangs asked Yang with curiosity and a hint of suspicion whether there were any restrictions beyond the demon city, saying that such rules shouldn't exist in the abyss. Yang nodded calmly and told them that they were right, there were no rules in the abyss. He explained in a steady voice that this place belonged to the strong, where only the powerful survived and the weak were nothing more than prey. As they walked, one demon noticed Yang cleaning his sword and frowned suspiciously. He asked what Yang was doing. Yang looked up at him, a faint smirk curling on his lips, and replied that he was simply preparing to kill a dog. Before the demon could react, Yang's sword flashed in the dim light and sliced clean through the demon's neck. The lifeless body collapsed to the ground as blood splattered across the rocks. The other demons roared in anger and charged at him, but Yang moved faster than their eyes could follow. In one sweeping motion, his blade cut through several of them at once, and their bodies fell lifelessly to the ground. The air filled with the metallic scent of blood and the echoes of dying screams. One demon, gravely wounded and lying on the floor, glared up at Yang and shouted weakly, asking if he had gone mad and whether he wasn't afraid of being punished by the demon high priest for killing his own kind. Yang raised his sword slowly, a cold smile spreading across his face. He said that the demon was right. The punishment would have been harsh, because the high priest strictly enforced the rules. But here, in the depths of the abyss, those rules didn't exist. Here, Yang said, he was the only law that mattered. With those words, he brought his sword down again, silencing the demon as blood sprayed through the air. Suddenly, a group of new demons teleported into the area, drawn by the disturbance. Yang floated slightly above the ground, surrounded by the corpses of his enemies. His expression was calm, but his eyes burned with cold fury. He looked at the newcomers and told them darkly that since they had already arrived, they might as well stay. The next moment, the cave echoed with screams. Yang walked away from the battlefield, his footsteps calm while purple flames burned behind him, consuming the bodies of the slain demons. The air shimmered with heat, and the stench of ash and blood mixed into the darkness of the abyss. Hidden nearby, Livia quietly observed him, her eyes filled with both curiosity and disbelief. She thought that the man chosen by the Lord of Original Sin was far from ordinary. Even though Yang was only at his 4th transfer, he had easily killed those who were at the 6th. She wondered what purpose the Lord of Original Sin had in choosing someone like him. Perhaps it was to help speed up his awakening. But she doubted if such a weak vessel could truly handle that power. Suddenly, Yang turned around, his gaze sharp and knowing. He called out that he knew Livia was there. His voice carried calm confidence. Livia appeared from the shadows with a small smile, slightly impressed that he had sensed her presence. She asked what he wanted from her this time. Yang pointed his sword toward her and said in a commanding tone that, as the agent of the Lord of Original Sin, he ordered her to issue a quest. The quest was to send demon warriors from the demon city into the upper layers of the abyss and make them kill 10 unconverted Brahmin nobles who had reached their 5th transfer. Livia's eyes widened in surprise, but she nodded, understanding that his order came directly from higher power and could not be refused. The scene shifted to the demon city, where demons suddenly received a system message announcing the new quest. Their eyes glowed red with excitement and hunger for battle. Without hesitation, groups of demons began rushing toward the upper layers of the abyss. Soon, chaos erupted as they attacked humans, cutting them down with wild laughter. The humans screamed in shock and ran for their lives, shouting in confusion as the abyss was filled with the sounds of violence. Later, when a few surviving humans tried to regroup and talk about what had just happened, Yan appeared silently among them. Before they could react, his sword flashed, and they fell one after another. As he looked at their fallen bodies, he muttered that at first, he used to feel a little guilty for killing them. But now he understood that wiping them out was actually helping the world. His tone was cold and sure, as if convinced that his actions had meaning. Then, turning his gaze toward the remaining survivors, he lifted his sword again and said that it was time to continue grinding the process. About an hour later, the system screen appeared before Yang with a bright flash. It displayed the results of his mission: kill 10 5-transfer demon faction professionals and 10 5-transfer non-demon professionals. Both tasks were marked complete. The system then announced that his promotion mission had been cleared and a hidden job change quest had been unlocked. Around him, countless bodies lay motionless on the ground, and the smell of blood filled the air. Yang looked at the system message and smiled with satisfaction. He muttered that he had finally unlocked a hidden job. His tone carried pride and calm confidence. With that, he turned toward the exit door, saying to himself that it was time to meet the one known as Abyssal Roar. As he walked away, the dead bodies behind him slowly dissolved into black mist and disappeared, leaving nothing but silence. The scene then shifted to a vast chamber deep inside the abyss, where a massive primal demon sat cross-legged on the ground. His dark aura filled the space like a storm. When he saw Yang approach, the demon let out a deep growl and demanded to know who dared to challenge him alone. His voice shook the ground beneath them. Yang, however, remained calm. He rested his sword on his shoulder and replied in a casual tone that there was no need for introductions, and that the demon should just attack quickly because he had no time to waste. Enraged by the insult, the demon roared and charged, releasing waves of dark mana that shook the entire area. Yang didn't flinch. In a flash, he swung his sword, releasing a sharp beam of energy that cut through the demon's defenses and sent him crashing to the ground. The fight lasted only minutes, and soon the mighty demon lay defeated, his body trembling and covered in wounds. Still refusing to accept defeat, the demon lifted his head one last time and shot a powerful beam of mana from his mouth toward Yang. A huge explosion followed, sending dust and smoke everywhere. When the dust finally cleared, Yang stood firmly in the middle of the ruined battlefield, his armor barely scratched. His health bar showed 98%. He looked at the fallen demon with a calm smile, and said mockingly that it was over, and asked if the demon had ever heard the saying, "Lots of smoke but no real damage." Then, without hesitation, he raised his sword and swung it once more. The sharp edge sliced through the air, and blood splattered. The scene faded with Yang standing tall, surrounded by silence and the faint glow of victory. Yang stood quietly, holding a glowing purple crystal in his hand. He looked at it for a moment, and thought about how valuable such an item would have once seemed to him. He said softly that this must be the demon crystal core mentioned in the hidden quest. Once, it might have excited him, but now it held no meaning or thrill. The excitement that used to come from rare treasures had faded. He had seen too much power, too much darkness, and the crystal felt like nothing compared to what he had already achieved. He then stepped forward and landed on the back of a massive black dragon waiting for him. As the dragon spread its enormous wings, Yang looked down into the endless darkness below. He said to himself that to gain the dark primal power of the Lord of Original Sin, he would need to travel deep into the abyssal depths. But for now, it wasn't possible. The connection that would allow him to receive the Lord's power hadn't refreshed yet, so he had no choice but to wait until the next day. For now, he planned to bestow the dark energy to the Lord of Original Sin and let it be passed back to him later. With that thought, he gave the dragon a small nod, and it lifted off into the air, flying over the shadowy landscape as purple mist swirled beneath them. The scene then shifted to the demon's city, inside Su Yang's private residence. The dark walls shimmered faintly with demonic energy, giving the room a strange but majestic beauty. Suddenly, the princess burst through the door, her steps hurried and her expression full of relief. She called out that he had finally returned and asked anxiously where exactly they were. Yang turned to her with a calm expression and explained that this was the Demon Lord's city located deep within the demon abyss. Then he pointed toward two demon girls standing nearby and told the princess not to worry, saying that the place was completely safe and that those girls would help her with daily needs. The princess hesitated for a moment before sitting on the soft black sofa. She looked around the strange room, then back at him, and admitted that she trusted him because of everything he had done so far. But she couldn't help saying that sometimes she truly wondered if he was still human. Yang smiled faintly and looked a little embarrassed, almost blushing at her words. He told her that she didn't need to worry about such things, that he meant no harm to her or anyone. To him, being human or demon made no difference. What mattered was purpose and strength. The princess lowered her gaze, feeling a strange warmth and confusion at his words. Yang gently patted her head and told her she was being silly and that of course he was human. Only someone who could do things non-humans could not. The scene then shifted to the elf royal court, where tension filled the marble halls. The elf queen demanded to know why the Tassi Knight commander had returned so soon when he had gone to escort Prince Eric and the others. The commander trembled and knelt, saying that Prince Eric had not been able to come back from the secret realm. A minister pressed him for clear answers and also asked about young Master Alan. The commander replied that the truth could only be learned by questioning the humans directly. The queen slammed her staff to the floor in anger and called the commander useless, asking what use he had been. Another minister tried to calm her, saying the commander was guilty but that the bigger priority was to punish the great human betrayal. The queen agreed and ordered the minister of forbidden magic to go to the human world and force the ignorant humans to explain themselves, warning that if they refused, elf longbows and staves would enslave humans before the demons destroyed their world. The minister bowed and left with his followers, determined and grim. Back in the holy city, Priestess Euphemia stood in the council hall when a priest rushed in shouting that envoys from the elf kingdom had arrived outside the holy city. At that moment the elf minister stepped inside and spoke harshly to the humans, saying they must pay for their stupidity. He demanded they hand over the killers of Prince Eric and Alan, or else the elves would move from help to enslavement. Priestess Euphemia stood calmly before the furious elf Anva and told him to choose his words carefully. She reminded Carl Lawrence that even though the elf temple had once opened the path to divine tier power, no divine tier being had appeared in over 200 years. She said that perhaps their divine being had already fallen, and questioned whether the elves, now a godless tribe, had grown too confident in their arrogance. Lawrence's eyes glowed faintly as he replied that she was mistaken, the divine tier being still existed, and he himself was one of them. His calm yet powerful words filled the hall with tension. Tang clenched his teeth and stepped forward, saying that even if there was level suppression, victory was still possible. He argued that Longxia had a history of achieving miracles, with the weak defeating the strong many times before. He warned that if the elf world chose not to ally with them against the abyssal demons and instead tried to invade, then they were welcome to try and see the result. Lawrence smiled coldly and said that if it were only about level suppression, humans might indeed have a chance. But he added that the elves possessed 2 divine weapons and were close to completing their fusion process, making them nearly unstoppable. He then looked around and asked who represented the Shiva nation, saying he had heard from the Knight Commander that Shiva seemed far more cooperative. Priestess Euphemia raised her staff and said firmly that Shiva nation no longer belonged to the human world. Her voice echoed in the chamber, as she explained that they had betrayed humanity and chosen to side with the abyssal demons. Lawrence looked around the tense chamber and said he had assumed humans were united, but clearly, that was not the case. He demanded to know which of them was truly sincere about forming an alliance and willing to hand over the murderer responsible for the elves' loss. Tokugawa stepped forward quickly and said that he knew who the killer was. Tang shouted furiously at him, asking how he dared to make such a claim against one of their own. Lawrence turned to Tang with a cold gaze and asked where Su Yang was. Tang clenched his fists and firmly denied knowing anything about his whereabouts. Lawrence's expression darkened as mana gathered in his palm, his power making the air around him tremble as he warned that Tang was seeking death by defying him. Before he could attack, Priestess Euphemia stepped in sharply and warned him not to cross the line. After a moment of silence, Lawrence withdrew his power and composed himself. He then asked if there were other survivors from the secret realm. Tokugawa quickly pointed at Asuhi and Verlia, saying they were survivors and knew everything about Su Yang's actions. Lawrence gave a cold smile and said that since no one seemed willing to reveal Su Yang's location, he would take the 2 survivors back to the Elf Kingdom for questioning. He turned to Priestess Euphemia and asked if she had any objections. The scene then shifted to the sky above the holy city, where a glowing portal opened. From it descended Livia, her long hair flowing in the wind and her eyes scanning the grand city below. She looked down at the shining towers and softly said that so this was the holy city of the human realm.